Chapter 24 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 24. Disappointment. It was not till the little family were seated at the dinner table that Pitt alluded to the object of his morning ramble. "I went to see Colonel Gainsborough this morning," he began, "and to my astonishment found the house shut up. What has become of him?" "Gone away," said his father shortly. "Yes, that is plain, but where is he gone to?" "New York." "New York? What took him away?" "I believe a desire to put his daughter at school. A very sensible desire." "To New York?" Pitt repeated. "Why did you never mention it, Mamma?" "It never occurred to me to mention it. I did not suppose that the matter was of any great interest to you." Mrs. Dallas had said just a word too much. Her last sentence set Pitt to thinking. "How long have they been gone?" he asked, after a short pause. "Not long," said Mr. Dallas carelessly. "A few months, I believe." "A man told me you had bought the place?" "Yes, it suited me to have it. The land is good, what there is of it." "But the house stands empty. What will you do with it?" "Let it, as soon as anybody wants it." "Not much prospect of that, is there?" "Not just now," Mr. Dallas said dryly. There was a little pause again, and then Pitt asked: "Have you Colonel Gainsborough's address, sir?" "No." "I suppose they have it at the post office." "They have not. Colonel Gainsborough was to have sent me his address when he knew himself what it would be, but he has never done so." "Is he living in the city or out of it?" "I have explained to you why I am unable to answer that question." "Why do you want to know, Pitt?" his mother imprudently asked. "Because I have got to look them up, mother, and knowing whereabouts they are would be rather a help, you see." "You have not got to look them up," said his father gruffly. "What business is it of yours? If they were here, it would be all very well for you to pay your respects to the colonel. It would be due, but as it is, there is no obligation." "No obligation of civility. There is another, however." "What then?" "Of friendship, sir." "Nonsense. Friendship ought to keep you at home. There is no friendship like that of a man's father and mother. Do you know what a piece of time it would take for you to go to New York to look up a man who lives you do not know where? What a piece of your vacation?" "More than I like to think of," said Pitt, "but it will have to be done." "It will take you 2 days to get there, and 2 more days to get back, merely for the journey. And how many do you want to spend in New York?" "I must have 2 or 3, at least. It will swallow up a week." "Out of your little vacation?" said his mother reproachfully. She was angry and hurt, as near tears as she often came, but Mrs. Dallas was not wont to show her discomfiture in that way. "Yes, mother. I am very sorry." "Why do you care about seeing them? Care so much, I mean?" his father inquired, with a keen side glance at his son. "I have made a promise, sir. I am bound to keep it." "What promise?" both parents demanded at once. "To look after the daughter, in case of the father's death." "But he is not dead. He is well enough, as likely to live as I am." "How can I be sure of that? You have not heard from him for months, you say." "I should have heard, if anything had happened to him." "That is not certain either," said Pitt, thinking that Esther's applying to his father and mother in case of distress was more than doubtful. "How can you look after the daughter in the event of her father's death? You are not the person to do it," said his mother. "I am the person who have promised to do it," said Pitt quietly. "Never mind, mother. You see I must go, and the sooner the better. I will take the stage tomorrow morning." "You might wait and try first what a letter might do," suggested his father. "Yes, sir, but you remember Colonel Gainsborough had very little to do with the post office. He never received letters, and he had ceased taking the London Times. My letter might lie weeks unclaimed. I must go myself." And he went and stayed a week away. It was a busy week. At least the days in the city were busily filled. Pitt inquired at the post office, but, as he more than half expected, nobody knew anything of Colonel Gainsborough's address. One official had an impression he had heard the name. That was all. Pitt beleaguered the post office, that is, he sat down before it, figuratively, for really he sat down in it, and let nobody go out or come in without his knowledge. It availed nothing. Either Christopher did not at all make his appearance at the post office during those days, or he came at some moment when Pitt was gone to get a bit of luncheon. If he came, a stupid clerk did not heed him, or a busy clerk overlooked him. All that is certain is that Pitt saw and heard nothing which led to the object of his quest. He made inquiries elsewhere, wherever he could think it might be useful, but the end was, he heard nothing. He stayed 3 days. He could stay no longer, for his holiday was very exactly and narrowly measured out, and he felt it not right to take any more of it from his father and mother. The rest of the time they had him wholly to themselves, for Miss Frere was hindered by some domestic event from keeping her promise to Mrs. Dallas. She did not come. Pitt was glad of it, and, seeing they were now free from the danger of Esther, his father and mother were glad of it too. The days were untroubled by either fear or anxiety, while their son made the sunshine of the house for them, and when he went away he left them without a wish concerning him, but that they were going too, for it was to be another 2 years before he would come again. The record of those same summer months in the house on the bank of the Hudson was somewhat different. Esther had her vacation too, which gave her opportunity to finish everything in the arrangements at home for which time had hitherto been lacking. The girl went softly round the house, putting a touch of grace and prettiness upon every room. It excited Mrs. Barker's honest admiration. Here it was a curtain, there it was a set of toilet furniture, in another place a fresh chintz cover, in a fourth a rug that matched the carpet and hid an ugly darn in it. Esther made all these things and did all these things herself. They cost her father nothing, or next to nothing, and they did not even ask for Mrs. Barker's time, and they were little things, but the effect of them was not so. They gave the house that finished, comfortable, homelike air, which nothing does give but the graceful touch of a woman's fingers. Mrs. Barker admired. The Colonel did not see what was done, but Esther did not work for admiration. She was satisfying the demand of her own nature, which in all things she had to do with called for finish, fitness, and grace. Her fingers were charmed fingers, because the soul that governed them had itself such a charm, and worked by its own standard, as a honey-bee makes herself. Indeed, the simile of the honey-bee would fit in more points than one, for the cell of the little winged worker is not fuller of sweetness than the girl made all her own particular domicile. If the whole truth must be told, however, there was another thought stirring in her, as she hung her curtains and laid her rugs, a half-recognized thought, which gave a zest to every additional touch of comfort or prettiness which she bestowed on the house. She thought Pitt would be there, and she wanted the impression made upon him to be the pleasantest possible. He would surely be there. He was coming home. He would never let the vacation go by without trying to find his old friends. It was a constant spring of pleasure to Esther, that secret hope. She said nothing about it. Her father, she knew, did not care so much for Pitt Dallas as she did, but privately she counted the days and measured the time, and went into countless calculations for which she possessed no sufficient data. She knew that, yet she could not help calculating. The whole summer was sweetened and enlivened by these calculations, although indeed they were a little like some of those sweets which bite the tongue. But the summer went by, as we know, and nothing was seen of the expected visitor. September came, and Esther almost counted the hours, waking up in the morning with a beat of the heart, thinking, "Today he may come," and lying down at night with a despairing sense that the time was slipping away, and her only consolation that there was some yet left. She said nothing about it. She watched the days of the vacation all out, and went to school again towards the end of the month, with a heart very disappointed, and troubled besides by that feeling of unknown, and therefore unreachable hindrances, which is so tormenting. something the matter, and you do not know what, and therefore you cannot act to mend matters. Esther was sadly disappointed. 3 years now, and she had grown, and he had changed, must have changed, and if the old friendship were at all to be preserved, the friends ought to see each other before the gap grew too wide, and before too many things rushed in to fill it, which might work separation and not union. Esther's feelings were of the most innocent and childlike, but very warm. Pitt had been very good to her. He had been like an elder brother, and in that light she remembered him and wished for him. The fact that she was a child no longer did not change all this. Esther had lived alone with her father, and kept her simplicity. Going to school might have damaged the simplicity, but somehow it did not. Several reasons prevented. For one thing, she made no intimate friends. She was kind to everybody. Nobody was taken into her confidence. Her nature was apart from theirs. One of those rare and few whose fate it is, for the most part, to stand alone in the world. Too fine for the coarseness, too delicate for the rudeness, too noble for the pettiness of those around them, even though they be not more coarse or rude or small-minded than the generality of mankind. Sympathy is broken and full communion impossible. It is a penalty of eminence to put its possessor apart. I have seen a lily stand so in a bed of other flowers. A perfect specimen, in form and coloring and grace of carriage distinguished by a faultless beauty, carrying its elegant head a little bent, modest, but yet lofty above all the rest of the flower-bed. Not with the loftiness of inches, however, for it was of lower stature than many around it. The elevation of which I speak was moral and spiritual. And so it was alone. The rest of the flowers were more or less fellows. This one, in its apart elegance, owned no social communion with them. Esther was a little like that among her school friends, and though invariably gracious and pleasant in her manners, she was instinctively felt to be different from the rest. Only Esther was a white lily. The one I tried to describe, or did not try to describe, was a red one. Besides this element of separateness, Esther was very much absorbed in her work, not seeking, like most of the others, to pass a good examination, but studying in the love of learning, and with a far-off ideal of attainment in her mind with which she hoped one day to meet Pitt, and satisfy, if not equal him. I think she hardly knew this motive at work. However, it was at work, and a powerful motive, too. And lastly, Esther was a favorite. No help for it. She was certainly a favorite, the girls pronounced, and some of them had the candor to add that they did not see how she could help it, or how Miss Fairbairn could help it either. "Girls, she has every right to be a favorite," one of them set forth. "Nobody has a right to be a favorite," was the counter-cry. "But think, she never does anything wrong." "Stupid." "Well, she never breaks rules, does she?" "No." "And she always has her lessons perfect as perfect can be." "So do some other people." "And her drawings are capital." "That's her nature. She has a talent for drawing. She cannot help it. She just cannot help it, Sarah Simpson. That's no credit." "Then she is the best Bible scholar in the house, except Miss Fairbairn herself." "Ah, there you've got it. That's just it. She is one of Miss Fairbairn's kind." "But everybody can't be like that," cried the objector. "I, for instance, I don't care so much for the Bible, you see, and you don't, if you'll tell the truth, and most of us don't. It's an awful bore, that's what it is, all this eternal Bible work, and I don't think it's fair. It isn't what I came here for, I know. My father didn't think he was sending me to a Sunday school." "Miss Fairbairn takes care you should learn something else besides Bible, Bell Lenders, to do her justice." "Well, she's like all the rest. She has favorites, and Esther Gainsborough is one of them, and there ought to be no favorites. I tell you she puts me out, that's what she does. If I am sent out of the room on an errand, I am sure to hit my foot against something just because she never stumbles, and the door falls out of my hand and makes a noise just because I am thinking of how it behaves for her. She just puts me out, I give you my word. It confuses me in my recitations to know that she has the answer ready if I miss. And as for drawing, It's no use to try, because she will be there to do it better. There ought to be no such things as favorites." There was some laughter at this harangue, but no contradiction of its statements. Perhaps Esther was more highly gifted than any of her fellows. Beyond question she worked harder. She had motives that wrought upon none of them. The idea of equaling, or at least of satisfying Pitt, and the feeling that her father was sacrificing a great deal for her sake, and that she must do her very utmost by way of honoring and rewarding his kindness. Besides still another and loftier feeling, that she was the Lord's servant, and that less than the very best she could do was not service good enough for him. "Papa," she said one evening in October, "don't you think Pitt must have come and gone before now?" "William Dallas? If he has come, he is gone, certainly." "Papa, do you think he can have come?" "Why not?" "Because he has not been to see us." "My dear, that is nothing. There is no special reason why he should come to see us." "Oh, Papa!" cried Esther, dismayed. "My dear, you have put too much water in my tea. I wish you would think what you are about." Now Esther had thought what she was about, and the tea was as nearly as possible just as usual. "Shall I mend it, Papa?" "You cannot mend it. Tea must be made right at first, if it is ever to be right. If it is not right, it is not fit to be drunk." "I am very sorry, Papa. I will try and have it perfect next time." It was plain her father did not share her anxiety about Pitt. He cared nothing about the matter, whether he came or no. He did not think of it, and Esther had been thinking of it every day for months, and many times a day. She was hurt, and it made her feel alone. Esther had that feeling rather often, for a girl of her age and sound health in every respect, bodily and mental. The feeling was quite in accordance with the facts of the case. Only many girls at 17 would not have found it out. She was in school and in the midst of numbers for 5.5 days in the week, yet even there, as has been explained, she was in a degree solitary, and both in school and at home Esther knew the fact. At home the loneliness was intensified. Colonel Gainsborough was always busy with his books. Even at meal times he hardly came out of them, and never, either at Seaforth or here, had he made himself the companion of his daughter. He desired to know how she stood in her school, and kept himself informed of what she was doing. What she might be feeling he never inquired. It was all right, he thought. Everything was going right, except that he was such an invalid and so left to himself. If asked by whom he was left to himself, he would have said, by his family and his country and the world generally. His family and his country might probably have charged that the neglect was mutual, and the world at large could hardly be blamed for not taking up the old soldier whom it did not know, and making much of him. The care which was failing from all three he got from his daughter in full measure, but she got little from him. It was not strange that her thoughts went fondly to Pitt, who had taken care of her, and helped her, and been good to her. Was it all over, and no more such kindly ministry and delightful sympathy to be ever hoped for any more? Had Pitt forgotten her? It gave Esther pain, that nobody guessed, to be obliged to moot this question, and it busied her a good deal. Sometimes her thoughts went longingly back, beyond Pitt Dallas, to another face that had always been loving to her, soft eyes and a tender hand that were ever sure to bring sympathy and help. She could not much bear to think of it. That was all gone, and could not be called back again. Was her one other earthly friend gone too? Pitt had been so good to her, and such a delightful teacher and helper and confidant. She thought it strange that her father did not miss him. But after the one great loss of his life, Colonel Gainsborough missed nobody any more. End of chapter 24. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 25 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 25. A Head of Lettuce. One afternoon in the end of October, Esther, who had just come home from school, was laid hold of by Mrs. Barker, with a face of grave calculation. "Miss Esther, will ye approve that I send Christopher over to that market lady's to get a head of lettuce for the Colonel's supper? There's naught in the house but a bit of cold green tongue, savin', of course, the morrow's dinner. I thought he might fancy a salad." "Tongue?" said Esther. "Haven't you a quail or a sweetbread or something of that sort?" "I haven't it, Miss Esther, and that's the truth." "Forgotten?" said Esther, smiling. "Mum, I couldn't forget the likes of that," Barker said solemnly. "Which I mean, as I haven't that to own up to. No, Mum, I didn't forget." "What's the matter, then?" "Some carelessness of Christopher's." "Yes, have a salad. That will do very well." "Then, Mum," said Barker, still more constrainedly, "could you perhaps let me have a sixpence? I don't like to send and ask a stranger like that to wait for what's no more than twopence at home." "Wait?" repeated Esther. "Didn't Papa give you money for the housekeeping this week?" "Miss Esther, he did, but I haven't a cent." "Why? He did not give you as much as usual?" The housekeeper hesitated with a troubled face. "Miss Esther, he did give me as much as usual. I would say as much as he uses to give me nowadays. But that ain't the old sum, and it ain't possible to do the same thing with it." And Mrs. Barker looked anxiously and doubtfully at her young mistress. "I wouldn't like to tell ye, Mum, but in course you must know, or you'd maybe be doubtful of me." "Of course I should know," repeated Esther. "Papa must have forgotten. I will see about it. Give me a basket, Barker, and I will go over to the garden myself and get a head of lettuce. Now, before I take my things off, I would like to go." Seeing that she spoke truth, Mrs. Barker's scruples gave way. She furnished the basket, and Esther set forth. There was but a field or two to cross, intervening between her own ground and the slopes where the beds of the market garden lay trim and neat in the sun, or rather, today, in the warm, hazy, soft October light. The sun's rays could not rightly get through the haze. It was one of the delicious times of October weather, which the unlearned are wont to call Indian summer, but which is not that, and differs from it essentially. The glory of the Indian summer is wholly ethereal. It belongs to the light and the air, and is a striking image and eloquent testimony of how far spirit can overmaster matter. The earth is brown, the trees are bare. The drapery and the colors of summer are all gone, and then comes the Indian summer, and makes one forget that the foregoing summer had its glories at all, so much greater is the glory now. There is no sense of bareness any longer, and no missing of gay tents, nor of the song of the birds, nor of anything else in which June reveled and August showed its rich maturity. Only the light in the air, filling the world with such unearthly loveliness that the looker-on holds his breath, and the splendor of June is forgotten. This October day was not after such a fashion. It was steeped in color. Trees near at hand showed yellow and purple and red. The distant Jersey shore was a strip of warm, sunburnt tents, merged into one. Over the river lay a sunny haze that was, as it were, threaded with gold, as if the sun had gone to sleep there and was in a dream. And mosses and bushes and lingering asters and goldenrod, on rocks or at the edges of the fields near at hand, gave the eye a welcome wherever it turned. Not a breath of air was stirring. The landscape rested under a spell of peace. Esther walked slowly. Every step was so full of pleasure. The steps were few, however, and her pleasure was mingled with an odd questioning in her mind. What all this about money could mean? A little footpath worn in the grass led her over the intervening fields to Mrs. Blumenfeld's garden. Christopher must have worn that path, going and coming, for the family had been supplied through the summer with milk from the dairy of the gardener's wife. Mrs. Blumenfeld was out among her beds of vegetables, Esther saw as she drew near. She climbed over the fence, and in a few minutes was beside her. "Wall, ef you ain't what I'd call a stranger," said the woman good-humoredly. "I don't see you no more'n the angels, for all you're so near." "I am going to school, Mrs. Blumenfeld, and that keeps me away from home almost all the week. How do you do?" "Dear me, I dursn't be anything but well," said the gardener's widow. "Ef I ain't at both ends of everything, there ain't no middle to 'em. There ain't a soul to be trusted, 'thout it's yourself. It's kind o' tedious. I get to the wrong end of my patience once in a while. Just look at them raspberry canes. and I sent a man only yesterday to tie him up. They ain't done nohow." "But your garden always looks beautiful. Can you see it from your windows? I want to know." "Not very much of it, but it always looks so bright and trim. It does now." "Wall, you see," said Mrs. Blumenfeld, "a garden ain't nothin' ef it ain't in order. I do despise shiftless ways. Now, just see them raspberry canes." "What's the matter with them?" "I don't suppose you'd know if I showed you," said the good woman, checking herself with a half laugh. "And there ain't no need, as I know, why I should bother you with my bothers. But it's human nature, ain't it?" "Is what human nature?" "Just that same. Or don't you never want to tell no one your troubles? Maybe you don't have none?" she added, with an inquiring look in Esther's face. "Young folks, the time for trouble hain't come yet." "Oh, yes," said Esther, "I have known what trouble is." "Have ye?" said the woman with another inquisitive look into the fair face. "Mebbe. There is folks that don't show what they goes through. I guess I'm one of that sort myself." "Are you?" said Esther, smiling. "Certainly, to look at you, I never should think your life had been very crooked or very rough. You always seemed bright and peaceful." It was true. Mrs. Blumenfeld had a quiet, steady way with her, and both face and voice partook of the same calm, though energy and activity were at the same time as plainly manifested in every word and movement. Esther looked at her now, as she went among her beds, stooping here and there to remove a weed or pull off a decayed leaf, talking and using her eyes at the same time. Her yellow hair was combed smooth and flat at both sides of her head and knotted up firmly in a tight little business knot behind. She wore a faded print dress and a shawl, also faded, wrapped round her and tied by the ends at the back. But both shawl and gown were clean and whole, and gave her a thoroughly respectable appearance. At Esther's last remark she raised herself up and stood a moment silent. "Wall," she said, "that's as fur as you can see. It's been both crooked and rough. I mayn't look it. Where's the use? And I don't talk of it, for I've nobody to talk to. But, as I said, human nature'd like to, ef it had a chance. I hain't a soul in the world to speak to, and sometimes I feel as ef I'd give all I've got in the world to talk. Then, mostly, I go into the garden and rat out the weeds. I tell you they has to fly, those times. But I believe folks was made to have company." "Have you no children?" "5 of 'em, over there," the woman said, pointing away. Esther could only guess where, as it was not to the house. She was sorry she had asked, and stood silent. "5 of 'em," Mrs. Blumenfeld repeated slowly. "I had 'em, and I haven't 'em. And now, there is time when the world seems to me that solitary that I'm a'most scared at myself." Esther stood still, with mute sympathy, afraid to speak. "I suppose, to you now, the world is all full of friends?" the other went on more lightly, turning from her own troubles, as it were. "No," said Esther gently, "not at all. I am very much alone, and always have been." "Maybe you like it?" "No, I do not like it. I sometimes wish very much for 1 or 2 friends who are not here." There came a sigh from the bosom of the other woman, unwanted, and tale-telling and heavy. "My marriage weren't happy," she said, lower than her usual tone. "I can manage the garden alone, and I'd just as leave. 2 minds about a thing makes unpeace, and I set a great deal by peace. But it's awful lonely, life is, now and then." "It is not that to me," said Esther sympathizingly. She was eager to speak, and yet doubtful just what to say. She fell back upon what perhaps is the safest of all, her own experience. "Life used to be like that to me, at one time," she went on, after a little pause. "I was very lonely and sad, and didn't know how I could live without comfort. And then I got it. And as I got it, I think so may you." The woman looked at her, not in the least understanding what she would be at, yet fascinated by the sympathy, which she read plainly enough, and held by the beauty, by something besides beauty, too, which she saw without being able to fathom it. For in Esther's eyes there was the intense look of love and the fire of joy, and on her lips the loveliest lines of tenderness were trembling. Mrs. Blumenfeld gazed at her, but would almost as soon have addressed an angel, if one had stood beside her with wings that proclaimed his heavenly descent. "I'll tell you how I got comfort," Esther went on, keeping carefully away from anything that might seem like preaching. "I was, as I tell you, dark and miserable and hopeless. Then I came to know the Lord Jesus, and it was just as if the sun had risen and filled all my life with sunlight." The woman did not remove her eyes from Esther's face. "I want to know," she said at last. "I've heard tell of such things, but I never see no one afore that had the knowledge of 'em, like you seem to have. I've heard parson talk." "This is not parson talk." "I see 'tain't. But what is it then? You see, I'm as stupid as a bumblebee. I don't understand nothin' without it's druv into me, unless it's my garden. If you ask me about cabbages or early corn, I can tell you, but I don't know more'n the dead what you are talking of." Esther's eyes filled with tender tears. "I want you to know," she said. "I wish you could know." "How am I going to?" "Do what I did. I prayed the Lord Jesus to let me know him. I prayed, and at last he came and gave me what I asked for. And now, I tell you, my life is all sunlight because he is in it. Don't you know, the Bible calls him the Son of Righteousness. You only want to see him." "See him?" echoed the woman. "There's only one sun I can see, and that's the one that rises over in the east there and sets where he is going to set now, over the Jersey shore, across the river. But when this other sun rises in the heart, he never sets any more, and we have nothing to do with darkness any more, when once we know him." "Know him?" Mrs. Blumenfeld again repeated Esther's words. "Why, you're speaking of God, ain't you? You can know a human critter like yourself, but how can you know him?" "I cannot tell," said Esther, "but he will come into your heart and make you know him. And when once you know him, then, Mrs. Blumenfeld, you'll not be alone any more, and life will not be dark any more, and you will just grow happier and happier from day to day, and then comes heaven." Mrs. Blumenfeld still gazed at her. "I never heard no such talk in all my life," she said. "And that's the way you live now?" Esther nodded. "And all you did was to ask for it?" "Yes, but of course I studied the Bible, to find out what the Lord says of himself, and to find out what he tells me to do and to be, for of course I must do his will if I want him to hear my prayers. You see that." "I expect that means a good deal, don't it?" "Yes." "Maybe something I wouldn't like to do." "You will like to do it when once you know him," Esther said eagerly. "That makes all the difference. You know, we always love to please anybody that we love." The gardener's wife had become very thoughtful. She went along her garden bed, stooping here to strip a decayed leaf from a cabbage, and there to pick up a dry bean that had fallen out of its pod, or to pull out a little weed from among her lettuces. "I'm much obliged to you," she said suddenly. "You see," said Esther, "it is as free to you as to me. And why shouldn't we be happy if we can? But there's those commandments. That's what scares me. You see, I'm a kind of self-willed woman." "It is nothing but joy when once you know him." "But you say I must begin with doing what's set down?" "Certainly, as far as you know, or the Lord will not hear our prayers." "Wouldn't it do after?" said Mrs. Blumenfeld, raising herself up and again looking Esther in the face. There was an odd mixture in the expression of her own, half serious, half keenly comic. "It is not the Lord's way," said Esther gravely. "Seek him and obey him, and you shall know. But if you cannot trust the Lord's word for so much, there is no doing anything. Without faith it is impossible to please him." "I don't suppose you come here just for to tell me all this," said Mrs. Blumenfeld, after again a pause. "But I'm real obleeged to ye. What's to go in that basket?" "I brought it to see if you could let us have a head of lettuce. I see you have some." "Yes, and crisp and cool and nice they be, just right. Well, I guess we can. See here, that basket won't hold no more'n a bite for a bird. Mayn't I get you a bigger one?" As Esther refused this, Mrs. Blumenfeld looked out her prettiest head of lettuce, skillfully detached it from the soil, and insinuated it into the little basket. But to the inquiry, how much was to pay, Mrs. Blumenfeld returned a slight shake of the head. "I should like to see myself taking a cent from you. Just you send over, or come, that's better, whenever you'd like a leaf or salad, or anything else, and if it's here, you shall have it, and glad." "You are very kind." "Well, no, I don't think that's my character. They'll all tell you I'm honest. Well, good-bye, and come again," she cried after Esther. "It's more'n likely I'll want some more talking to." Esther went home slowly and musing. The beauty around her, which she had but half noticed at first coming out, now filled her with a great delight, or, rather, her heart was so full of gladness that it flowed over upon all surrounding things. Sunny haze, and sweet smells of dry leaves and moss, and a mass of all rich neutral tints in browns and purples, just touched here and there for a painter's eye with a spot of clear color, a bit of gold, or a flare of flame, it all seemed to work its way into Esther's heart and make it swell with pleasure. She stood still to look across the river, which lay smooth like a misty mirror, and gave only a rich, soft, indeterminate reflection of the other shore. But the thoughts in Esther's mind were clear and distinct. Lonely? Had she ever been lonely? What folly! How could anyone be lonely who had the knowledge of Christ and His presence? What sufficient delight it was to know Him, and to love Him, and to be always with Him, and always doing His will, if poor Mrs. Blumenfeld only knew. End of chapter 25. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 26 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 26. Ways and Means. Esther walked slowly home, delivered her basket to Barker, and went to her father. After the usual kiss and inquiry about how the week had been, he relapsed into his book, and she had to wait for a time to talk of anything else. Esther sat down with a piece of fancy work, and held her tongue till tea time. The house was as still as if nobody lived in it. The colonel occasionally turned a leaf. Now and then a puff of gas or a sudden jet of flame in the Liverpool coal fire gave a sort of silent sound, rebuking the humanity that lived there. No noise was heard from below stairs. The middle-aged and well-trained servants did their work with the regularity and almost with the smoothness of machines. It occurred to Esther anew that her life was excessively quiet, and a thought of Pitt, and how good it would have been to see him, arose again, as it had risen so many times. And then came the thoughts of the afternoon. With Christ, was not that enough? Doing His will and having it? Could she want anything more? Esther smiled to herself. She wanted nothing more. Barker came in with the tea kettle, and the cold tongue and the salad made the supper table look very comfortable. She made the tea, and the colonel put down his book. "Do you never get tired of reading, Papa?" "Yes, my dear. One gets tired of everything." This was said with a discouraging half-breath of a sigh. "Then you might talk a little, for a change, Papa?" "Humph! Whom should I talk to?" "Me, Papa, for want of somebody else." This suggestion fell dead. The colonel took his toast and tried the salad. "Is it good, Papa?" Esther asked, in despair at the silence. "Yes, my dear, it is good. Vegetable salads are a little cold at this time of year." "Papa, we were driven to it. Barker had not money enough this week to get you a partridge, and she says it has happened several times lately that you have forgotten to give her the usual amount for the week's housekeeping." "Then she says wrong." "She told me several times she has not had enough, sir." In that she may be right. Esther paused, questioning what this might mean. She must know. Papa, do you mean you gave her insufficient money and knew it at the time? I knew it at the time. There was another interval of greater length. Esther felt a little chill creeping over her, yet she must come to an understanding with her father. That was quite indispensable. Papa, do you mean that it was inadvertence, or was it necessity? How could it be inadvertence, when I tell you I knew what I did? But, Papa, Esther's breath almost failed her. Papa, we are living just as we always have lived? Are we? Somewhat dryly. There is my schooling, of course. And rent, and a horse to keep, and a different scale of market prices from that which we had in Seaforth. Everything costs more here. There was the money for the sale of the place, said Esther vaguely. That was not a great deal, after all. It was a fair price, perhaps, but less than the house and ground were worth. The interest of that does not cover the greater outlay here. This was very dismayful, all the more because Colonel Gainsborough did not come out frankly with the whole truth. Esther was left to guess it, to fear it, to fancy it more than it was, perhaps. She felt that she could not have things left in this indeterminate way. Papa, I think it would be good that I should know just what the difference is, so that I might know how to bring in our expenses within the necessary limits. I have not ciphered it out in figures. I cannot tell you precisely how much my income is smaller than it used to be. Can you tell me how much we ought to spend in a week, Papa? And then we will spend no more. Barker will know when I give it to her. The Colonel had finished his tea and toast, which this evening he certainly did not enjoy, and went back to his book and his sofa. Though, indeed, he had not left his sofa. He went back to a reclining position, and Esther moved the table away from him. She was bewildered. She forgot to ring for Barker. She sat thinking how to bring the expenses of the family within narrower limits. Possible things alternated with impossible in her mind. She mused a good while. Papa, she said, breaking the silence at last, do you think the air suits you here? No, I do not. I have no cause. You were better at Seaforth? Decidedly. My chest always feels here a certain oppression. I suppose there is too much sea air. Was not the sea quite as near them at Seaforth, and salt air quite as much at hand? Esther thought. However, as she did not put entire faith in the truth of her father's conclusions, it was no use to question his premises. Papa, she said suddenly, suppose we go back to Seaforth. Suppose nonsense. No, sir, but I do not mean it as nonsense. I have had 1 year's schooling. That will be invaluable to me. Now, with books, I can go on by myself. I can, indeed, Papa, and will. You shall not need to be ashamed of me. You are talking foolishly, Esther. I do not mean it foolishly, Papa. If we have not the means to live here, and if the Seaforth air is so much better for you, then there is nothing to keep us here but my schooling, and that, as I tell you, I can manage without. And I can manage right well, Papa. I have got so far that I can go on alone now. I am 17. I am not a child any longer. There was a few minutes' silence, but probably that fact, that Esther was a child no longer, impelled the Colonel to show her a little more consideration. Where would you go? He asked, a trifle dryly. Surely we could find a place, Papa. Couldn't you, perhaps, buy back the old house? The dear old house? As Mr. Dallas took it to accommodate you? I guess he would give it up again. My dear, do not say guess in that very provincial fashion. I shall not ask Mr. Dallas to play at buying and selling in such a way. It would be trifling with him. I should be ashamed to do it. Besides, I have no intention of going back to Seaforth till your education is ended, and by that time, if I live to see that time, I shall have so little of life left that it will not matter where I spend it. Esther did not know how to go on. Papa, could we not do without Bonaparte? I could get to school some other way. How? Esther pondered. Could I not arrange to go in Mrs. Blumenfeld's wagon when it goes in Monday morning?" "Who is Mrs. Blumenfeld?" "Why, Papa, she is the woman that has the market garden over here. You know." "Do I understand you aright?" said the Colonel, laying his book down for the moment and looking over at his daughter. "Are you proposing to go into town with the cabbages?" "Papa, I do not mind. I would not mind at all, if it would be a relief to you. Mrs. Blumenfeld's wagon is very neat." "My dear, I am surprised at you." "Papa, I would do anything rather than give you trouble. And, after all, I should be just as much myself if I did go with the cabbages." "We will say no more about it, if you please," said the Colonel, taking up his book again. "One moment, Papa. One word more. Papa, I am so afraid of doing something I ought not. Can you not give me a hint what sort of proportion our expenditures ought to bear to our old ways? There is the rent, and the keeping of the horse, to be made good. Those are additions to our expenses, and there are no additions to my income. You know now as much as I can tell you." The discussion was ended, and left Esther chilled and depressed. The fact itself could be borne, she thought, if it were looked square in the face, and met in the right spirit. As it was, she felt involved in a mesh of uncertainty. The rent, she knew how much that was, no such great matter. How much Bonaparte's keep amounted to she had no idea. She would find out. But how to save even a very few $100s, even 100 or 200, by retrenchment of the daily expenses, Esther did not see. Better, she thought, make some great change, cut off some larger item of the household living, and so cover the deficit at once, than spare a partridge here and a pound of meat there. That was a kind of petty and vexing care which revolted her. Far better dispense with Bonaparte at once, and go into town with the cabbages. It will be seen that Esther as yet was not possessed of that which we call knowledge of the world. It did not occur to her that the neighborhood of the cabbages would hurt her, though it might hurt her fastidious taste. It would not hurt her, Esther thought, and what did the rest matter? Anything but this pinching and sparing penny by penny. But if she drove into town with the cabbages, that would only dispose of Bonaparte. The other item, the rent, would remain unaccounted for. How should that be made up? Esther pondered, brooded, tired herself with thinking. She could not talk to Barker about it, and there was no one else. Once more she felt a little lonely and a good deal helpless, though energies were strong within her to act if she had known how to act. She mounted the stairs to her room with an unusual slow step, and shut her door, but she had brought her trouble in with her. Esther went to her window to look out, as we all are so apt to do when some trouble seems too big for the house to hold. There is a vague counsel-taking of nature, to which one is impelled at such times, or is it sympathy-seeking? The sweet October afternoon had passed into a sweet an evening. The hazy stillness was unchanged, and through the haze the silver rays of a half-moon, high in the heavens, came with the tenderest touch and the most gracious softness upon all earthly things. There was a vaporous glitter on the water of the broad river, a dewy or hazy veil on the land. The scene could not be imagined more witching fair or more removed from any sort of discordance. Esther stood looking, and her heart calmed down. She had been feeling distressed under the question of ways and means. Now it occurred to her, take no thought for the morrow, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink. Your Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. And as the words came, Esther shook off the trouble they condemned, shook it off her shoulders, as it were, and left it lying. Still she felt alone. She wished for Pitt Dallas or for somebody. She had no one but her father in all the world, nor the hope of anyone. And happy as she really was, yet the human instinct would stir in Esther, the instinct that longs for intercourse, sympathy, affection. Somebody to talk to counsel with, to share in her joys and sorrows and experiences generally. It is a perfectly natural and justifiable desire, stronger perhaps in the young than in the old, for the old know better how much and how little society amounts to, and are not apt to have such violent longings in general for anything. but also to the old, loving companionship is inexpressibly precious, the best thing by far that this world contains or this life knows. And Esther longed for it now, even till tears rose and dimmed her sight, and made all the moonshiny landscape swim and melt and be lost in the watery veil. But then, as the veil cleared and the moonlight came into view again, came also other words into Esther's mind. Be content with such things as ye have, for he hath said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee. She cleared away her tears and smiled to herself in happy assurance and wonder that she should have forgotten. And with that, other words still came to her, words that had never seemed so exceeding sweet before. None of them that trust in him shall be desolate. That is a sure promise. Fear not, Abraham. I am thy shield and thine exceeding great reward. Probably, when this word was given, the father of the faithful was laboring under the very same temptation to think himself alone and lonely, and the answer to his fears must be sufficient, or he who spoke it would never have spoken it to him just at that time. Esther stood a while at her window, thinking over these things, with a rest and comfort of heart indescribable, and finally laid herself down to rest with the last shadow gone from her spirit. It could not be, however, but that the question returned the next day, what was to be done? Expenses must not outrun incomings. That was a fixed principle in Esther's mind, resting as well on honor as honesty. Evidently, when the latter do not cover the former, one of two things must be done. Expenses must be lessened, or income increased. How to manage the first, Esther had failed to find, and she hated the idea, besides, of a penny-halfpenny economy. Could their incomings be added to? By teaching. It flashed into Esther's mind with a disagreeable illumination. Yes, that she could do, that she must do, if her father would not go back to Seaforth. There was no other way. He could not earn money. She must. If they continued to live in or near New York, it must be on her part as a teacher in a school. The first thought of it was not pleasant. Esther was tempted to wish they had never left Seaforth, if the end of it was to be this. But after the first start of revulsion, she gathered herself together. It would put an end to all their difficulties. It would be honorable work, and good work. And, after all, work, in some sort, is what everybody should have. Nobody is put here to be idle. Perhaps this pressure of circumstances was on purpose, to push her into the way that was meant for her, the way in which it was the Lord's pleasure she should serve him and the world. And having got this view of it, Esther's last reluctance was gone. For, you see, what was the Lord's pleasure was also hers. Her heart grew quite light again. She saw what she had to do. But for the first, the thing was to go as far in her learning as her father desired her to go. She must finish her own schooling. And if Esther had studied hard before, she studied harder now, applied herself with all the power of her will to do her utmost in every line. It was not a vague thought of satisfying Pitt Dallas that moved her now, but a very definite purpose to take care of her father, and a ready joy to do the will of him whom Esther loved even better than her father. The thought of Pitt Dallas, indeed, went into abeyance. Esther had something else to do, and the summer had passed and he had not come. That hope was over, and 2 years more must go by, according to the plan which Esther knew, before he would come again. Before that time, who could tell? Perhaps he would have forgotten them entirely. It happened one day, putting some drawers in order, that Esther took up an old book and carelessly opened it. Its leaves fell apart at a place where there lay a dry flower. It was a sprig of red charanthus, not faded, still with its velvety petals rich tinted, and still giving forth the faint sweet fragrance which belongs to the flower. It gave Esther a thrill. It was a remaining fragment of Pitt's Christmas bouquet, which she had loved and cherished to the last leaf as long as she could. She remembered all about it. Her father had made her burn all the rest. This blossom only had escaped, without her knowledge at the time. The sight of it went to her heart. She stood still by her chest of drawers with the open book in her hand, gazing at the wallflower in its persistent beauty. All came back to her. Seaforth, her childish days, Pitt and her love for him, and his goodness to her, the sorrow and the joy of that old time, and more the dry flower struck her heart. Why had her father wanted her to burn the others? Why had she kept this? And what was the use of keeping it now? When anything, be it a flower, be it a memory, which has been fresh and sweet, loses altogether its beauty and its savor, what is the good of still keeping it to look at? Truly the flower had not lost either beauty or savor, but the memory that belonged to it? What had become of that? Pitt let himself no more be heard from. Why should this little placekeeper be allowed to remain any longer? Would it not be wiser to give it up, and let the wallflower go the way of its former companions? Esther half thought so, almost made the motion to throw it in the fire, but yet she could not. She could not quite do it. Maybe there was an explanation. Perhaps Pitt would come next time, when another 2 years had rolled away, and tell them all about it. At any rate, she would wait. She shut up the book again, carefully, and put it safely away. End of chapter 26, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter number 27 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner. Onions. It seemed very inexplicable to Esther that Pitt was never heard from. Not a scrap of a letter had they had from him since they came to New York. Mr. Dallas, the elder, had written once or twice, mostly on business, and said nothing about his son. That was all. Mrs. Dallas never wrote. Esther would have been yet more bewildered if she had known that the lady had been in New York 2 or 3 times, and not merely passing through, but staying to do shopping. Happily she had no suspicion of this. One day, late in the autumn, Christopher Bounder went over to Mrs. Blumenfeld's garden. It lay in pretty fall order, trim and clean, bushes pruned, canes tied up, vines laid down, leaves raked off, all the work done up to the very day. Christopher bestowed an approving glance around him as he went among the beds. It was all right and ship-shape. Nobody was visible at the moment, and he passed on round the house to the rear, from whence he heard a great racket made by the voices of poultry. And there they were. As soon as he turned the corner he saw them, a large flock of hens and chickens, geese, ducks, and turkeys, all wobbling and squabbling. In the midst of them stood the gardener's widow, with her hands in the pockets of a great canvas apron, or rather, with her hands in and out, far from the pockets, which were something enormous. She was fetching and distributing handfuls of oats and corn to her feathered beneficiaries. Christopher drew near as he could, for the turkeys, and Mrs. Blumenfeld gave him a nod. "Good morning, ma'am. Good day to ye. Them's a fine lot of turkeys." Christopher really had a good deal of education, and even knew some Latin. Nevertheless, in common life, the instincts of his early habits prevailed, and he said them by preference. "Ain't they?" rejoined Mrs. Blumenfeld. "They had ought to be, for they've given me plague enough. Every spring I think it's the last turkeys I'll raise, and every winter, just as regular, I think it'd be well to set more turkey eggs next year than I did this'n. You see, a good fat roast turkey is what you can beat, not in this country, nor can't equal in England, without you go to the game covers for it. They're for the market, I suppose. Well, I calculate to send some of 'em. I do kill a turkey once in a while for myself, but how long do you think it takes me to eat up a turkey? I get sick of it afore I'm done." "You want company," suggested Mr. Bounder. But to this the lady made no answer at all. She finished scattering her grain, and then turned to her visitor, ready for business. Christopher could not but look at her with great approbation. She was dressed much as Esther had seen her a few weeks before. A warm shawl wrapped and tied around the upper part of her person, bareheaded, hair in neat and tight order, and her hands in her capacious pocket. "Now I can attend to you," she said, leaving the chickens and geese, which for the present were quiet, picking up their breakfast. But Mr. Bounder did not go immediately to business. "That's a capital notion of an apron," he said admiringly. "Ain't it?" she answered. "Oh, I'm great on notions. I believe in saving yourself all the trouble you can, provided you don't lose no time by it. There is folks, you know, that air soft-headed enough to think they can get rid of trouble by losing their time. I ain't o' that sort." "I should say you have none of that sort of people about you." "Well, I don't, not if I can help it. Anyway, if I get 'em contrived to lose 'em again. But what was you wantin'?" "I came to see if you could let us have our winter's onions. White onions, you know. It's all the sort we can do with about the house." "Onions," said Mrs. Blumenfeld. "Why hain't you raised your own onions? I want to know. You've got a garden." "That is true, mum," said Christopher, "but all the onions as was in it is gone. Then you didn't plant enough." "And that's true, too," said Christopher, "but I can't say as I takes any blame to myself for it." "Sakes alive, man, ain't you the gardener?" "At your service, ma'am." "Well, then why, when you were about it, why didn't you sow your seeds according to your needs? I sowed all the seed I had." "All you had," cried the little woman. "That sounds kind of like shiftless, and I don't take you for that sort of man neither, Mr. Bounder. Much obleeged for your good opinion, ma'am." "Then why didn't you give more onion seed, do tell, when you knowed you hadn't enough?" "As I said, ma'am, I am much obleeged for your good opinion, which I hope I deserve. There is reason which must determine a man, upon occasion, to do what you would not approve, unless you also know the reasons." This sounded oracular. The two stood and looked at one another. Christopher explained himself no further, however. Mrs. Blumenfeld's understanding appeared to improve. She looked first inquisitive and then intelligent. "That comes kind of hard upon me, at the end," she said with a somewhat humorous expression. "You see, I've made a vow. You believe in vows, Mr. Bounder?" "I do, ma'am, of the right sort. I don't make no other. Well, I've made a vow to myself, you see. Look here, what do you call that saint of yourn, up to your house?" "I don't follow you, ma'am," said Christopher, a good deal mystified. "You know you've got a saint there, I suppose. What's her name? That's what I want to know." "Do you mean Miss Esther?" "Ah, that's it. I never heard of a Saint Esther. There was an Esther in the Bible, I'll tell you. She was the Queen Esther, and that fits. Ain't she kind of a queen? But she's the other thing, too. Look here, Mr. Bounder, be you all saints up to your house?" "Well, no, ma'am, not exactly. That's not altogether the description I'd give of some of us, if I was stating my opinion." "Don't you think you had ought to be that?" "Perhaps we ought," said Christopher, with wondering slow admission. "I can tell you, there ain't no questions about it. Folks had ought to live up to their privileges, and you've got a pattern there right afore your eyes. I have no opinion of you, if you ain't all better'n common folks. It'd be, I know, if I lived a bit where she was." "It's different with a young lady," Christopher began. "Why is it different?" said the woman sharply. "You and me, we've got as good right to be saints as she has, or anybody. I tell you, I've made a vow. I ain't no saint, but I'm a-going to sell her no onions." "Ma'am," said Christopher, astounded. "Nor nothing else," Mrs. Blumenfeld went on. "How many do you want?" Mr. Bounder's wits were not quick enough to follow these sharp Yankee turns. Like the ships his countrymen built, he could not come about so quick. It is curious how the qualities of people's mind get into their shipbuilding and other handicraft. It was not till Mrs. Blumenfeld had repeated her question that he was able to answer it. "I suppose, ma'am, a half a bushel won't be no more'n enough to go through with." "Well, I've got some," the gardener's widow went on. "The right sort, white, and as soft as cream, and as sweet as onions can be. I'll send you up a bag of 'em." "But then I must be allowed to pay for 'em," said Christopher. "I tell you, I won't sell her nothing, neither onions nor none else." "Then, ma'am, it's very handsome of you, ma'am. That, I must say, I won't deny, but in that case I'm afraid Miss Esther would prefer that I should get the onions somewhere else. Just you hold your tongue about it, and I'll send up the sass, and if your Queen Esther says anything, you tell her it's all paid for. What else do you want? That's my way." While she spoke, Mrs. Blumenfeld was carefully detaching a root of celery from the rich loose soil which enveloped it, and shaking the white stalks free from their encumbrance. Mr. Bounder, the while looking on approvingly, both at the celery, which was beautifully long and white and delicate, and at the condition of things generally on the ground, all of which his eyes took in, although he was too much of a magnate in his own line to express the approval he felt. "There," said Mrs. Blumenfeld, eyeing her celery stalks. "Can you beat that where you come from?" "It's very fair," said Christopher, "very fair. But England can beat the world, mum, in gardening and that. I suppose you can't expect it of a new country like this." "Can't expect what? To beat the world? You just wait a bit, till you see. You just only wait a bit." "What do you think of England and America going into partnership?" asked Mr. Bounder, bending to pick up a refused stem that Mrs. Blumenfeld had rejected. "Think we couldn't be a match for most things united?" "I find myself a match for most things, as it is," returned the lady promptly. "But you must want help sometimes," said Christopher, with a sharp and somewhat sly glance at her. "When I do, I get it, or I do without it. That's when you can't get the right kind. Just so. It ain't for a man properly to say what he can do or what he can't do. Words is but breath, they say, and those as know a man can give a pretty good guess what he's good for. But, however, when he's speaking to them as don't know him, perhaps it ain't no more but fair that he should be allowed to speak for himself. Now if I say that, according to the best of my knowledge and belief, what I offer you is the right kind of help, you won't think it's a brag or bustler, I hope." "Why shouldn't I?" said the little woman, but Christopher thought the tone of the words was not discouraging. "They does allus practice fence," he thought to himself. "Well, ma'am, if you have ever been up to our place in the summer time, you may have seen our garden, and to a lady o' your experience, I needn't to say no more." "Well," said Mrs. Blumenfeld, by way of conceding so much, "I'll allow Colonel Gainsborough has a pretty fair gardener, if he's some furrin notions." "I'll bring them furrin notions to your help, ma'am," said Mr. Bounder eagerly. "I know my business as well as any man on this side or that side either. It's no boastin' to say that. Sounds something like it, but what'll the Colonel do without you, or the Colonel's garden? That's what I can't make out. Have you and he had a falling out?" And the speaker raised herself up straight and looked full at her visitor. "There's nothing like that possible," said Mr. Bounder solemnly. "The Colonel ain't a-going to do without me, my woman. No more can't I do without the Colonel, I may say. I've lived in the family now this 20 years, and as long as I can grow spinach, they ain't a-going to eat no other, without it's yours, ma'am," Christopher added, with a change of tone, "or yours and mine. You see, the ground is so near, that going over to one ain't forsaking the other, and the Colonel, he hasn't really space and place for a man that can do what I can do." "And what is you propose?" "That you should take me, ma'am, for your head man." The two were standing now, quite still, looking into one another's eyes, a little sly audacity in those of Christopher, while a smile played about his lips that was both knowing and conciliating. Mrs. Blumenfeld eyed him gravely, with the calm air of one who was quite his match. Christopher could tell nothing from her face. "I suppose," she said, "he'll want ridiculous wages." "By no means, ma'am," said Christopher, waving his hand. "There never was nothing ridiculous about you. I'll punch anybody's head that says it." Mrs. Blumenfeld shook the last remnant of soil from the celery roots and handed the bunch to Christopher. "There," she said, "you may take them along with you. You'll want 'em for dinner, and I'll send up the onions, and the rest I'll think about. Good day to ye." Christopher went home well content. End of chapter 27. Chapter number 28 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner. Strawberries. The winter passed. Esther hardly knew how. For her it was in a depth of study, so absorbing that she only now and then and by minutes gave her attention to anything else. Or perhaps I should say, her thoughts. For certainly the colonel never lacked his ordinary care, which she gave him morning and evening, and indeed all day. When she was at home, with a tender punctuality, she proved the utmost attention. But even while ministering to him, Esther's head was apt to be running on problems of geometry and ages of history and constructions of language. She was so utterly engrossed with her work that she gave little heed to anything else. She did notice that Pitt Tallis still sent them no reminders of his existence. It sometimes occurred to her that the housekeeping in the hands of Mrs. Becker was becoming more and more careful, but the only way she saw to remedy that was the way she was pursuing, and she went only the harder at her constructions and translations and demonstrations. The colonel lived his life without any apparent change. And so went weeks and months. Winter passed and spring came. Spring ran its course, and the school year at last was at an end. Esther came home for the long vacation, and then one day Mrs. Barker confided to her reluctantly that the difficulties of her position were increasing. "You ask me, why don't I get more strawberries, Miss Esther? My dear, I can't do it." "Cannot get strawberries? But they are in a plenty now, and cheap." "Yes, ma'am, but there are so many other things, Miss Esther." The housekeeper looked distressed. Esther was startled and hesitated. "You mean you have not money, Barker? Papa does not give you enough?" "He gives me the proper sum, Miss Esther, I'm certain, but I can't make it do all it should do to have things right and comfortable." "Do you have less than you used at the beginning of winter?" "Yes, ma'am. I didn't want to trouble you, Miss Esther, for to be sure you can't do nothing to help it, but it's just growing slimmer and slimmer." "Never mind. I think I know how to mend matters by and by, if we can only get along for a little further. We must have some things, and my father likes fruit. You can get strawberries from Mrs. Blumenfeld down here. Can you not?" "No, ma'am," said the housekeeper, looking embarrassed. "She won't sell us nothing. That woman won't." "Will not sell us anything? I thought she was so kind. What is the matter? Is there not a good understanding between her and us?" "There's too good an understanding, ma'am, and that's the truth. We don't want no favours from the likes of her, and now Christopher—" "What of Christopher?" "He ain't said nothing to the colonel." "To Papa?" "No. About what?" "He's gone and made an ass of himself, has Christopher," said the housekeeper, colouring with displeasure. "Why? How? What has he done?" "He ain't done none yet, mum, but he's bound he will do the foolishest thing a man of his years can do, and he wants me to stand by and see him. I do lose my patience whilst where I can't find it, as if Christopher hadn't enough to think of it without that. Men is all just creatures without the power of thought and foresight." "Thought? Why, that is precisely what is supposed to be their distinguishing privilege," said Esther, a little inclined to laugh. "And Christopher was always very foresighted." "He ain't now, then," muttered his sister. "What is he doing?" "Miss Esther, that yellow-haired woman has got hold of him." That was said with a certain solemnity, so that Esther was very much bewildered, and most incoherent visions flew past her brain. She waited dumbly for more. "She has, ma'am," the housekeeper repeated. "And Christopher ain't a babby no more, but he's took, and that's what he is. I wish, Miss Esther, as if that would do any good, that we'd stay in Seaforth where we was. I'm that provoked, I don't rightly know myself. Christopher ain't a babby no more, but it seems that don't keep a man from being wuss than a fool." "Do you mean—" "Yes'm, that's what he has done, just that, and I might as well talk to my spoons. I've known it a while, but I was purely ashamed to tell you about it. I always gave Christopher the respect belonging to a man of sense, if he weren't in high places." "But what has he done?" "Didn't I tell you, Miss Esther, that yellow-haired woman has got hold of him?" "Yellow-haired woman? Yes'm, the gardener woman down here. Is Christopher going to take service with her? He don't call it that, ma'am. He speaks gay about being his own master. I reckon he'll find two ain't as easy to manage as one. She knows what she's about, and that woman does, or my name ain't Sarah Barker. Do you mean, cried Esther, do you mean that he is going to marry her? That's what I've been telling you, ma'am, all along. He's going to marry her. That he is, and for as old as he is, that should know better. Oh, but Christopher is not old. That is nothing. He is young enough. I did not think, though, he would have left us. And that, ma'am, is just what he's above all sure and certain he won't do. I tell him, a man can't walk two ways to once, nor he can't serve two masters, even if one of 'em is himself, which that yellow-haired woman won't let come about. No, ma'am, he's certain sure he'll never leave the colonel, ma'am. That ain't his meaning. Esther went silently away, thinking many things. She was more amused than anything else with the light-heartedness of youth, yet she recognized the fact that this might introduce other changes. At any rate, it furnished an occasion for discussing several things with her father. As usual, when she wanted a serious talk with the colonel, she waited till the time when his attention would be turned from his book to his cup of tea. "Papa," she began, after the second cup was on its way, "have you heard anything lately of Christopher's plan?" "Christopher's plan? I did not know he had any plans," said the colonel dryly. "He has, Papa," said Esther, divided between a desire to laugh and a feeling that after all there was something serious about the matter. "Papa, Christopher has fallen in love." "Fallen in what?" shouted the colonel. "Papa, please take it softly. Yes, Papa, really. Christopher is going to be married." "He has not asked my consent." "No, sir, but you know, Christopher is of age," said Esther, unable to maintain a gravity in any way corresponding to that of her father's face. "Don't take that folly. What do you mean?" "He has arranged to marry Mrs. Blumenfeld, the woman who keeps the market garden over here. He does not mean to leave us, Papa. The places are so near, you know. He thinks, I believe, he can manage both." "He is a fool." "Barker is very angry with him, but that does not help anything." "He is an ass," repeated the colonel hotly. "Well, that settles one question." "What question, Papa?" "We have done with Christopher. I want no half service. I suppose he thinks he will make more money, and I am quite willing he should try." Esther could see that her father was much more seriously annoyed than he chose to show. His tone indicated a very unusual amount of disturbance. He turned from the table and took up his book. "But, Papa, how can we do without Christopher?" There was no answer to this. "I suppose he really has a great deal of time to spare. Our garden ground is so little, you know. He does not mean to leave us all." "I mean he shall." Esther sat silent and pondered. There were other things she wished to speak about. Was not this a good occasion? But she hesitated long how to begin. The colonel was not very deep in his book, she could see. He was too much annoyed. "Papa," she said slowly after a while, "are our circumstances any better than they were?" "Circumstances? What do you mean?" "Money, Papa. Have we any more money than we had when we talked about it last fall?" "Where is it to come from?" said the colonel in the same short, dry fashion. It was the fashion in which he was wont to treat unwelcome subjects, and always drove Esther away from a theme unless it were too pressing to be avoided. "Papa, you know I do not know where any of our money comes from, except the interest on the price of the sale at Seaforth." "I do not know where any more is to come from." "Then, Papa, don't you think it would be good to let my schooling stop here?" "No." "Papa, I want to make a very serious proposition to you. Do not laugh at me." The colonel looked like anything but laughing. "But listen to me patiently. You know we cannot go on permanently as we have done this year, paying out more than we took in." "That is my affair." "But it is for my sake, Papa, and so it comes home to me. Now this is my proposal. I have really had schooling enough. Let me give lessons." "Let you do what?" "Lessons, Papa. Let me give lessons. I have not spoken to Miss Fairbairn, but I am almost sure she would be glad of me. One of her teachers is going away. I could give lessons in Latin and French and English and drawing and still have time to study. And I think it would make up perhaps all the deficiency in our income. The colonel looked at her. You have not spoken of this scheme to anybody else? No, sir, of course not. Then do not speak of it. You do not approve of it, Papa? No. My purpose in giving you an education was not that you might be a governess. But, Papa, it would not hurt me to be a governess for a while. It would do me no sort of hurt, and it would help our finances. There is another thing I could teach, mathematics. I have settled that question, said the colonel, going back to his book. Papa, said the girl after a pause, may I give lessons enough to pay for the lessons that are given me? No. But, Papa, it troubles me very much, the thought that we are living beyond our means and on my account. And Esther now looked troubled. Leave all that to me. Well, it was all very well to say. Leave that to me. But Esther had a strong impression that matters of this sort, so left, would not meet very thorough attention. There was an interval here of some length, during which she was pondering and trying to get up her courage to go on. Papa, she broke the silence doubtfully, I do not want to disturb you, but I must speak a little more. Perhaps you can explain. I want to understand things better. Papa, do you know Barker has still less money now to do the marketing with than she had last year? Well, what do you want explained? The tone was dry and not encouraging. Papa, she cannot get the things you want. Do I complain? No, sir, certainly. But is this necessary? Is what necessary? Papa, she tells me she cannot get you the fruit you ought to have. You are stinted in strawberries, and she has not money to buy raspberries. Call Barker. The call was not necessary, for the housekeeper at this moment appeared to take away the tea things. Mrs. Barker, said the colonel, you will understand that I do not wish any fruit purchased for my table, not until further orders. The housekeeper glanced at Esther and answered with her decorous, Certainly, sir, and with that, for the time, the discussion was ended. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 29. Hay and Oats. But it is in the nature of this particular subject that the discussion of it is apt to occur. Esther kept silence for some time, possessing herself in patience as well as she could. Nothing more was said about Christopher by anybody, and things went their old train, minus peaches, to be sure, and also minus pears and plums and nuts and apples, articles which Esther at least missed, whether her father did or not. Then fish began to be missing. I thought, Miss Esther dear, said Mrs. Barker when this failure in the menu was mentioned to her, I thought maybe the Colonel wouldn't mind if he had a good soup, and the fish ain't so nourishing, they say, as the meat of the land creatures. Is it because they drink so much water, Miss Esther? But I think Papa does not like to go without his fish. Then he must have it, Mum, to be sure. But I'm sure I don't know just rightly how to procure it. It must be done, however. The housekeeper's face looked doubtful, notwithstanding her words of assurance, and a vague fear seized her young mistress. Do not get anything you have not money to pay for, at any rate, she said impressively. Well, Mum, and there it is, cried the housekeeper. There is things as cannot be dispensed with, in no gentleman's house. I thought maybe fish need be counted among them things, but now it seems it must. I may as well confess, Miss Esther, that last barrel of flour ain't been paid for yet. Not paid for? Cried Esther in horror. How came that? Well, Mum, just that I hadn't the money, and bread must be had. Not if it cannot be paid for. I would rather starve if it comes to that. You might have got a lesser quantity. No, Mum, replied the housekeeper. You have to have the whole barrel in the end. And if you get it by bits, you pay every time for the privilege. No, Mum, that ain't no economy. It's one of the things that kills poor people. They has to pay for having every quart of onions measured out to 'em. I'm afeard Christopher hain't had no money for his hay and his oats that he's got latterly." "Hay and oats?" cried Esther. "Would he get them without orders and means?" "I suppose he thinks he has his orders from nature. The horse can't be let to go without his victuals, Mum, and means Christopher hadn't. More'n a quarter enough. What was he to do?" Esther stood silent and pale, making no demonstration, but the more profoundly moved and dismayed. "And what's harder on my stomach than all the rest," the housekeeper went on, "is that woman sending us milk." "That woman? Mrs. Blumenfeld?" "Which it was her name, Mum." "Was? You do not mean— Is Christopher really married?" "He says that, Mum, and I suppose he knows. He's back and forth, and don't live nowheres, as I tells him. And the milk comes plentiful, and to be sure the Colonel likes his glass of a mornin', and curds, and blancmange, and the like, I see he's no objection to, but thinks I to myself, if he knowed, it wouldn't go down quite so easy." "If he knew what? Don't you pay for it?" "I'd pay that, Miss Esther, if I paid nothing else, but Christopher's beyond my management and won't hear of no money, nor his wife neither, he says. It's uncommon impudence, Mum, that's what I think it is. Set her up to give us milk and onions and celery, and she would send apples too, only I durstn't put 'em on the table, being forbidden, and so I tells Christopher." Esther was penetrated through and through with several feelings while the housekeeper spoke, touched with the kindness manifested, but terribly humbled that it should be needed, and that it should be accepted. This must not go on, but, in the meantime, there was another thing that needed mending. "Have you been to see your new sister, Barker?" "Me? That yellow-haired woman? No, Mum, and have no desire." "It would be right to go, and to be very kind to her." "She's that independent, Mum, she don't want no kindness. She's got her man, and I wish her joy." "I am sure you may," said Esther, half laughing. "Christopher will certainly make her a good husband. Hasn't he been a good brother?" "Miss Esther," said the housekeeper solemnly, "the things is different. It's my belief there ain't half a dozen men on the face of the earth that is fit to have wives, and one of the half dozen I never see yet. Christopher's a good brother, Mum, as you say. As good as you'll find, maybe. I've not against him as sich. But then, I ain't his wife, and that makes all the differ. There's no tellin' what men don't expect o' their wives, when once they've got 'em." "Expectations ought to be mutual, I should think," said Esther, amused. "But it would be the right thing for you to go and see Mrs. Bounder at any rate, and to be very good to her. And you know, Barker, you always like to do what is right." There was a sweet persuasiveness in the tone of the last words, which at least silenced Mrs. Barker, and Esther went away to think what she should say to her father. The time had come to speak in earnest, and she must not let herself be silenced. Getting into debt on one hand and receiving charity on the other? Esther's pulses made a bound whenever she thought of it. She must not put it so to Colonel Gainsborough. How should she put it? She knelt down and prayed for wisdom, and then she went to the parlor. It was one Saturday afternoon in the winter, school business in full course, and Esther's head and hands very much taken up with her studies. The question of ways and means had been crowded out of her very memory for weeks past. It came with so much the sharper incisiveness now. She went in where her father was reading, poked the fire, brushed up the hearth, finally faced the business in hand. "Papa, are you particularly busy? Might I interrupt you?" "You have interrupted me," said the colonel, letting his hand with the book sink to his side and turning his face towards the speaker. But he said it with a smile, and looked with pleased attention for what was coming. His fair, graceful, dignified daughter was a constant source of pride and satisfaction to him, though he gave little account of the fact to himself, and made scarce any demonstration of it to her. He saw that she was fair beyond most women, and that she had that refined grace of carriage and manner which he valued as belonging to the highest breeding. There was never anything careless about Esther's appearance, or hasty about her movements, or anything that was not sweet as balm in her words and looks. As she stood there now before him, serious and purposeful, her head, which was set well back on her shoulders, carried so daintily, and the beautiful eyes intent with grave meaning amid their softness, Colonel Gainsborough's heart swelled in his bosom for the delight he had in her. "What is it?" he asked. "What do you want to say to me? All goes well at school?" "Oh, yes, Papa, as well as possible. It isn't that, but I am in a great puzzle about things at home." "Ah, what things?" "Papa, we want more money, or we need to make less expenditure. I must consult you as to which and the how." The Colonel's face darkened. "I see no necessity," he answered. "But I do, Papa. I see it so clearly that I am forced to disturb you. I am very sorry, but I must. I am sure the time has come for us to take some decided measures. We cannot go on as we are going now." "I should like to ask, why not?" "Because, Papa, because the outlay and the income do not meet." "It seems to me that is rather my affair," said the Colonel coolly. "Yes, Papa," said Esther with a certain eagerness. "I like it to be your affair. Only tell me what I ought to do." "Tell you what you ought to do about what?" "How to pay as we go, Papa," she answered in a lower tone. "It is very simple," the Colonel said with some impatience. "Let your expenses be regulated by your means. In other words, do not get anything you have not the money for." "I should like to follow that rule, Papa, but—" "Then follow it," said the Colonel, going back to his book as if the subject were dismissed. "But, Papa, there are some things one must have." "Very well, get those things. That is precisely what I mean." "Papa, flour is one of them." "Yes, very well. What then?" "Our last barrel of flour is not paid for." "Not paid for? Why not?" "Barker could not, Papa." "Barker should not have got it then. I allow no debts." "But, Papa, we must have bread, you know. That is one of the things that one cannot do without." "What should she do?" Esther said gently. "She could go to the baker's, I suppose, and get a loaf for the time." "But, Papa, the bread costs twice as much that way, or 1/3 more, if not twice as much. I do not know the exact proportion, but I know it is very greatly more expensive so." The Colonel was well enough acquainted with details of the commissary department to know it also. He was, for a moment, silenced. "And, Papa, Bonaparte too must eat, and his oats and hay are not paid for." It went sharp to Esther's heart to say the words, for she knew how keenly they would go to her father's heart. But she was standing in the breach, and must fight her fight. The Colonel flew out in hot displeasure, sometimes, as we all know, the readiest disguise of pain. "Who dared to get hay and oats in my name and leave it unpaid for?" "Christopher had not the money, Papa, and the horse must eat." "Not without my order," said the Colonel. "I will send Christopher about his own business. He should have come to me." There was a little pause here. The whole discussion was exceedingly painful to Esther, yet it must be gone through, and it must be brought to some practical conclusion. While she hesitated, the Colonel began again. "Did you not tell me that the fellow had some ridiculous foolery with the market woman over here?" "I did not put it just so, Papa, I think," said Esther, smiling in spite of her pain. "Yes, he is married to her." "Married?" cried the Colonel. "Married, do you say? Has he had the impudence to do that?" "Why not, sir? Why not Christopher as well as another man?" "Because he is my servant, and had no permission for me to get married while he was in my service. He did not ask permission." "I suppose he dared not, Papa. You know you are rather terrible when you are displeased. But I think it is a good thing for us that he is married. Mrs. Blumenfeld is a good woman, and Christopher is disposed of, whatever we do." "Disposed of?" said the Colonel. "Yes, I have done with him. I want no more of him." "Then, Papa," said Esther, sinking down on her knees beside her father, and affectionately laying one hand on his knee, "don't you see this makes things easy for us? I have a proposition. Will you listen to it?" "A proposition? Say on." It is evident that we must take some step to bring our receipts and expenses into harmony. Your going without fruit and fish will not do it, Papa, and I do not like that way of saving. Besides, I had rather make one large change, cut off one or two large things, than a multitude of small ones. It is easier and pleasanter. Now, so long as we live in this house, we are obliged to keep a horse, and so long as we have a horse, we must have Christopher or some other man. And so long as we keep a horse and a man, we must make this large outlay that we cannot afford. Papa, I propose we move into the city." "Move? Where?" asked the colonel with a very unedified expression. "We could find a house in the city somewhere, Papa, from which I could walk to Miss Fairbairn's. That could not be difficult." "Who is to find the house?" "Could not you, Papa? Bonaparte would take you all over. The driving would not do you any harm." "I have no idea where to begin," said the colonel, rubbing his head in uneasy perplexity. "I will find out that, Papa. I will speak to Miss Fairbairn. She is a great woman of business. She will tell me." The colonel still rubbed his head thoughtfully. Esther kept her position, in readiness for some new objection. The next words, however, surprised her. "I have sometimes thought," the colonel's fingers were all the while going through and through his hair, the action indicating, as such actions do, the mental movement and condition. "I have sometimes thought lately that perhaps I was doing you a wrong in keeping you here." "Here, Papa? In New York?" "No, in America." "In America? Why, sir?" "Your family, my family, are all on the other side. You would have friends if you were there. You would have opportunities. You would not be alone. And in case I am called away, you would be in good hands. I do not know that I have the right to keep you here." "Papa, I like to be where you like to be. Do not think of that. Why did we come away from England in the first place?" The colonel was silent, with a gloomy brow. "It was nothing better than a family quarrel," he said. "About what? Do you mind telling me, Papa?" "No, child, you ought to know. It was a quarrel on the subject of religion." "How, sir?" "Our family have been independents from all time, but my father married a second wife belonging to the Church of England. She won him over to her way of thinking. I was the only child of the first marriage, and when I came home from India I found a houseful of younger brothers and sisters, all belonging, of course, to the establishment, and my father with them. I was a kind of outlaw. The advancement of the family was thought to depend very much on the stand I would take, as after my father's death I would be the head of the family. At least my stepmother made that a handle for her schemes, and she drove them so successfully that at last my father declared he would disinherit me if I refused to join him." "In being a Church of England man?" "Yes." "But, Papa, that was very unjust." "So I thought, but the injustice was done." "And you disinherited?" "Yes." "Oh, Papa, just because you followed your own conscience." "Just because I held to the traditions of the family. We had always been independents, fought with Cromwell, and suffered under the Stuarts. I was not going to turn my back on a glorious record like that for any possible advantages of place and favor." "What advantages, Papa? I do not understand. You spoke of that before." "Yes," said the colonel a little bitterly. "In that particular my stepmother was right. You little know the social disabilities under which those lie in England who do not belong to the established church. For policy, nobody should be a dissenter." "Dissenter?" echoed Esther, the word awakening a long train of old associations, and for a moment her thoughts wandered back to them. "Yes," the colonel went on, "my father bade me follow him, but with more than equal right I called on him to follow a long line of ancestors, rather hundreds than one." "Papa, in such a matter surely conscience is the only thing to follow," said Esther softly. "You do not think a man ought to be either independent or Church of England just because his fathers have set him the example?" "You do not think example and inheritance are anything?" said the colonel. "I think they are everything, for the right. Most precious. But they cannot decide the right. That a man must do for himself. Must he not?" "Republican doctrine," said the colonel bitterly. "I suppose, after I am gone, you will become a Church of England woman, just to prove to yourself and others that you're not influenced by me." "Papa," said Esther, half laughing, "I do not think that is at all likely, and I am sure you do not. And so that was the reason you came away?" "I could not stay there," said the colonel, "and see my young brother in my place, and his mother ruling where your mother should by right have ruled. They did not love me either. Why should they? And I felt more a stranger there than anywhere else. So I took the little property that came to me from my mother, to which my father in his will had made a small addition, and left England and home forever." There was a pause of some length. "Who is left there now, of the family?" Esther asked. "I have not heard." "Do they never write to you?" "Never." "Nor you to them, Papa?" "No. Since I came away there has been no intercourse whatever between our families." "Oh, Papa!" "I am inclined to regret it now, for your sake." "I am not thinking of that. But, Papa, it must be 16 or 17 years now, isn't it?" "Something like so much." "Oh, Papa, do write to them. Do write to them and make it up. Do not let the quarrel last any longer." "Write to them and make it up?" said the colonel, rubbing his head again. In all his life Esther had hardly ever seen him do it before. "They have forgotten me long ago, and I suppose they are all grown out of my remembrance. But it might be better for you if we went home." "Never mind that, Papa. That is not what I am thinking of. Why, who could be better off than I am? But write and make it up, Papa. Do. It isn't good for families to live so in hostility. Do what you can to make it up." The colonel sat silent, rubbing the hair of his head in every possible direction, while Esther's fancy for a while busied itself with images of an unknown crowd of relations that seemed to flit before her. How strange it would be to have aunts and cousins, young and old family friends, such as other girls had, instead of being so entirely set apart by herself, as it were. It was fascinating, the mere idea. Not that Esther felt her loneliness now. She was busy and healthy and happy, yet this sudden vision made her realize that she was alone. How strange and how pleasant it would be to have a crowd of friends, of one's own blood and name! She mused a little while over this picture, and then came back to the practical present. "Meanwhile, Papa, what do you think of my plan about getting a house in the city and giving up Bonaparte and his Oats? Don't you think it would be comfortable?" The colonel considered the subject, now in a quieter mood, discussed it a little further, and finally agreed to drive into town and see what he could find in the way of a house. End of chapter 29. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 30 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner. Chapter 30. A house. Yet the colonel did not go. Days passed, and he did not go. Esther ventured some gentle reminders, which had no effect, and the winter was gone, and the spring was come, before he made the first expedition to the city in search of a house. Once started on his quest, it is true the colonel carried it on vigorously, and made many journeys for it, but they were all in vain. Rents in the city were found to be so much higher than rents in the country as fully to neutralize the advantage hoped for in a smaller household, and the dismissal of the horse. Not a dwelling could be found where this would not be true. The search was finally given up, and things in the little family went on as they had been going for some time past. Esther at last, under stress of necessity, made fresh representations to her father, and besought leave to give lessons. They were running into debt, with no means of paying. It went sorely against the grain with the colonel to give his consent. Pride and tenderness both rebelled. He hesitated long, but circumstances were too much for him. He yielded at last, not with a groan, but with many groans. "I came here to take care of you," he said, "and this is the end of it." "Don't take it so, Papa," cried Esther. "I like to do it. It is not a hardship." It is a hardship, he retorted, and you will find it so. I find it so now. Even so, Papa, said the girl with infinite sweetness. Suppose it be a hardship, the Lord has given it to me, and so long as I am sure it is something He has given, I want no better. Indeed, Papa, you know I could have no better. I know nothing of the kind. You are talking folly. No, Papa, if you please. Just remember. Look here, Papa. Here are the words. Listen. The Lord God is the sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. No good thing will He withhold from them that walk uprightly. Do you mean to tell me, said the colonel angrily, that all the things that you have not just now, and ought to have, are not good things? Not good for me, or at least not the best, or I should have them. This answer was with a smile so absolutely shadowless that the colonel found nothing to answer but a groan, which was made up of pain and pride and pleasure in inscrutable proportions. The next step was to speak to Miss Fairbairn. That wise woman showed no surprise, and did not distress Esther with any sympathy. She took it as the most natural thing in the world that her favorite pupil should wish to become a teacher, and promised her utmost help. In her own school there was now no longer an opening. That chance was gone, but she gave Esther a recommendation in person to the principal of another establishment, where in consequence Miss Gainsborough found ready acceptance. And now indeed she felt herself a stranger, and found herself alone. This was a different thing from her first entering school as a pupil. And Esther began also presently to perceive that her father had not been entirely wrong in his estimate of a teacher's position and experiences. It is not a path of roses that such a one has to tread, and even the love she may bear to those she teaches, and even the genuine love of teaching them, do not avail to make it so. Woe to the teacher who has not those two alleviations and helps to fall back upon. Esther soon found both, and yet she gave her father credit for having known more about the matter than she did. She was truly alone now. The children loved her, but scattered away from her as soon as her tasks were done. Her fellow teachers she scarcely saw. They were busy and jaded, and with the world outside of school she had nothing to do. She had never had much to do with it, yet at Miss Fairbairn's she had sometimes a little taste of society that was of high order, and all in the house had been at least well known to her, and she to them, even if no particular congeniality had drawn them together. She had lost all that now, and it sometimes came over Esther in those days the thought of her English aunts and cousins as a vision of strange pleasantness. To have plenty of friends and relations of one's own blood, and therefore inalienable, well-bred and refined and cultivated, whereby I am afraid Esther's fancy made them a multiplication of Pitt Dallas. It looked very alluring. She went bravely about her work, and did it beautifully, and was very contented in it, and relieved to be earning money. Yet these visions now and again would come over her mind, bringing a kind of distant sunshiny glow with them, different from the light that fell on that particular bit of life's pathway she was treading just then. They came and went. What came and did not go was Esther's consciousness that she was earning only a little money, and that with that little she could not clear off all the debts that had accrued, and were constantly accruing. When she had paid the butcher, the grocer's bill presented itself, and when she had, after some delay, got rid of that, then came the need for a fresh supply of coal. Esther spent nothing on her own dress that she could help, but her father's was another matter, and Taylor's charges she found were heavy. She went bravely on. She was young and full of spirit, and she was a Christian and full of confidence. Nevertheless, she did begin to feel the worry of these petty, gnawing money cares, which have broken the heart of so many a woman before her. Moreover, another thing demanded consideration. It was necessary, now that she had no longer a home with Miss Fairbairn, that she should go into town and come back every day, and, furthermore, as she was giving lessons in a school, no circumstance of weather or anything else must hinder her being absolutely punctual. Yet Esther foresaw that as the winter came on again, it would be very difficult sometimes to maintain this punctuality, and it became clear to her that it would be almost indispensable for them to move into town, if only a house could be found. Meantime, Christopher went and came about the house, cultivated the garden, and took care of the horse and drove Esther to school, all just as usual, his whilom master never having as yet said one word to him on the subject of his marriage and consequent departure. Whether his wages were paid him, Esther was anxiously doubtful, but she dared not ask. I say whilom master, for there is no doubt that Mr. Bounder in these days felt that nobody was his master but himself. He did all his duties faithfully, but then he took leave to cross the little field which lay between his old home and his new, and to disappear for whole spaces of time from the view of the colonel's family. It was one evening in November. Mrs. Barker was just sitting down to her tea, and Christopher was preparing himself to leave her. I should remark that Mrs. Barker had called on the former Mrs. Blumenfeld and established civil relations between the houses. "Won't you stay, Christopher?" asked his sister. "No, thank ye. I've got a little woman over there who's expecting me." "Does she set as good a table for you as I used to do, in those days when I could?" the housekeeper added, with a sigh. "Well, she ain't just up to some of yo' arts," said Christopher, with a contented face, in which his blue eyes twinkled with a little slyness. "But I'll tell you what, she can cook a dish o' pot pie that you can't beat nor nobody else, and her rye bread is just uncommon." "Rye bread," said the housekeeper with an utterance of disdain. "I'll bring a loaf over," said Christopher, nodding his head, "and you can give some to Miss Esther if you like. Good night." He made few steps of it through the dark cold evening to the house that had become his home. The room that received him might have pleased a more difficult man. It was as clean as hands could make it, bright with cleanliness, lighted and warmed with a glowing fire, and hopeful with the most savory scent of supper. The mistress of the house was busy about her hearth, looking neat and comfortable enough to match her room. As Christopher came in, she lit a candle that stood on the supper table. Christopher hugged himself at this instance of his wife's thrift and sat down. "You've got something that smells uncommon good there," said he approvingly. "I allus do think hot supper's comfortable at the end of a cold day," returned the new Mrs. Bounder. "I don't care what I do as long's I'm busy with all the world all the day long. I can take a piece and a bite and go on, but when it comes night, and I have time to think I'm tired, then I like a good hot something or other." "What have you got there?" said Christopher, peering over at the dish on the hearth which Mrs. Bounder was filling from a pot before the fire. She laughed. "You wouldn't be any wiser ef I told you. It's a little of everything. Give me a good garden, and I can live as well as I want to, and cost no one more than a few shillings, neither. 'Tain't difficult, ef you know how. Now see what you say to that." She dished up her supper, put a plate of green pickles on the table, filled up her teapot, and cut some slices from a beautiful brown loaf, which must have rivaled the rye, though it was not that color. Christopher sat down, said grace reverently, and attacked the viands, while the mistress poured him out a cup of tea. "Christopher," she said, as she handed it to him, "I'd just like to ask you something." "What is it?" "I'd like to know just why you go through that performance." "Performance?" echoed Christopher. "What are you talking about?" "I mean, that bit of a prayer you think it is right to make whenever you're going to put your fork to your mouth." "Oh, I couldn't imagine what you were driving at. Why do I do it?" "I'd like to know, if you think you can tell." "Respectable folk always does it." I don't know about that. So it's for respectability you keep it up?" "No," said Christopher, a little embarrassed how to answer. "It's proper. Don't you know the Bible bids us give thanks?" "Well, have you set out to do all the rest of the things the Bible bids you do? That's just what I'm coming to." A surly man would not perhaps have answered at all, resenting this catechising. But Christopher was not surly and not at all offended. He was perplexed a little, looked at his wife in some sly wonder at her, but answered not. "If I began, I'd go through. I wouldn't make no halfway with it. That's all I was going to say," his wife went on, with a grave face that showed she was not jesting. "It's saying a good deal," remarked Christopher, still looking at her. "It's saying a good deal to make the first prayer. But if I made the first one, I'd make all the rest. I don't abide no half work in my garden, Christopher. That's what I was thinking. and I don't believe him you pray to likes it no better." Christopher was utterly unprepared to go on with this subject, and finally gave up trying and attended to his supper. After a little while his wife struck a new theme. She was not a trained rhetorician, but when she had said what she had to say, she was always contented to stop. "How are things going up your way today?" she asked. "My way is down here, I'm happy to say." "Wow, up to the colonel's then. What's the news?" "Ain't no sort of news. Never is. They're always at the old things. The colonel he lies on his sofy, and Miss Esther she goes and comes. They want to get a house in town, now she's going so regular, only they can't find one to fit." "Can't find a house? I thought there was houses enough in all New York." "Houses enough, but they all is set up so high in their rents, you see." "Is that the trouble?" "That is exactly the trouble. And Miss Esther, I can see, she doesn't know just what to do." "They ain't getting along well, Christopher?" "Well, there's no doubt they ain't. I should say they was getting on uncommon bad. Don't seem as if they could any way pay up all their bills at once. They pay this man, and then run up a new score with some other man. Miss Esther, she tries all she knows, but there ain't no one to help her. They get this house cheaper than they get anyone in town, I guess. They'd best stay where they be." "Yes, but you see, Miss Esther has to go and come every day now. She's teaching in a school, that's what she is," said Christopher, letting his voice drop as if he were speaking of some desecration. "That's what she is, and so she has to be there regular. Rain or shine makes no difference. And if they was in town, you see, they wouldn't want the horse, nor me." "You don't cost 'em nothin'," returned Mrs. Bounder. "No, but they don't know that. And if they knowed it, you see, there'd be the devil to pay." "I wouldn't give myself bad names if I was you," remarked Mrs. Bounder quietly. "Christopher." "What then?" "I'm just thinking." "What are you thinking about?" "Just you wait till I know myself, and I'll tell ye." Christopher was silent, watching from time to time his spouse, who seemed to be going on with her supper in orderly fashion. Mr. Bounder was not misled by this, and watched curiously. He had acquired in a few months a large respect for his wife. Her very unadorned attire, and her peculiar way of knotting up her hair, did not hinder that he had a great and growing value for her. Christopher would have liked her certainly to dress better, and to put on a cap. Nevertheless, and odd as it may seem, he was learning to be proud of his very independent wife, and even boasted to his sister that she was a character. Now he waited for what was to come next. "I guess I was a fool," began Mrs. Bounder at last, "but it came into my head, if they're in such a fix as you say, whether maybe they wouldn't take up with my house. I guess hardly likely." "Your house?" inquired Christopher in astonishment, but his wife calmly nodded. "Your house?" repeated Christopher. "Which one?" "Well, not this one, I guess," said his wife quietly, "but I've got one in town." "A house in town? Why, I never heard of it before." "No, 'cause it's been standing empty for a spell back, doing nothing. If there had been rent coming in, I guess you'd have heard of it. But the last folks went out, and I hadn't found no one that suited me to let have it." "Would it do for the colonel and Miss Esther?" "That's just what I don't know, Christopher. It would do as fur as the rent goes, and it's all right and tight. It won't let the rain in on 'em. I've kept it in order." "I should like to see what you don't keep in order," said Christopher admiringly. "Well, I guess it's my imagination. For, come to think of it, it ain't just such a house as your folks are accustomed to." "The thing is," said Christopher gravely, "they can't have just what they're accustomed to. Leastways, I'm afeared they can't. I'll just speak to Miss Esther about it." "Well, you can do that. 'Twon't do no harm. I allays think, when anybody's grown poor, he'd best take in his belt a little." End of chapter 30. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 31 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 31. Major Street. According to the conclusion thus arrived at, Christopher took the opportunity of speaking to Esther the very next time he was driving her in from school. Esther immediately pricked up her ears and demanded to know where the house was situated. Christopher told her. It was a street she was not acquainted with. "Do you know how to find the place, Christopher?" "Oh, yes, Miss Esther. I can find the place, to be sure, but I'm afraid my little woman has made a mistake." "What is the rent?" Christopher named the rent. It was less than what they were paying for the house they at present occupied, and Esther at once ordered Christopher to turn about and drive her to the spot. It was certainly not a fashionable quarter, not even near Broadway or State Street. Nevertheless, it was respectable, inhabited by decent people. The house itself was a small wooden one. Now it is true that at that day New York was a very different place from what it is at present, and a wooden house, and even a small wooden house, did not mean then what it means now, an abode of Irish washerwomen, or of something still less distinguished. Yet Esther startled a little at the thought of bringing her father and herself to inhabit it. Christopher had the key, and he fastened Bonaparte and let Esther in, and went all over the house with her. It was in order, truly, as its owner had said, even clean, and nothing was off the hinges or wanting paint or needing plaster. Right and tight it was, and susceptible of being made an abode of comfort. Yet it was a very humble dwelling, comparatively, and in an insignificant neighborhood, and Esther hesitated. Was it pride, she asked herself? Why did she hesitate? Yet she lingered over the place, doubting and questioning and almost deciding it would not do. Then Christopher, I cannot tell whether consciously or otherwise, threw in a make-weight that fell in the scale that was threatening to rise. "If you please, Miss Esther, would you speak to the master about the blacksmith's bill? I don't hardly never see the colonel these days." Esther faced round upon him. The word bill always came to her now like a sort of stab. She repeated his words. "The blacksmith's bill?" "Yes, Mum. That is, Creasy, the blacksmith, just on the edge of the town. It's been running along, 'cause I never could get sight of the colonel to speak to him about it." "Bill for what?" "Shoes, Mum." "Shoes?" repeated Esther. "The blacksmith? What do you mean?" "Shoes for Bonaparte, Mum. He does kick off his shoes as fast as any horse ever I see, and they does wear, Mum, on the stones." "How much is the bill?" "Well, Mum," said Christopher uneasily, "it's been running along, and it's astonishing how things does mount up. It's quite a good bit, Mum. It's nigh on to $50. It took away Esther's breath. She turned away, that Christopher might not see her face, and began to look at the house as if a sudden new light had fallen upon it. Small and mean, and unfit for Colonel Gainsborough and his daughter. That had been her judgment concerning it 5 minutes before, but now it suddenly presented itself as a refuge from distress. If they took it, the relief to their finances would be immediate and effectual. There was a little bit of struggle in Esther's mind. To give up their present home for this would involve a loss of all the prettiness in which she had found such refreshment. There would be here no river and no opposite shore, and no pleasant country around with grass and trees and a flower garden. There would be no garden at all, and no view except of a very humdrum little street, built up and inhabited by mechanics and tradespeople of a humble grade. But then, no debt, and Esther remembered that in her daily prayer for daily bread she had also asked to be enabled to owe no man anything. Was here the answer? And if this were the Lord's way for supplying her necessities, should she refuse to accept it and to be thankful for it? "It is getting late," was Esther's conclusion as she turned away. "We had better get home, Christopher, but I think we will take the house. I must speak to Papa, but I think we will take it. You may tell Mrs. Bounder so, with my thanks." It cost a little trouble, yet not much, to talk the colonel over. He did not go to see the house, and Esther did not press that he should. He took her report of it, which was an unvarnished one, and submitted himself to what seemed the inevitable. But his daughter knew that her task would have been harder if the colonel's imagination had had the assistance of his eyesight. She was sure that the move must be made, and if it were once effected she was almost sure she could make her father comfortable. To combat his objections beforehand might have been a more difficult matter. Esther found Mrs. Barker's dismay quite enough to deal with. Indeed, the good woman was at first overwhelmed, and sat down, the first time she was taken to the house, in a sort of despair, with a face wan in its anxiety. "What's the matter, Barker?" Esther said cheerily. "You and I will soon put this in nice order with Christopher's help, and then, when we have got it fitted up, we shall be as comfortable as ever. You will see." "Oh, dear Miss Esther," the housekeeper ejaculated, "that ever I should see this day! The like of you and my master!" "What then?" said Esther, smiling. "Barker, shall we not take what the Lord gives us, and be thankful? I am." "There ain't no use for Christopher here, as I see," Mrs. Barker went on. "No, and he will not be here. Do you see now how happy it is that he has got a home of his own, which you were disposed to think so unfortunate?" "I haven't changed my mind, Mum," said the housekeeper. "How's your horse going to be kept without Christopher?" "I am not going to keep the horse. Here I shall not need him." "The drive you took was very good for you, Mum." "I will take walks instead. Don't you be troubled. Dear Barker, do you not think our dear Lord knows what is good for us? And do you not think what He chooses is the best? I do." Esther's face was very unshadowed, but the housekeeper's, on the contrary, seemed to darken more and more. She stood in the middle of the floor, in one of the small rooms, surveyed the prospect alternately within and without the windows. "Miss Esther, dear," she began again, as if irrepressibly, "you're young, and you don't know how queer the world is. There's many folks that won't believe you are what you be, if they see you are living in a place like this." Did not Esther know that? And was it not one of the whispers in her mind which she found it hardest to combat? She had begun already to touch the world on that side, on which Barker declared it was "queer." She went, it is true, hardly at all into society, scarce ever left the narrow track of her school routine, yet even there once or twice a chance encounter had obliged her to recognize the fact that in taking the post of a teacher she had stepped off the level of her former associates. It had hurt her a little and disappointed her. Nobody, indeed, had tried to be patronizing. That was nearly impossible towards anybody whose head was set on her shoulders in the manner of Miss Gainsborough's. But she felt the slighting regard in which low-bred people held her on account of her work and position. And so large a portion of the world is deficient in breeding, that to a young person at least the desire of self-assertion comes as a very natural and tolerably strong temptation. Esther had felt it, and trodden it underfoot, and yet Mrs. Barker's words made her wince. How could anybody reasonably suppose that a gentleman would choose such a house in such a street to live in? "Never mind, Barker," she said cheerfully after a pause. "What we have to do is the right thing, and then let all the rest go." "Has the colonel seen it, Miss Esther?" "No, and I do not mean he shall, till we have got it so nice for him that he will feel comfortable." The work of moving and getting settled began without delay. Mrs. Barker spent all the afternoons at the new house, and thither came Esther also every day as soon as school was out at 3 o'clock. The girl worked very hard in these times, for after her long morning in school she gave the rest of the daylight hours to arranging and establishing furniture, hanging draperies, putting up hooks, and the like, and after that she went home to make her father's tea, and give him as much cheery talk as she could command. In the business of moving, however, she found unexpected assistance. When Christopher told his wife of the decision about the house, the answering remark, made approvingly, was, "That's a spunky little girl." "What do you mean?" said Christopher, not approving such an irreverent expression. "She's got stuff in her. I like that sort." "But that house ain't really a place for her, you know." "That's what I'm looking at," returned Mrs. Bounder, with a broad smile at him. "She ain't scared by no nonsense from doing what she's got to do. Don't you be scared neither. Houses don't make the folks that live in 'em. But what I'm thinking of is, they'll want lots of help to get along with their moving. Christopher, do you know there's a big box wagon in the barn?" "I know it." "Well, That'll carry their things first rate, if you can tackle up your fine steppin' French emperor there with our dolly. Will he draw in double harness?" "Will he? Well, I'll try to persuade him. And you needn't to let on anything about it. They ain't obleeged to know where the wagon comes from." "You're as clever a woman as any I know," said Mr. Bounder, with a smile of complacency. "Sally up there can't beat you. And she's a smart woman, too." A few minutes were given to the business of the supper table, and then Mrs. Bounder asked, "What are they going to do with the French emperor?" "Bonaparte?" Christopher called it Bonaparte. "Well, they'll have to get rid of him somehow. I suppose that job will come on me." "I was thinking, our dolly's getting old." "Bonaparte was old some time ago," returned Christopher, with a sly twinkle of his eyes as he looked at his wife. "There's work in him yet, ain't there?" "Lots." "Then 2 old ones would be as good as 1 young one, and better, for they'd draw the double wagon. What'll they ask for him?" "It'll be what I can get, I'm thinking." "What did you pay for him?" Christopher named the sum the colonel had given. It was not a high figure. However, he knew, and she knew, that a common draft horse for their garden work could be had for something less. Mrs. Bounder meditated a little, and finally concluded, "It won't break us." "Save me lots of trouble," said Christopher, "if you don't mind paying so much." "If you don't mind, Christopher," his wife returned, with a grin. "I've got the money here in the house. You might hand it over to Miss Esther tomorrow. I'll bet you she'll know what to do with it." Christopher nodded. "She'll be uncommon glad of it, to be sure. There ain't much cash come into her hands for a good bit, and I see sometimes she's been real worried." So Esther's path was smoothed in more ways than one, and even in more ways than I have indicated. For Mrs. Bounder went over and insinuated herself, with some difficulty, so far into Mrs. Barker's good graces that she was allowed to give her help in the multifarious business and cares of the moving. She was capital help. Mrs. Barker soon found that any packing entrusted to her was sure to be safely done, and the little woman's wits were of the first order, always at hand, cool, keen, and comprehensive. She followed, or rather went with the wagon to the house in Major Street, helped unpack, helped put down carpets, helped clear away litter and arrange things in order, and further still, she constantly brought something with her for the bodily refreshment and comfort of Esther and the housekeeper. Her delicious rye bread came, loaf after loaf, sweet butter, eggs, and at last some golden honey. There was no hindering her, and her presence and ministry grew to be a great assistance and pleasure also to Esther. Esther tried to tell her something of this. "You cannot think how your kindness has helped me," she said, with a look which told more than her words. "Don't," said Mrs. Bounder, when this had happened a second time. "I was reading in the Bible the other day. You set me reading the Bible, Miss Esther, where it says something about a good woman ministerin' to the saints. I ain't no saint myself, and I guess it'll never be said of me, but I suppose the next thing to bein' a saint is ministerin' to the saints, and I'd like to do that anyhow, if I only knowed how." "You have been kind ever since I knew you," said Esther. "I am glad to know our Christopher has got such a good wife." Mrs. Bounder laughed a little slyly, as she retorted, "Ain't there nothing to be glad of on my side, too?" "Indeed, yes," answered Esther. "Christopher is as true and faithful as it is possible to be. And as to business, but you do not need that I should tell you what Christopher is," she broke off, laughing. There was a pleasant look in the little woman's eyes as she stood up for a moment and faced Esther. "I guess I took him most of all because he belonged to you," she said. End of chapter 31, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 32 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 32. Moving. Esther made to herself a pleasure of getting the little dwelling in order. With 2 such helpers as she had, the work went on bravely, and Christopher got in coal and chopped wood enough to last all winter. The ready money from the sale of Bonaparte had given her the means for that and for some other things. She was intent upon making the new home look so homelike that her father should be in some measure consoled for the shock which she knew its exterior would give him. The Colonel liked no fire so well as one of his native sea coal. The house had open fireplaces only, so Esther had some neat grates put in the 2 lower rooms and in her father's sleeping chamber. They had plenty of carpets, and the 2 little parlors were soon looking quite habitable. "We will keep the back one for a dining room," she said to Mrs. Barker. "That will be convenient for you, being nearest the kitchen stairs, and this will be for Papa's study. But it has a bare look yet. I must make some curtains and put up to hide the view of that dreadful street." "That'll cost money, Mum," observed the housekeeper. "Wouldn't some of them old ones at home be passable if they was made over a bit?" "The color would not fit here. No, that would not do. I'll get some chintz that is dark and bright at once. I have money. Oh, we are going to be rich now, Barker, and you shall not be stinted in your marketing any more. And this is going to be very nice, inside." To the outside Esther could not get accustomed. It gave her a kind of prick of dismay every time she saw it anew. What would her father say when he saw it? Yet she had done right and wisely. Of that she had no doubt at all. It was very unreasonable that, her judgment being satisfied, her feelings should rebel. Yet it did rebel. When did ever one in her family live in such a place before? They had come down surely very far to make it possible. Only in the matter of money, to be sure, but then money has to do largely with the outward appearance one makes, and upon the appearance depends much of the effect upon one's fellow creatures. The whisper would come back in Esther's mind. Who will believe you are what you are if they see you coming out of such a house? And what then? She answered the whisper. If the Lord has given us this place to dwell in, that and all other effects and consequences of it are part of His will in the matter. What if we are to be overlooked and looked down upon? What have I to do with it? What matters it? Let pride be quiet, and faith be very thankful. Here are all my difficulties set aside, and no danger of not paying our debts any more. She reasoned so, and fought against pride, if pride it were, which took the other side. She would be thankful, and she was. Nevertheless, a comparison would arise now and then with the former times, and with their state at Seaforth, and further back still, with the beauties and glories of the old manor house in England. Sometimes Esther felt a strange wave of regret come over her at the thought of the gay circle of relations she did not know, who were warm in the shelter of prosperity and the cheer of numbers. She knew herself in a better shelter, yes, and in a better cheer, and yet sometimes, as I said, an odd feeling of loss and dissent would come over her as she entered Major Street. Esther was working hard these days, which no doubt had something to do with this. She rushed from her morning duties to the school, then at 3 o'clock rushed to Major Street, and from there, when it grew too dark to work, drove home to minister to her father. Probably her times of discouragement were times when she was a little tired. The thought was very far from her usually. In her healthy and happy youth, busy life, and mental and spiritual growth and thrift, Esther's wants seemed to be all satisfied, and so long as things ran their ordinary course, she felt no deficiency. But there are conditions in which one is warm so long as one does not move, while the first stir of change brings a chill over one. And so sometimes now, as Esther entered Major Street or set her face towards it, she would think of her far-off circle of Gainsborough cousins, with a half-wish that her father could have borne with them a little more patiently, and once or twice the thought came, too, that the Dallases never let themselves be heard from any more. Not even Pitt. She would not have thought it of him, but he was away in a foreign country, and it must be that he had forgotten them. His father and mother were near, and could not forget. Was not the old house there before them always to remind them? But they were rich and prosperous and abounding in everything. They had no need of the lonely two who had gone out of their sight and who did need them. It was the way of the world, so the world said. Esther wondered if that were really true, and also wondered now and then if Major Street were to be henceforth not only the sphere, but the limit of her existence. She never gave such thoughts harbor. They came and they went, and she remained the cheerful, brave, busy girl she had long been. The small house at last looked homelike. On the front room Esther had put a warm, dark-looking carpet, The chintz curtains were up and in harmony with the carpet, and the Colonel's lounge was new covered with the same stuff. The old furniture had been arranged so as to give that pleasant, cozy air to the room, which is such a welcome to the person entering it, making the impression of comfort and good taste, and of the habit of good living. Not good living in matters of the table, but in those other matters which concern the mind's nourishment and social well-being. Everything was right and in order, and Esther surveyed her work with much content. "It looks very nice," she said to her good friend the housekeeper. "It do, Mum," Mrs. Barker answered with a reservation. "But I'm thinking, Miss Esther, I can't stop thinking, whatever'll the Colonel say when he sees the outside?" "He shall see the inside first. I have arranged that. And, Barker, we must have a capital supper ready for him. We can afford it now. Have a pheasant, Barker. There is nothing he likes better. And some of that beautiful honey Mrs. Bounder has brought us. I never saw such rich honey, I think. And I have good hope Papa will be pleased, and put up with things, as I do." "Your Papa remembers Gainsborough Manor, Mum, and that's what you don't." "What then? Mrs. Barker, do you really think the Lord does not know what is good for us? That is sheer unbelief. Take what he gives and be thankful. Barker, why do you suppose the angels came to the sepulchre so, as they did the morning of the resurrection?" "Mum," said Mrs. Barker, quite taken aback by the sudden change of subject, but Esther went on in a pleasant, pleased tone of interest. "I was reading the last chapter of Matthew this morning, and it set me to thinking. You know a number of them, the angels, came, and were seen about the sepulchre, and I suppose there was just a crowd of them coming and going that morning. What for, do you suppose?" "Miss Esther," said the housekeeper open-mouthed, "I'm sure I can't say." "Why, they came to see the place, Barker, just for that. They knew what had been done, and they just came in crowds as soon as Jesus had left the sepulchre, perhaps before, to look at the spot where that wonder of all wonders had been. But it never occurred to me before how like it was to the way we human creatures feel and do. That was what they came for, and don't you remember what one of them, with his lightning face and his robes of whiteness, sitting on the stone, said to the women? He told them to do what he had been doing. Come see the place. It brought the angels nearer to me than ever they had seemed to be before." Mrs. Barker stood there spellbound, silenced. To be sure, if Miss Esther's head was so busy with the angels, she was in a sort lifted up above the small matters or accidents of common earthly life. And as much as the words, the girl's face awed her too, its expression was so consonant with them. "Now, Barker, Christopher may bring up some coal and make a fire before he drives back for Papa. In both rooms, Barker, and hark! What is that?" A long-drawn, musical cry was sounding a little distance off, slowly come nearer as it was repeated. A cry that New York never hears now, but that used to come through the streets in the evening with a sonorous, half-melancholy intonation, pleasant to hear. "Oysters! Oysters! Here's your fresh oysters!" "That's just what we want, Barker. Get Christopher to stop the man." Esther had arranged that her father's room and belongings at home should not be disturbed until the very day when he himself should make the transfer from the one house to the other. So until that morning even the Colonel's sofa had not been moved. Now it was brought over and placed in position between the fireplace and the window, where the occupant would have plenty of light and warmth. The new chintz cover had been put on it, the table was placed properly, and the books which the Colonel liked to have at hand lay in their usual position. In the back room the table was set for supper. The rooms communicated, though indeed not by folding doors. Still the eye could go through and catch the glow of the fire, and see the neat green drugget on the floor and the pleasant array on the supper table. "It looks very nice, Barker," Esther could not help saying again. "It certainly do, Mum," was the answer, in which, nevertheless, Esther heard the aforementioned mental reservation. If her father liked it! Yes, that could not be known till he came, and she drew a breath of patient anxiety. It was too dark for him to take the effect of anything outside. She had arranged that. One thing at a time, she thought. The house today, Major Street tomorrow. She met him in the hall when he came, giving him a kiss and a welcome, helped him to take off his greatcoat, and conducted him into the small apartment so carefully made ready for him. It offered as much tasteful comfort as it was possible for a room of its inches to do. Esther waited anxiously for the effect. The colonel warmed his hands at the blaze and took his seat on the sofa, eyeing things suspiciously. "What sort of a place is this we have come to?" were his first words. "Don't you think it is a comfortable place, Papa? This chimney draws beautifully, and the coal is excellent. It is really a very nice little house, Papa. I think it will be comfortable." "Not very large," said the colonel, taking with his eye the measure of the room. "No, Papa, and none the worse for that. Room enough for you, and room enough for me, and quite room enough for Barker, who has to take care of it all. I like the house very much." "What sort of a street is it?" "Must that question come up tonight?" Esther hesitated. "I thought, sir, the street was of less importance to us than the home. It is very comfortable, and the rent is so moderate that we can pay our way and be at ease. Papa, I would not like the finest house in the world if I had to run in debt to live in it." "What is the name of the street?" "Major Street." "Whereabouts is it? In the darkness I could not see where we were going." "Papa, it is in the east part of the city, not very far from the river. Fulton Market is not very far off either, which is convenient." "Who lives here?" asked the colonel, with a gathering frown on his brow. "I know none of the people, nor even their names." "Of course not, but you know, I suppose, what sort of people they are?" "They are plain people, Papa. They are not of our class. They seem to be decent people." "Decent? What do you mean by decent?" "Papa, I mean not disorderly people, not disreputable. And is not that enough for us, Papa?" "Oh, Papa, does it matter what the people are, so long as our house is nice and pretty and warm, and the low rent just relieves us from all our difficulties? Papa, do be pleased with it. I think it is the very best thing we could have done." "Esther, there are certain things that one owes to oneself." "Yes, sir, but must we not pay our debts to other people first?" "Debts? We were not in debt to anybody." "Yes, Papa, to more than one, and I saw no way out of the difficulty till I heard of this house. And I am so relieved now. You cannot think with what a relief. If only you are pleased, dear Papa." "He must know so much of the truth," Esther said to herself with rapid calculation. The colonel did not look pleased, it must be confessed. All the prettiness and pleasantness on which Esther had counted to produce a favorable impression seemed to fail of its effect. Indeed, seemed not to be seen. The colonel leaned his head on his hand and uttered something very like a groan. "So this is what we have come to?" he said. "You do not know what you have done, Esther." Esther said nothing to that. Her throat seemed to be choked. She looked at her beautiful little fire, and had some trouble to keep tears from starting. "My dear, you did it for the best, I do not doubt," her father added presently. "I only regret that I was not consulted before an irrevocable step was taken." Esther could find nothing to answer. It is quite true that a man remains himself, whatever he does that is not morally wrong. It is true that our real dignity is not changed. Nevertheless, people pass in the world not for what they are, but for what they seem to be. "Oh, Papa, do you think that?" Esther cried, but the colonel went on, not heeding her. "So, if you take to making shoes, it will be supposed that you are no better than a cobbler. And if you choose your abode among washerwomen, you will be credited with tastes and associations that fit you for your surroundings. Have we that sort of a neighborhood?" he asked suddenly. "I do not know, Papa," Esther said meekly. The colonel fairly groaned again. It was getting to be more than she could stand. "Papa," she said gently, "we have done the best we knew. At least I have, and the necessity is not one of our own making. Let us take what the Lord gives. I think He has given us a great deal, and I would rather, for my part, that people thought anything of us, rather than that we should miss our own good opinion. I do not know just what the inhabitants are, round about here, but the street is at least clean and decent, and within our own walls we need not think about it. Inside it is very comfortable, Papa." The colonel was silent now, not, however, seeming to see the comfort. There was a little interval, during which Esther struggled for calmness and a clear voice. When she spoke, her voice was very clear. "Barker has tea ready, Papa, I see. I hope that will be as good as ever, and better, for we have got something you like. Shall we go in? It is in the other room." "Why is it not here, as usual, in my room? I do not see any reason for the change." "It saves the mess of crumbs on the floor in this room, and then it saves Barker a good deal of trouble to have the table there." "Why should Barker be saved trouble here more than where we have come from? I do not understand." "We had Christopher there, Papa. Here Barker has no one to help her, except what I can do." "It must be the same thing to have tea in one room or in another, I should think." Esther could have represented that the other room was just at the head of the kitchen stairs, while to serve the tea on the colonel's table would cost a good many more steps. But she had no heart for any further representations. With her own hands, and with her own feet, which were by this time wearily tired, she patiently went back and forth between the two rooms, bringing plates and cups and knives and forks, and tea-tray, and bread and butter and honey and partridge and salt and pepper, from the one table to the other, which, by the way, had first to be cleared of its own load of books and writing materials. Esther deposited these on the floor and on chairs, and arranged the table for tea, and pushed it into the position her father was accustomed to like. The tea kettle she left on its trivet before the grate in the other room, and now made journeys uncounted between that room and this, to take and fetch the teapot. Talk languished meanwhile, for the spirit of talk was gone from Esther, and the colonel, in spite of his discomfiture, developed a remarkably good appetite. When he had done, Esther carried everything back again. "Why do you do that? Where is Barker?" her father demanded at last. "Barker has been exceedingly busy all day, putting down carpets and arranging her storeroom. I am sure she is tired." "I suppose you are tired too, are you not?" "Yes, Papa." He said no more, however, and Esther finished her work, and then sat down on a cushion at the corner of the fireplace, in one of those moods belonging to tired mind and body, in which one does not seem at the moment to care any longer about anything. The lively, blazing coal fire shone on a warm, cozy little room, and on two somewhat despondent figures. For his supper had not brightened the colonel up a bit. He sat brooding. Perhaps his thoughts took the road that Esther's had often followed lately, for he suddenly came out with a name now rarely spoken between them. "It is a long while that we have heard nothing from the Dallases." "Yes," said Esther apathetically. "Mr. Dallas used to write to me now and then." "They are busy with their own concerns, and we are out of sight. Why should they remember us?" "They used to be good neighbors in Seaforth." "Pitt, Papa, I do not think his father and mother were ever especially fond of us." "Pitt never writes to me now," the colonel went on, after a pause. "He is busy with his concerns. He has forgotten us too. I suppose he has plenty of other things to think of. Oh, I have given up Pitt long ago." The colonel brooded over his thoughts a while, then raised his head and looked again over the small room. "My dear, it would have been better to stay where we were," he said regretfully. Esther could not bear to pain him by again reminding him that their means would not allow it, and as her father lay back upon the sofa and closed his eyes, she went away into the other room and sat down at the corner of that fire, where the partition wall screened her from view. For she wanted to let her head drop on her knees and be still, and a few tears that she could not help came hot to her eyes. She had worked so hard to get everything in nice order for her father. She had so hoped to see him pleased and contented, and now he was so illogically discontented. Truly he could tell her nothing she did not already know about the disadvantages of their new position, and they all rushed upon Esther's mind at this minute with renewed force. The pleasant country and the shining river were gone. She would no longer see the lights on the Jersey shore when she got up in the morning. The air would not come sweet and fresh to her windows. There would be no singing of birds or fragrance of flowers around her, even in summer. She would have only the streets and the street cries and noises and dust and unsweet breath. The house would do inside, But outside, what a change! And though Esther was not very old in the world, nor very worldly wise for her years, she knew, if not as well as her father, yet she knew, that in Major Street she was pretty nearly cut off from all social intercourse with her kind. Her school experience and observation had taught her so much. She knew that her occupation as a teacher in a school was enough of itself to put her out of the way of invitations, and that an abode in Major Street pretty well finished the matter. Esther had not been a favorite among her school companions in the best of times. She was of too uncommon a beauty, perhaps. Perhaps she was too different from them in other respects. Pleasant as she always was, she was nevertheless separate from her fellows by a great separation of nature, and that is a thing not only felt on both sides, but never forgiven by the inferiors. Miss Gainsborough, daughter of a rich and influential retired officer, would, however, have been sought eagerly and welcomed universally. Miss Gainsborough, the schoolteacher, daughter of an unknown somebody who lived in Major Street, was another matter. Hardly a desirable acquaintance. For what should she be desired? Esther had not been without a certain dim perception of all this, and it came to her with special disagreeableness just then, when every thought came that could make her dissatisfied with herself and with her lot. Why had her father ever come away from England, where friends and relations could not have failed? Why had he left Seaforth, where at least they were living like themselves, and where they would not have dropped out of the knowledge of Pitt Dallas? The feeling of loneliness crept again over Esther, and a feeling of having to fight her way, as it were, single-handed. Was this little house, in Major Street, henceforth to be the scene and sphere of her life and labors? How could she ever work up out of it into anything better? Esther was tired, and felt blue, which was the reason why all these thoughts and others chased through her mind, and more than one tear rolled down and dropped on her stuff gown. Then she gathered herself up. How had she come to Major Street and to school teaching? Not by her own will or fault. Therefore it was part of the training assigned for her by a wisdom that is perfect and a love that never forgets. And Esther began to be ashamed of herself. What did she mean by saying, "The Lord is my shepherd," if she could not trust him to take care of his sheep? And now, how had she been helped out of her difficulties, enabled to pay her debts, brought to a home where she could live and be clear of the world? Yes, and live pleasantly too? And as for being alone, Esther rose with a smile. Can I not trust the Lord for that too, she thought. If it is his will I should be alone, then that is the very best thing for me, and perhaps he will come nearer than if I had other distractions to take my eyes in another direction. Barker came in to remove the tea things, and Esther met her with a smile, the brightness of which much cheered the good woman. "Was the pheasant good, Mum?" she asked in a whisper. "Capital, Barker, and the honey, and Papa made a very good supper. And I am so thankful, Barker, for the house is very nice, and we are moved." End of chapter 32, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 33 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 33. Betty. It was summer again, and on the broad grassy street of Seaforth the sunshine poured in its full power. The place lay silent under the heat of midday. Not a breath stirred the leaves of the big elms, and no passing wheel stirred the dust of the roadway, which was ready to rise at any provocation. It was very dry and very hot. Yet at Seaforth those two facts, though proclaimed from everybody's mouth, must be understood with a qualification. The heat and the dryness were not as elsewhere. So near the sea as the town was, a continual freshness came from this in vapors and cool airs, and mitigated what in other places was found oppressive. However, the Seaforth people said it was oppressive too, and things are so relative in the affairs of life that I do not know if they were more contented than their neighbors. But everybody said the heat was fine for the hay, and as most of the inhabitants had more or less of that crop to get in, they criticized the weather only at times when they were thinking of it in some other connection. At Mrs. Dallas's there was no criticism of anything. In the large, comfortable rooms, where windows were all open, and blinds tempering the too ardent light, and cool mats on the floors, and chintz furniture looked light and summery, there was an atmosphere of pure enjoyment and expectation, for Pitt was coming home again, and his mother was looking for him with every day. She was sitting now awaiting him. No one could tell at what hour he might arrive, and his mother's face was beautiful with hope. She was her old self, not changed at all by the 4 or 5 years of Pitt's absence, as handsome and as young and as stately as ever. She made no demonstration now, did not worry either herself or others with questions and speculations and hopes and fears respecting her son's coming, yet you could see on her fine face, if you were clever at reading faces, the lines of pride and joy, and now and then a quiver of tenderness. It was seen by one who was sitting with her, whose interest and curiosity it involuntarily moved. This second person was a younger lady, indeed a young lady, not by comparison, but absolutely. A very attractive person, too. She had an exceedingly good figure, which the trying dress of those times showed in its full beauty. Woe to the lady then whose shoulders were not straight, or the lines of her figure not flowing, or the proportions of it not satisfactory. Every ungracefulness must have shown its full deformity, with no possibility of disguise. Every angle must have been aggravated, and every untoward movement made doubly fatal. But the dress only set off and developed the beauty that could bear it, and the lady sitting with Mrs. Dallas neither feared nor had need to fear criticism. Something of that fact appeared in her graceful posture and in the brow of habitual superiority, and in the look of the eyes that were now and then lifted from her work to her companion. The eyes were beautiful, and they were also queenly. At least their calm fearlessness was not due to absence of self-consciousness. She was a pretty picture to see. The low-cut dress and fearfully short waist revealed a white skin and a finely molded bust and shoulders. The very scant and clinging robe was of fine white muslin, with a narrow, dainty border of embroidery at the bottom, and a scarf of the same was thrown on her shoulders. The round white arms were bare, the little tufty white sleeves making a pretty break between them and the soft shoulders, and the little hands were busy with a strip of embroidery, which looked as if it might be destined for the ornamentation of another similar dress. The lady's face was delicate, intelligent, and attractive rather than beautiful. Her eyes, however, as I said, were fine, and over her head and upon her neck curled ringlets of black, lustrous hair. "You think he will be here today?" she said, breaking the familiar silence that had reigned for a while. She had caught one of Mrs. Dallas's glances towards the window. "He may be here any day. It is impossible to tell. He would come before his letter." "You are very fond of him, I can see. What made you send him away from you? England is so far off." Mrs. Dallas hesitated, put up the end of her knitting needle under her cap, and gently moved it up and down in meditative fashion. "We wanted him to be an Englishman, Betty." "Why, Mrs. Dallas? Is he not going to live in America?" "Probably." "Then why make an Englishman of him? That will make him discontented with things here." "I hope not. He was not changed enough for that when he was here last. Pitt does not change." "He must be an extraordinary character," said the young lady, with a glance at Pitt's mother. "Dear Mrs. Dallas, how am I to understand that?" "Pitt does not change," repeated the other. "But one ought to change. That is a dreadful sort of people that go on straight over the heads of circumstances, just because they laid out the road there before the circumstances arose. I have seen such people. They tread down everything in their way." "Pitt does not change," Mrs. Dallas said again. Her companion thought she said it with a certain satisfied confidence. And perhaps it was true, but the moment after Mrs. Dallas remembered that if the proposition were universal, it might be inconvenient. "At least he is hard to change," she went on. "Therefore his father and I wished him to be educated in the old country, and to form his notions according to the standard of things there. I think a republic is very demoralizing." "Is the standard of morals lower here?" inquired the younger lady demurely. "I am not speaking of morals in the usual sense. Of course, that. But there is a little too much freedom here. And besides, I wanted Pitt to be a true Church of England man. Isn't he that? Oh, yes, I have no doubt he is now, but he had formed some associations I was afraid of. With my son's peculiar character, I thought there might be danger. I rely on you, Betty, said Mrs. Dallas, smiling, to remove the last vestige. The young lady gave a glance of quick, keen curiosity and understanding, in which sparkled a little amusement. What can I do? She asked demurely. Bewitch him, as you do everybody. Bewitch him and hand him over to you? She remarked. No, said Mrs. Dallas, not necessarily. You must see him before you can know what you would like to do with him. Do I understand, then? He is supposed to be in some danger of lapsing from the true faith? Oh, no, my dear. I did not say that. I meant only if he had stayed in America. It seems to me there is a general loosening of all bonds here. Boys and girls do their own way. Was it only the general spirit of the air, Mrs. Dallas, or was it a particular influence that you feared? Well, both, said Mrs. Dallas, again applying her knitting needles under her cap. The younger lady was silent a few minutes, going on with her embroidery. This is getting to be very interesting, she remarked. It is very interesting to me, replied the mother with a thoughtful look, for, as I told you, Pitt is a very fast friend, and persistent in all his likings and dislikings. Here he had none but the company of dissenters, and I did not want him to get in with people of that persuasion. Is there much society about here? I fancied not. No society for him. Country people, farmers, people of that stamp, nothing else. I should have thought, dear Mrs. Dallas, that you would have been quite a sufficient counteraction to temptation from such a source? Mrs. Dallas hesitated. Boys will be boys, she said. But he is not a boy now? He is 24. Not a boy, certainly, but do you know, that is an age when men are very hard to manage? It is easier earlier or later. Not difficult to you at any time, said the other flatteringly. The conversation dropped there. At least there came an interval of quiet working on the young lady's part, and of rather listless knitting on the part of the mother, whose eyes went wistfully to the window without seeing anything. And this lasted till a step was heard at the front door. Mrs. Dallas let fall her needles in her yarn and rose hurriedly, crying out, That is not Mr. Dallas, and so speaking, rushed into the hall. There was a little bustle, a smothered word or two, and then a significant silence, which lasted long enough to let the watcher left behind in the drawing-room conclude on the very deep relation subsisting between mother and son. Steps were heard moving at length, but they moved and stopped. There was lingering and slow progress, and words were spoken, broken questions from Mrs. Dallas, and brief responses in a stronger voice that was low-pitched and pleasant. The figures appeared in the doorway at last, but even there lingered still. The mother and son were looking into one another's faces and speaking those absorbed little utterances of first meeting which are insignificant enough, if they were not weighed with such a burden of feeling. Miss Betty, sitting at her embroidery, cast successive rapid glances of curiosity and interest at the newcomer. His voice had already made her pulses quicken a little, for the tone of it touched her fancy. The first glance showed him tall and straight. The second caught a smile which was both merry and sweet. A third saw that the level brows expressed character, and then the two people turned their faces towards her and came into the room, and Mrs. Dallas presented her son. The young lady rose and made a reverence according to the more stately and more elegant fashion of the day. The gentleman's obeisance was profound in its demonstration of respect. Immediately after, however, he turned to his mother again, a look of affectionate joy shining upon her out of his eyes and smile. 2 years, she was exclaiming. Pitt, how you have changed! Have I? I think not much. No, in one way not much. I see you are your old self, but 2 years have made you older. So they should. Somehow I had not expected it, said the mother, passing her hand across her eyes with a gesture a little as if there were tears in them. I thought I should see my boy again, and he is gone. Not at all, said Pitt, laughing. Mistaken, Mother. There is all of him here that there ever was. The difference is that now there is something more." "What?" she asked. "A little more experience, a little more knowledge, let us hope, a little more wisdom." "There is more than that," said the mother, looking at him fondly. "What?" "It is the difference I might have looked for," she said. "Only, somehow, I had not looked for it." And the swift passage of her hand across her eyes gave again the same testimony of a few minutes before. Her son rose hereupon and proposed to withdraw to his room, and as his mother accompanied him, Miss Betty noticed how his arm was thrown round her, and he was bending to her and talking to her as they went. Miss Betty stitched away busily, thus keeping time with her needle, for some time thereafter. Yet she did not quite know what she was thinking of. There was a little stir in her mind, which was so unaccustomed that it was delightful. It was also vague, and its provoking elements were not clearly discernible. The young lady was conscious of a certain pleasant thrill in the view of the task to which she had been invited. It promised her possible difficulty, for even in the few short minutes just passed she had gained an inkling that Mrs. Dallas's words might be true, and Pitt not precisely a man that you could turn over your finger. It threatened her possible danger, which she did not admit. Nevertheless, the stinging sense of it made itself felt and pricked the pleasure into livelier existence. This was something out of the ordinary. This was a man not just cut after the common workaday pattern. Miss Betty recalled involuntarily one trait after another that had fastened on her memory. Eyes of bright intelligence and hidden power, a very frank smile, and especially, with all that, the great tenderness which had been shown in every word and look to his mother. The good breeding and ease of manner Miss Betty had seen before. This other trait was something new, and perhaps she was conscious of the little pull it gave at her heartstrings. This was not the manner she had seen at home, where her father had treated her mother as a sort of queen consort, certainly, co-regent of the house, but where they had lived upon terms of mutual diplomatic respect, and her brothers, if they cared much for anybody but number one, gave small proof of the fact. What a brother this man would be! What a something else! Miss Betty sheered off a little from just this idea. Not that she was averse to it, or that she had not often entertained it. Indeed, she had entertained it not 2 hours ago about Pitt himself. But the presence of the man and the recognition of what was in him had stirred in her a kindred delicacy which was innate, as in every true woman, although her way of life and some of her associates had not fostered it. Betty Frere was a true woman, originally. Alas, she was also now a woman of the world. Also, she was poor, and to make a good marriage she had known for some years was very desirable for her. What a very good marriage this would be! Poor girl, she could not help the thought now, and she must not be judged hardly for it. It was in the air she breathed, and that all her associates breathed. Betty had not been in a hurry to get married, having small doubt of her power to do it in any case that pleased her. Now, somehow, she was suddenly confronted by a doubt of her power. I am pulling out the threads of what was to Betty only a web of very confused pattern. She did not try to unravel it. Her consciousness of just 2 things was clear: the pleasant stimulus of the task set before her, and a little sharp premonition of its danger. She dismissed that. She could perform the task and detach Pitt from any imaginary ties that his mother was afraid of, without herself thereby becoming entangled. It would be a game of uncommon interest and entertainment, and a piece of benevolence, too. But Betty's pulses, as I said, were quickened a little. End of chapter 33. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 34 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 34. Holidays. She did not see her new acquaintance again till they met at the supper table. She behaved herself then in an extremely well-bred way, was dignified and reserved and quiet, hardly said anything, as with a nice recognition that her words were not wanted, scarce ever seemed to look at the new arrival, of whom, nevertheless, Not a word nor a look escaped her, and was simply an elegant, quiet figure at the table, so lovely to look at that words from her seemed to be superfluous. Whether the stranger saw it, or whether he missed anything, there was no sign. He seemed to be provokingly and exclusively occupied with his father and mother. Hardly, she thought, giving to herself all the attention which is due from a gentleman to a lady. Yet he fulfilled his duties in that regard, albeit only as one does it to whom they are a matter of course. Betty listened attentively to everything that was said, while she was to all appearance indifferently busied with her supper. But the conversation ran, as it is wont to run at such times, when hearts long absent have found each other again, and fling trifles about, knowing that their stores of treasure must wait for a quieter time to be unpacked. They talked of weather and crops and Pitt's voyage, and the neighbors and the changes in the village, and the improvements about the place, not as if any of these things were much cared for. They were bubbles floating on their cups of joy. Questions asked and questions answered, as if in the pleasure of speaking to one another again the subject of their words did not matter, or as if the supreme content of the moment could spare a little benevolence even for these outside things. At last a question was asked which made Betty prick up her ears. This must have been due to something indefinable in the tone of the speakers, for the words were nothing. "Have you heard anything of the Gainsboroughs?" "No." It was the elder Dallas who answered. "What has become of them?" "I am not in condition to tell." "Have you written to them?" "No, not since the last time, and that was a good while ago." "Then you do not know how things are with them, of course. I do not see how you have let them drop out of knowledge so. They were not exactly people to lose sight of." "Why not, when they went out of sight?" "You do not even know, sir, whether Colonel Gainsborough is still living?" "How should I? But he was as likely to live as any other man." "He did not think so." "For which very reason he would probably live longer than many other men. There is nothing like a hypochondriac for tough holding out." "Well, I must search New York for them this time until I find them." "What possible occasion, Pitt?" said his mother, with a tone of uneasiness which Betty noted. "Duty, mamma, and also pleasure. But duty is imperative." "I do not see the duty. You tried to look them up the last time you were here, and failed." "I shall not fail this time." "If it depended on your will," remarked his father coolly. "But I think the probability is that they have gone back to England, and are consequently no longer in New York." "What are the grounds of that probability?" "When last I heard from the colonel, he was proposing the question of reconciliation with his family, and as I have heard no more from him since then, I think the likeliest thing is that he has made up his quarrel and gone home." "I can easily determine that question by looking over the shipping lists." "Perhaps not," said Mr. Dallas, rubbing his chin. "If he has gone, I think it will have been under another name. The one he bore here was, I suspect, assumed." "What for?" demanded Pitt, somewhat sharply. "Reasons of family pride, no doubt. That is enough to make men do foolisher things." "It would be difficult to find a foolisher thing to do," replied his son. But then the conversation turned. It had given Miss Betty something to think of. She drew her own conclusions without asking anybody, and in some indefinite, inscrutable way it stimulated and confirmed her desire for the game Mrs. Dallas had begged her to play. Human hearts are certainly strange things. What were the Gainsboroughs to Miss Betty Frere? Nothing in the world, half an hour before. Now? Now there was a vague suspicion of an enemy somewhere, a scent of rivalry in the air, an immediate rising of partisanship. Were these the people of whom Mrs. Dallas was afraid, against whom she craved help? She should have help. Was it not even a meritorious thing to withdraw a young man from untoward influences and keep him in the path marked out by his mother? Miss Frere scented a battle like Job's war-horse. In spirit, that is, outwardly, nothing could show less signs of war. She was equal to Pitt in her seeming careless apartness. The difference was that with her it was seeming, and with him reality. She lost not a word. She failed not to observe and regard every movement. She knew, without being seen to look, just what his play of feature and various expressions were. All the while she was calmly embroidering, or idly gazing out of the window, or skillfully playing chess with Mr. Dallas, whom she inevitably beat. Pitt, the while, his mother thought, and so thought the young lady herself, was provokingly careless of her attractions. He was going hither and thither, over the farm with his father, about the village, to see the changes and look up his old acquaintances. Often, too, busy in his room where he had been wont to spend so many hours in the old time. He was graver than he used to be, with the manner of a man and a thoughtful one. He showed not the least inclination to amuse himself with his mother's elegant visitor. Mrs. Dallas became as nearly fidgety as it was her nature to be. "What do you think of my young friend?" she asked Pitt when he had been a day or two at home. "The lady? She is a very satisfactory person, to the eye." "To the eye? It is only my eyes, you will remember, mother, that know anything about her." "That is your fault. Why do you let it be true?" "Very naturally, I have had something else to think of." "But she is a guest in the house, and you really seem to forget it, Pitt. Can't you take her for a drive?" "Where shall I take her?" "Where? There is all the country to choose from." "What a question! You never used to be at a loss, as I remember, in old times, when you went driving about with that little protégé of yours." It was very imprudent of Mrs. Dallas, and she knew it immediately, and was beyond measure vexed with herself. But the subject was started. "Poor Esther," said Pitt thoughtfully. "Mamma, I can't understand how you and my father should have lost sight of those people so." "They went out of our way." "But you sometimes go to New York." "Passing through to Washington. I could not have time to search for people whose address I did not know." "I cannot understand why you did not know it. They were not the sort of people to be left to themselves. A hypochondriac father, who thought he was dying, and a young girl just growing up to need a kind mother's care, which she had not. I would give more than I can tell you to find her again." "What could you possibly do for her, Pitt? You, reading law and living in chambers in the Temple, in London, and she a grown young woman by this time, and living in New York. No doubt her father is quite equal to taking care of her." Pitt made no reply. His mother repeated her question. "What could you do for her?" She was looking at him keenly, and did not at all like a faint smile which hovered for a second upon his lips. "That is a secondary question," he said. "The primary is, where is she? I must go and find out." "Your father thinks they have gone back to England. It would just be lost labor, Pitt." "Not if I found that was true." "What could you do for them if you could discover them?" "Mother, that would depend on what condition they were in. I made a promise once to Colonel Gainsborough to look after his daughter." "A very extraordinary promise for him to ask, or for you to give, seeing you were but a boy at the time." "Somewhat extraordinary, perhaps. However, that is nothing to the matter." There was a little vexed pause, and then Mrs. Dallas said, "In the meanwhile, instead of busying yourself with faraway claims, which are no claims, what do you think of paying a little attention to a guest in your own house?" Pitt lifted his head and seemed to prick up his ears. "Miss Frere? You wish me to take her to drive?" "I am willing, mamma." "Insensible boy! You ought to be very glad of the privilege." "I would rather take you, mother." The drive accordingly was proposed that very day, did not, however, come off. It was too hot, Miss Frere said. She was sitting in the broad veranda at the back of the house, which looked out over the garden. It was an orderly wilderness of cherry trees and apple trees and plum trees, raspberry vines and gooseberry bushes, with marigolds and 4 o'clocks and love in a puzzle and hollyhocks and daisies and larkspur, and a great many more sweet homely groves that nobody makes any account of nowadays. Sunlight just now lay glowing upon it, and made the shade of the veranda doubly pleasant, the veranda being further shaded by honeysuckle and trumpet creeper which breathed round the pillars and stretched up to the eaves, and the scent of the honeysuckle was mingled with the smell of roses which came up from the garden. In this sweet and bowery place Miss Frere was sitting when she declared it was too hot to drive. She was in an India garden chair, and had her embroidery as usual in her hand. She always had something in her hand. Pitt lingered, languidly contemplating the picture she made. "It is hot," he assented. "When it is hot I keep myself quiet," she went on, You seem to be of another mind. I make no difference for the weather. Don't you? What energy! Then you are always at work? Who said so? I said so as an inference. When the weather has been cool enough to allow me to take notice, I have noticed that you were busy about something. You tell me now that weather makes no difference. Life is too short to allow weather to cut it shorter, said Pitt, throwing himself down on a mat. I think I have observed that you too always have some work in hand whenever I have seen you. My work amounts to nothing, said the young lady. At least you would say so, I presume. What is it? Miss Betty displayed her roll of muslin, on the free portion of which an elegant line of embroidery was slowly growing, multiplying and reproducing its white buds and leaves and twining shoots. Pitt regarded it with an unenlightened eye. I am as wise as I was before, he said. Why, look here, said the young lady, with a slight movement of her little foot calling her attention to the edge of her skirt, where a somewhat similar line of embroidery was visible. I am making a border for another gown. Pitt's eye went from the one embroidery to the other. He said nothing. You are not complimentary, said Miss Frere. I am not yet sure that there is anything to compliment. The young lady gave him a full view of her fine eyes for half a second, or perhaps it was only that they took a good look at him. Don't you see, she said, that it is economy and thrift and all the household virtues? Not having the money to buy trimming, I am manufacturing it. And the gown must be trimmed? Unquestionably. You would not like it so well if it were not. That is possible. The question remains. What question? Whether life is not worth more than a bit of trimming. Life, echoed the young lady a little scornfully. An hour now and then is not life. It is the stuff of which life is made. What is life good for? That is precisely the weightiest question that can occupy the mind of a philosopher. Are you a philosopher, Mr. Dallas? In so far as a philosopher means a lover of knowledge, a philosopher who has attained unto knowledge, I am not. That sort of knowledge. You have been studying it? I have been studying it for years. What life is good for? Said the young lady, with again a lift of her eyes which expressed a little disdain and a little impatience. But she saw Pitt's face with a thoughtful earnestness upon it. He was not watching her eyes, as he ought to have been. Her somewhat petulant words he answered simply. What question of more moment can there be? I am here, a human creature with such and such powers and capacities. I am here for so many years, not numerous. What is the best thing I can do with them and myself? Get all the good out of them you can. Certainly, but you observe that is no answer to my question of how. Good is pleasure, isn't it? Is it? I think so. Make pleasure lasting, and perhaps I should agree with you. But how can you do that? You cannot do it, that ever I heard. It is not in the nature of things. Then what is the good of pleasure when it is over and you have given your life for it? Well, if pleasure won't do, take greatness, then. What sort of greatness? Pitt asked in the same tone. It was the tone of one who had gone over the ground. Any sort will do, I suppose, said Miss Frere with half a smile. The thing is, I believe, to be great, no matter how. I never had that ambition myself, but that is the idea, isn't it? What is it worth, supposing it gained? People seem to think it is worth a good deal, by the efforts they make and the things they undergo for it. Yes, said Pitt thoughtfully. They pay a great price, and they have their reward. And, I say, what is it worth? Why, Mr. Dallas, said the young lady, throwing up her head, it is worth a great deal, all it costs. To be noble, to be distinguished, to be great and remembered in the world. What is a worthy ambition, if that is not? That is the general opinion. But what is it worth, when all is done? Name any great man you think of as specially great. Napoleon Bonaparte, said the young lady immediately. Do not name him, said Pitt. He wore a brilliant crown, but he got it out of the dirt of low passions and cold-hearted selfishness. His name will be remembered, but as a splendid example of wickedness. Name some other. Name one yourself, said Betty. I have succeeded so ill. Name them all, said Pitt. Take all the conquerors, from Ramses the Great down to our time. Take all the statesmen, from Moses and onward. Take Apelles, at the head of a long list of wonderful painters, philosophers, from Socrates to Francis Bacon, discoverers and inventors, from the man who first made musical instruments in the lifetime of Adam, our forefather, to Watt and the steam engine. Take any or all of them. We are very glad they lived and worked. We are the better for remembering them. But I ask you, what are they the better for it? This appeal, which was evidently meant in deep earnest, moved the mind of the young lady with so great astonishment that she looked at Pitt as a lusus naturae. But he was quite serious and simply matter-of-fact in his way of putting things. He looked at her, waiting for an answer, but got none. We speak of Alexander and praise him to the skies, him of Macedon, I mean. What is that, do you think, to Alexander now? If it is nothing to him, then what is the use of being great? Said Miss Frere in her bewilderment. You are coming back to my question. There ensued a pause, during which the stitches of embroidery were taken slowly. What do you intend to do with your life, Mr. Dallas, since pleasure and fame are ruled out? The young lady asked. You see, that decision waits on the previous question, he answered. But it has got to be decided, said Miss Frere, or you will be nothing. Yes, I am aware of that. There was again a pause. Miss Frere, Pitt then began again. Did you ever see a person whose happiness rested on a lasting foundation? The young lady looked at her companion anew, as if he were to her a very odd character. What do you mean? She said. I mean a person who was thoroughly happy, not because of circumstances, but in spite of them. To begin with, I never saw anybody that was thoroughly happy. I do not believe in the experience. I am obliged to believe in it. I have known a person who seemed to be clean lifted up out of the mud and mire of troublesome circumstances, and to have got up to a region of permanent clear air and sunshine. I have been envying that person ever since. May I ask, was it a man or a woman? Neither. It was a young girl. It is easy to be happy at that age. Not for her. She had been very unhappy. And got over it? Yes, but not by virtue of her youth or childishness, as you suppose. She was one of those natures that are born with a great capacity for suffering, and she had begun to find it out early, and it was from the depths of unhappiness that she came out into clear and peaceful sunshine, with nothing to help her either in her external surroundings. Couldn't you follow her steps and attain her experience? Asked Miss Frere mockingly. Pitt rose up from the mat where he had been lying, laughed, and shook himself. As you will not go to drive, he said, I believe I will go alone. But he went on horseback and rode hard. End of chapter 34. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 35 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner. Chapter 35. Antiquities. As Pitt went off, Mrs. Dallas came on the veranda. You would not go to drive? She said to Betty. It is so hot, dear Mrs. Dallas. I had what was much better than a drive, a good long talk. What do you think of my boy? Asked the mother, with an accent of happy confidence in which there was also a vibration of pride. He puzzles me. Has he not some peculiar opinions? Have you found that out already? Said Mrs. Dallas, with a change of tone. That shows he must like you very much, Betty. My son is not given to letting himself out on those subjects. Even to me he very seldom speaks of them. What subjects do you mean, dear Mrs. Dallas? Inquired the young lady softly. I mean, said Mrs. Dallas, uneasily and hesitating, some sort of religious questions. I told you he had had to do at one time with dissenting people, and I think their influence has been bad for him. I hoped in England he would forget all that, and become a true churchman. What did he say? Nothing about the church or about religion. I do not believe it would be easy for anyone to influence him, Mrs. Dallas. You can do it, Betty, if anyone. I am hoping in you. The young lady, as I have intimated, was not averse to the task, all the rather that it promised some difficulty. All the rather, too, that she was stimulated by the idea of counter-influence. She recalled more than once what Pitt had said of that young girl, and tried to make out what had been in his tone at the time. No passion, certainly. He had spoken easily and frankly, too easily to favor the supposition of any very deep feeling, and yet not without a certain cadence of tenderness, and undoubtedly with the confidence of intimate knowledge. Undoubtedly, also, the influence of that young person, whatever its nature, had not died out. Miss Betty had a little question in her own mind that she must have been one of the persons referred to and dreaded by Mrs. Dallas as dissenters, and the young lady determined to do what she could in the case. She had a definite point of resistance now, and felt stronger for the fray. The fray, however, could not be immediately entered upon. Pitt departed to New York, avowedly to look up the Gainsboroughs, and there, as 2 years before, he spent unwearied pains in pursuit of his object. Also, as then, in vain. He returned after more than a week of absence, a baffled man. His arrival was just in time to allow him to sit down to dinner with the family, so that Betty heard his report. "Have you found the Gainsboroughs?" his father asked. "No, sir." "Where did you look?" "Everywhere." "What have you done?" his mother asked. "Everything." "I told you I thought they were gone back to England." "If they are, there is no sign of it, and I do not believe it. I have spent hours and hours at the shipping offices, looking over the lists of passengers, and of one thing I am certain, they have not sailed from that port this year." "Not under the name by which you know them?" "And not under any other. Colonel Gainsborough was not a man to hide his head under an alias, but they know nothing of any Colonel Gainsborough at the post office." "That is strange." "They never had many letters, you know, sir, and the Colonel had given up his English paper. I think I know all the people that take the London Times in New York, and he is not one of them." "He has gone home," said Mr. Dallas comfortably. "I can find that out when I go back to England, and I will." Miss Betty said nothing and asked never a word, but she lost none of all this. Pitt was becoming a problem to her. All this eagerness and painstaking would seem to look towards some very close relations between the young man and these missing people. Yet Pitt showed no annoyance nor signs of trouble at missing them. Was it that he did not really care? Was it that he had not accepted failure, and did not mean to fail? In either case, he must be a peculiar character, and in either case there was brought to light an uncommon strength of determination. There is hardly anything which women like better in the other sex than force of character, not because it is a quality in which their own sex is apt to be lacking, on the contrary, but because it gives a woman what she wants in a man, something to lean upon and somebody to look up to. Miss Betty found herself getting more and more interested in Pitt and in her charge concerning him. How it was to be executed she did not yet see. She must leave that to chance. Nothing could be forced here. Where liking begins to grow, there also begins fear. She retreated to the veranda after dinner with her embroidery. By and by Mrs. Dallas came there too. It was a pleasant place in the afternoon, for the sun was on the other side of the house, and the sea breeze swept this way, giving its saltness to the odors of rose and honeysuckle and mignonette. Mrs. Dallas sat down and took her knitting. Then, before a word could be exchanged, they were joined by Pitt. That is, he came on the veranda, but for some time there was no talking. The ladies would not begin, and Pitt did not. His attention, wherever it might be, was not given to his companions. He sat thoughtful and determinately silent. Mrs. Dallas's knitting needles clicked. Miss Betty's embroidery thread went noiselessly in and out. Bees hummed and flitted about the honeysuckle vines. There was a soft, sweet, luxurious atmosphere to the senses and to the mind. This went on for a while. "Mr. Pitt," said Miss Betty, "you are giving me no help at all." He brought himself and his attention round to her at once, and asked how he could be of service. "Your mother," began Miss Betty, stitching away, "has given me a commission concerning you. She desires me to see to it that ennui does not creep upon you during your vacation in this unexciting place. How do I know but it is creeping upon you already, and you give me no chance to drive it away?" Pitt laughed a little. "I was never attacked by ennui in my life," he said. "So you do not want my services?" "Not to fight an enemy that is nowhere in sight. Perhaps he is your enemy, and I might be helpful in another way." It occurred to him that he had been charged to make Miss Frere's sojourn in Seaforth pleasant, and some vague sense of what this mutual charge might mean dawned upon him with the rising light of amusement. "I don't know," said the young lady. "You did once propose a drive. If you would propose it again, perhaps I would go. We cannot help its being hot." So they went for a drive. The roads were capital, the evening was lovely, the horses went well, and the phaeton was comfortable. If that was not enough, it was all. Miss Frere bore it for a while patiently. "Do you dislike talking?" she asked at length meekly, when a soft bit of road and the slow movement of the horses gave her a good opportunity. "I? Not at all," said Pitt, rousing himself as out of a muse. "Then I wish you would talk. Mrs. Dallas desires that I should entertain you, and how am I to do that unless I know you better?" "So you think people's characters come out in talking?" "If not their characters, at least something of what is in their heads, what they know and don't know, what they can talk about, in short." "I do not know anything to talk about." "Oh, fie, Mr. Dallas! You who have been to Oxford and London. Tell me, what is London like? An overgrown New York, I suppose?" "No, neither. Overgrown means grown beyond strength or usefulness. London is large, but not overgrown, in any sense." "Well, like New York, only larger?" "No more than a mushroom is like a great old oak. London is like that, an old oak, gnarled and twisted and weather-worn, with plenty of hale life and young vigor springing out of its rugged old roots." "That sounds poetical." "If you mean not true, you are under a mistake." "Then it seems you know London?" "I suppose I do, better than many of those who live in it. When I am there, Miss Frere, I am with an old uncle who is an antiquary and an enthusiast on the subject of his native city. From the first it has been his pleasure to go with me all over London, and tell me the secrets of its old streets, and show me what was worth looking at. London was my picture book, my theatre, where I saw tragedy and comedy together, my museum of antiquities. I never tire of it, and my Uncle Strahan is never tired of showing it to me." "Why, what is it to see?" asked Miss Frere, with some real curiosity. "For one thing, it is an epitome of English history, strikingly illustrated." "Oh, you mean Westminster Abbey? Yes, I have heard of that, of course, but I should think that was not interminable." "I do not mean Westminster Abbey." "What then, please?" "I cannot tell you here," said Pitt, smiling, as the horses, having found firm ground, set off again at a gay trot. "Wait till we get home, and I will show you a map of London." The young lady, satisfied with having gained her object, waited very patiently, and told Mrs. Dallas on reaching home that the drive had been delightful. Next day Pitt was as good as his word. He brought his map of London into the cool matted room where the ladies were sitting, rolled up a table, and spread the map out before Miss Frere. The young lady dropped her embroidery and gave her attention. "What have you there, Pitt?" his mother inquired. "London, mamma." "London?" Mrs. Dallas drew up her chair too, where she could look on while Pitt briefly gave an explanation of the map, showed where was the city and where the fashionable quarter. "I suppose," said Miss Frere, studying the map, "the parts of London that delight you are over here?" indicating the West End. "No," returned Pitt, "by no means. The City and the Strand are infinitely more interesting." "My dear," said his mother, "I do not see how that can be." "It is true, though, mother. All this," drawing his finger round a certain portion of the map, "is crowded with the witnesses of human life and history, full of remains that tell of the men of the past and their doings and their sufferings. Miss Frere's fine eyes were lifted to him in inquiry. Meeting them, he smiled and went on. I must explain. Where shall I begin? Suppose, for instance, we take our stand here at Whitehall. We are looking at the banqueting house of the palace, built by Inigo Jones for James I. The other buildings of the palace, wide and splendid as they were, have mostly perished. This stands yet. I need not tell you the thoughts that come up as we look at it. Charles I was executed there, I know. What else? There is a whole swarm of memories, and a whole crowd of images belonging to the palace of which this was a part. Before the time you speak of, there was Cardinal Wolsey. Oh, Wolsey, I remember. His outrageous luxury and pomp of living, and his disgrace. Then comes Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, and their marriage. Henry's splendors and his death. All that was here. In those days the buildings of Whitehall were very extensive, and they were further enlarged afterwards. Here Elizabeth held her court, and here she lay in state after death. James I comes next. He built the banqueting house, and in his son's time, the royal magnificence displayed at Whitehall was incomparable. All the gaieties and splendors and luxury of living that then were possible were known here. And here was the scaffold where he died. The next figure is Cromwell's. Leave him out, said Mrs. Dallas with a sort of groan of impatience. What shall I do with the next following, Mamma? That is Charles II. He had a right there at least. He abused it. At least he was a king and a gentleman. If I could show you Whitehall as it was in his day, Mother, I think you would not want to look long, but I shall not try. We will go on to Charing Cross. The old palace extended once nearly so far. Here is the place, he pointed to a certain spot on the map. What is there now? Asked Betty. Not the old cross, that is gone, but, of course, I cannot stand there without in thought going back to Edward I and his queen. In its place is a brazen statue of Charles I, and in fact, when I stand there the wind seems to sweep down upon me from many a mountain peak of history. Edward and his rugged greatness, and Charles and his weak folly, and the Protectorate, and the Restoration. For here, where the statue stands, stood once the gallows where Harrison and his companions were executed, when the king had his own again. Sometimes I can hardly see the present when I am there for looking at the past. You are enthusiastic, said Miss Frere, but I understand it. Yes, that is not like New York, not much. What became of the cross, Pitt? Pulled down, Mother, like everything else in its day. Who pulled it down? The Republicans. The Republicans! Yes, it was like them, said Mrs. Dallas. Rebellion, dissent, and a want of feeling for whatever is noble and refined all go together. That was the Puritans. Pretty strong, said Pitt, and not quite fair either, is it? How much feeling for what is noble and refined was there in the court of the second Charles? And how much of either, if you look below the surface, was in the policy or the character of the first Charles? He did not destroy pictures and pull down statues, said Mrs. Dallas. He was at least a gentleman. But the Puritans were a low set, always. I cannot forgive them for the work they did in England. You may thank heaven for some of the work they did. But for them, you would not be here today in a land of freedom. Too much freedom, said Mrs. Dallas. I believe it is good to have a king over a country. Well, go on from Charing Cross, won't you? Said Miss Frere. I am interested. I never studied a map of London before. I am not sure I ever saw one. I do not know which way to go, said Pitt. Every step brings us to new associations. Every street opens up a chapter of history. Here is Northumberland House, a grand old building, full of its records. Howards and Percys and Seymours have owned it and built it, and there General Monk planned the bringing back of the Stuarts. Going along the Strand, every step is full of interest. Just here used to be the palace of Sir Nicholas Baron and his son. Then James I's favourite, the Duke of Buckingham, lived in it, and the beautiful watergate is yet standing which Inigo Jones built for him. All the Strand was full of palaces which have passed away, leaving behind the names of their owners in the streets which remain or have been built since. Here Sir Walter Raleigh lived. Here the Dudleys had their abode, and Lady Jane Grey was married. Here was the house of Lord Burleigh. But let us go on to the church of St. Mary le Strand. Here once stood a great maypole, round which there used to be merry doings. The Puritans took that down too, mother. What for? They held it to be, in some sort, a relic of heathen manners. Then under Charles II it was set up again, and here, once, 4,000 children were gathered and sang a hymn on some public occasion of triumph in Queen Anne's reign. Is it not there now? Oh, no. It was given to Sir Isaac Newton and made to subserve the uses of a telescope. How do you know all these things, Mr. Pitt? Every London antiquary knows them, I suppose. And I told you, I have an old uncle who is a great antiquary. London is his particular hobby. He must have had an apt scholar, though. Much liking makes good learning, I suppose, said the young man. A little further on is the church of St. Clement Danes, where Dr. Johnson used to attend divine service. About here stands Temple Bar. Temple Bar? Said Miss Frere. I have heard of Temple Bar all my life, and never connected any clear idea with the name. What is Temple Bar? It is not very much of a building. It is the barrier which marks the bound of the city of London. Isn't it London on both sides of Temple Bar? London, but not the city. The city proper begins here. On the west of this limit is Westminster. There are ugly associations with Temple Bar, I know, said Miss Frere. There are ugly associations with everything. Down here stood Essex House, where Essex defended himself, and from which he was carried off to the Tower. There, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, Thomas Babington and his party died for high treason, and there Russell died. And just up here is Smithfield. It is all over, the record of violence, intolerance, and brutality. It meets you at every turn. It is only what would be in any other place as old as London, said Mrs. Dallas. In old times people were rough, of course, but they were rough everywhere. I was thinking, said Miss Frere, Mr. Dallas gives a somewhat singular justification of his liking for London. Is it? Said Pitt. It would be singular if the violence were there now, but to read the record and look on the scene is interesting and for me fascinating. The record is of other things too. See, in this place Milton lived and wrote. Here Franklin abode. Here Charles Lamb. From an inn in this street Bishop Hooper went away to die. And so I might go on and on. At every step there is the memorial of some great man's life, or some noted man's death. And with all that, there are also the most exquisite bits of material antiquity, old picturesque houses, old crypts of former churches over which stands now a modern representative of the name, old monuments many, old doorways and courts and corners and gateways. Come over to London, and I will take you down into the crypt of St. Paul's and show you how history is presented to you there. The crypt? Said Miss Frere, doubting somewhat of this invitation. Yes, the old monuments are in the crypt. My dear, said Mrs. Dallas, I do not understand how all these things you have been talking about should have so much charm for you. I should think the newer and handsomer parts of the city, the parks and the gardens and the fine squares, would be a great deal more agreeable to live in, mother. And don't you go to the British Museum, and to the Tower, and to Hyde Park? I have been there hundreds of times. And like these old corners still? I am very fond of the museum. There is nothing like that in this country, said Mrs. Dallas, with an accent of satisfaction. End of chapter 35, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 36 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 36. Interpretations. Miss Betty hereupon begged to be told more distinctly what was in the British Museum, that anybody should go there hundreds of times. Pitt presently got warm in his subject, and talked long and well, as many people will do when they are full of their theme, even when they can talk upon nothing else. Pitt was not one of those people. He could talk well upon anything, and now he made himself certainly very entertaining. His mother thought so, who cared nothing for the British Museum except in so far that it was a great institution of an old country, which a young country could not rival. She listened to Pitt. Miss Betty gave him even more profound interest and unflagging attention. Whether she too were not studying this speaker full as much as the thing spoken, I will not say. They had a very pleasant morning of it, conversation diverging sometimes to Syria and Egypt, and ancient civilizations and arts, and civilization in general. Mrs. Dallas gradually drew back from mingling in the talk, and watched, well pleased, to see how eager the two other speakers became, and how they were lost in their subject and in each other. In the afternoon there was another drive, to which Pitt did not need to be stimulated, and all the evening the two young people were busy with something which engaged them both. Mrs. Dallas breathed freer. "I think he is smitten," she said privately to her husband. "How could he help it? He has seen nobody else to be smitten with." But Betty Frere was not sure of any such thing, and the very fact of Pitt's disengagedness made him more ensnaring to her. There was nobody else in the village to divert his attention, and the two young people were thrown very much together. They went driving, they rode, and they talked continually. The map of London was often out, and Mrs. Dallas saw the two heads bent over it, and interested faces looking into each other, and she thought things were going on very fairly. If only the vacation were not so short! For only a little time more, and Pitt must be back at his chambers in London. The mother sighed to herself. She was paying rather a heavy price to keep her son from dissenters. Betty Frere too remembered that the vacation was coming to an end, and drew her breath rather short. She was depending on Pitt too much for her amusement, she told herself, and to be sure there were other young men in the world that could talk. But she felt a sort of disgust at the thought of them all. They were not near so interesting. They all flattered her, and some of them were supposed to be brilliant. But Betty turned from the thought of them to the one whose lips never condescended to say pretty things, nor made any effort to say witty things. They behaved towards her with a sort of obsequious reverence, which was the fashion of that day much more than of this, and Betty liked far better a manner which never made pretense of anything, was thoroughly natural and perfectly well bred, but which frankly paid more honor to his mother than to herself. She admired Pitt's behavior to his mother. Even to his mother it was less formality than was the custom of the day, while it gave her every delicate little attention and every possible graceful observance. The young beauty had sense enough to see that this promised more for Pitt's future wife than any amount of civil subserviency to herself. Perhaps there is not a quality which women value more in a man, or miss more sorely, than what we express by the term manliness, and she saw that Pitt, while he was enthusiastic and eager, and what she called fanciful, always was true, honest, and firm in what he thought right. From that, no fancy carried him away. And Miss Betty found the days pass with almost as much charm as fleetness. How fleet they were she did not bear to think. She found herself recognizing Pitt's step, distinguishing his voice in the distance, and watching for the one and the other. Why not? He was so pleasant as a companion. But she found herself also starting when he appeared suddenly, thrilled at the unexpected sound of his voice, and conscious of quick impulses when he came into the room. Betty did not like these signs in herself. At the same time, that which had wrought the spell continued to work, and the spell was not broken. In justice to the young lady, I must say that there was not the slightest outward token of it. Betty was as utterly calm and careless in her manner as Pitt himself, so that even Mrs. Dallas, and a woman in those matters sees far, could not tell whether either or both of the young people had a liking for the other more than the social good fellowship, which was frank and apparent. It might be, and she confessed also to herself that it might not be. "You must give that fellow time," said her husband, which Mrs. Dallas knew, if she had not been so much in a hurry. "If he met those Gainsboroughs by chance, I would not answer for anything," she said. "How should he meet them? They are probably as poor as rats, and have drawn into some corner out of the way. He will never see them." "Pitt is so persistent," said Mrs. Dallas uneasily. "He'll be back in England in a few weeks." "But when he comes again?" "He shall not come again. We will go over to see him ourselves next year." "That is a very good thought," said Mrs. Dallas. And, comforted by this thought and the plans she presently began to weave in with it, she looked now with much more equanimity than Betty herself towards the end of Pitt's visit. Mrs. Dallas, however, was not to get off without another shock to her nerves. It was early in September, and the weather of that sultry, hot, and moist character which we have learned to look for in connection with the first half of that month. Miss Frere's embroidery went languidly. Possibly there might have been more reasons than one for the slow and spiritless movement of her fingers, which was quite contrary to their normal habit. Mrs. Dallas, sitting at a little distance on the veranda, was near enough to hear and observe what went on when Pitt came upon the scene, and far enough to be separated from the conversation, unless she chose to mix in it. By and by he came, looking thoughtful, as Betty saw, though she hardly seemed to notice his approach. There was no token in her quiet manner of the quick impulses of which she was immediately conscious. Something like a tremulous thrill ran through her nerves. It vexed her to be so little mistress of them, yet the pleasure of the thrill at the moment was more than the pain. Pitt threw himself into a chair near her, and for a few moments watched the play of her needle. Betty's eyelashes never stirred, but the silence lasted too long. Nerves would not bear it. "What can you find to do in this weather, Mr. Pitt?" she asked languidly. "It is good weather," he answered absently. "Do you ever read the Bible?" Miss Betty's fine eyes were lifted now with an expression of some amusement. They were very fine eyes. Mrs. Dallas thought they could not fail of their effect. "The Bible?" she repeated. "I read the lessons in the prayer book. That is the same." "Is it the same? Is the whole Bible contained in the lessons?" "I don't know, I am sure," she answered doubtfully. "I think so. There is a great deal of it." "But you read it piecemeal so." "You must read it piecemeal anyway," returned the young lady. "You can read only a little each day, a portion. You could read consecutively, though, or you could choose for yourself." "I like to have the choice made for me. It saves time, and then one is sure one has got hold of the right portion. You know, I like the lessons." "And then," remarked Mrs. Dallas, "you know other people and your friends are reading that same portion at the same time, and the feeling is very sacred and sweet." "But if the Bible was intended to be read in such a way, how comes it that we have no instruction to that end?" "Instruction was given," said Mrs. Dallas. "The church has ordered it." "The church," said Pitt thoughtfully. "Who is the church?" "Why, my dear," said Mrs. Dallas, "don't ask such questions. You know as well as I do." "As I understand it, mother, what you mean is simply a body of Christians who lived some time ago." "Yes. Well, what then?" "I do not comprehend how they should know what you and I want to read today. I am not talking of church services. I am talking of private reading." "But it is pleasant and convenient," said Betty. "May be very inappropriate." "Pitt," said his mother, "I wish you would not talk so. It is really very wrong. This comes of your way of questioning and reasoning about everything. What we have to do with the church is to obey." "And that is what we have to do with the Bible, isn't it?" he said gravely. "Undoubtedly." "Well, mother, I am not talking to you. I am attacking Miss Frere. I can talk to her on even terms. Miss Frere, I want to know what you understand by obeying, when we are speaking of the demands of the Bible?" "Obeying? I understand just what I mean by it anywhere." "Obeying what?" "Why, obeying God, of course." "Of course. But how do we know what his commands are? By the words. How else? She asked, looking at him. He was in earnest for some reason, she saw, and she forbore from the light words with which at another time she would have given a turn to the subject. Then you think, distinctly, that we ought to obey the words of the Bible? Yes, she said, wondering what was coming. All the words? Yes, I suppose so. All the words, according to their real meaning. How are we to know what that is? I suppose the church tells us. Where? I do not know. In books, I suppose. What books? But we are going a little wild. May I bring you an instance or two? I am talking in earnest, and mean it earnestly. Do you ever do anything in any other way? Asked the young lady, with a charming air of fine raillery and recognition blended. Certainly, I am in earnest too. Pitt went away and returned with a book in his hand. What have you there? The prayer book? His mother asked, with a doubtful expression. No, Mamma. I like to go to the fountainhead of authority as well as of learning. The fountainhead! Exclaimed Mrs. Dallas, in indignant protest, and then she remembered her wisdom and said no more. It cost her an effort. However, she knew that for her to set up a defense of either church or prayer book just then would not be wise, and that she had better leave the matter in Betty's hands. She looked at Betty anxiously. The young lady's face showed her cool and collected, not likely to be carried away by any stream of enthusiasm or overborne by influence. It was, in fact, more cool than she felt. She liked to get into a good talk with Pitt upon any subject, and so far was content. At the same time, she would rather have chosen any other than this, and was a little afraid whereto it might lead. Religion had not been precisely her principal study. True, it had not been his principal study either, but Betty discerned a difference in their modes of approaching it. She attributed that to the Puritan or dissenting influences which had at some time got hold of him. To thwart those would, at any rate, be a good work, and she prepared herself accordingly. Pitt opened his book and turned over a few leaves. To begin with, he said, you admit that whatever this book commands we are bound to obey? Provided we understand it, his opponent put in. Provided we understand it, of course. A command not understood is hardly a command. Now here's a word which has struck me, and I would like to know how it strikes you. He turned to the familiar 25th of Matthew, and read the central portion, the parable of the talents. He read like an interested man, and perhaps it was owing to a slight unconscious intonation here and there that Pitt's two hearers listened as if the words were strangely new to them. They had never heard them sound just so, yet the reading was not dramatic at all. It was only a perfectly natural and feeling deliverance. But feeling reaches feeling, as we all know. The reading ceased. Nobody spoke for several minutes. What does it mean? Asked Pitt. My dear, said his mother, can there be a question what it means? The words are perfectly simple, it seems to me. Mamma, I am not talking to you. You may sit as judge and arbiter, but it is Miss Frere and I who are disputing. She will have the goodness to answer. I do not know what to answer, said the young lady. Are not the words, as Mrs. Dallas says, perfectly plain? Then surely it cannot be difficult to say what the teaching of them is? If it was not difficult, the continued silence of the lady was remarkable. She made no further answer. Are they so plain? I have been puzzling over them. I will divide the question, and perhaps we can get at the conclusion better so. In the first place, who are these servants spoken of? Everybody, I suppose. You have the advantage of me, Mr. Dallas. I have not been studying the passage. Yet you admit that we are bound to obey it. Yes, she said doubtfully. Obey what? That is precisely what I want to find out. Now, the servants. They cannot mean everybody, for it says, he called his own servants. The Greek is bondservants. His servants would be his church then. His own people. He delivered unto them his goods. What are the goods he delivered to them? Some had more, some had less. All had a share and a charge. What are these goods?" "I don't know," said Miss Frere, looking at him. "What were they to do with these goods?" "Trade with them, it seems. In Luke, the command runs so: 'Trade till I come.' Trading is the process by which the goods or the money concerned are multiplied. What are the goods given to you and me? To bring the question down into the practical. It must be something with which we may increase the wealth of him who has entrusted it to us." "Pitt, that is a very strange way of speaking," said his mother. "I am talking to Miss Frere, mamma. You have only to hear and judge between us. Miss Frere, the question comes to you." "I should say it is not possible to increase his wealth. That is not my putting of the case, remember. And also, every enlargement of his dominion in this world, every addition made to the number of his subjects, may be fairly spoken of so. The question stands, what are the goods? That is, if you like to go into it. I am not catechizing you," said Pitt, half laughing. "I do not dislike to be catechized," said Miss Frere slowly. "By you," was a mental addition. "But I never had such a question put to me before, and I am not ready with an answer." "I never heard the question discussed either," said Pitt. "But I was reading this passage yesterday, and could not help starting it. The goods must be, I think, all those gifts or powers by means of which we can work for God, and so work as to enlarge his kingdom. Now, what are they?" "Of course we can pay money," said the young lady, looking a good deal mystified. "We can pay money to support ministers, if that is what you mean." "So much is patent enough. Is money the only thing?" Miss Frere looked bewildered, Mrs. Dallas impatient. She restrained herself, however, and waited. Pitt smiled. "We pay money to support ministers and teachers. What do the ministers work with? What do they trade with?" "The truth, I suppose." "And how do they make the truth known?" "By their lips and by their lives. The power of the word, with the power of personal influence." "Yes," said Miss Frere, "of course." "Then the goods, or talents, so far as they are commonly possessed, and so far as we have discovered, are three: property, speech, and personal example. But the two last are entrusted to you and me, are they not, as well as the former?" The girl looked at him now with big eyes, in which no shadow of self-consciousness was any more lurking. Eyes that were bewildered, astonished, inquiring, and also disturbed. "What do you mean?" she said helplessly. "It comes to this," said Pitt. "If we are ready to obey the Bible, we shall use not only our money, but our tongues and ourselves to do the work which, you know, the Lord left to his disciples to do. Make disciples of every creature. It will be our one business." "How do you mean, our one business?" "That to which we make all others subservient." "Subservient? Yes," said Miss Frere. "Subservient in a way, but that does not mean that we should give up everything else for it." Pitt was silent. "My dear boy," said his mother anxiously, "it seems to me you are straining things quite beyond what is intended. We are not all meant to be clergymen, are we?" "That is not the point, mamma. The point is, what work is given us?" "That work you speak of is clergyman's work." "Mamma, what is the command?" "But that does not mean everybody." "Where is the excepting clause?" "But, my dear, what will become of society?" "We may leave that. We are talking of obeying the Bible. I have given you one instance. Now I will give you another. It is written over here," and he turned a few leaves. "It is another word of Christ to those whom he was teaching. 'If any man serve me, let him follow me.' Now here is a plain command. But what is it to follow Christ?" "To imitate him, I suppose," said Miss Frere, to whom he looked. "In what?" The young lady looked at him in silence and then said, "Why, we all know what it means when we say that such a person or such a thing is Christ-like, loving, charitable, kind. But to follow him, that is something positive and active. Literal following a person is to go where he has gone, through all the paths and to all the places. In the spiritual following, which is intended here, what is it? It is to do as he did, is it not? To have his aims and purposes and views in life, and to carry them out logically. What do you mean by logically? According to their due and proper sequences. Well, what are you driving at? Asked Miss Frere a little worriedly. I will tell you, but I do not mean to drive you, he said again with a little laugh, as of self-recollection. Tell me to stop if you are tired of the subject. I am not in the least tired. How could you think it? It always delights me when people talk logically. I do not very often hear it, but I never heard of logical religion before. True religion must be logical, must it not? I thought religion was rather a matter of feeling. I believe I used to think so. And pray, what is it then, Pitt? His mother asked. Look here, Mamma. If any man will serve me, let him follow me. Well, what do you understand by that, Pitt? You are going too fast for me. I thought the love of God was the whole of religion. But here is the following, Mamma. What sort of following? That is what I am asking. As it cannot be in bodily, so it must be in mental footsteps. I do not understand you, said his mother, with an air both vexed and anxious, while Miss Frere had now let her embroidery fall, and was giving her best consideration to the subject and the speaker. She was a little annoyed, too, but she was more interested. This was a different sort of conversation from any she had been accustomed to hear, and Pitt was a different sort of speaker. He was not talking to kill time, or to please her. He was, most wonderful and rare, in earnest, and that not in any manner that involved material interests. She had seen people in earnest before on matters of speculation and philosophy, often on stocks and schemes for making money, in earnest violently on questions of party politics, but in earnest for the truth's sake, never in all her life. It was a new experience, and Pitt was a novel kind of person, manly, straightforward, honest, quite a person to be admired, to be respected, to be... Where were her thoughts running? He had sat silent a moment after his mother's last remark, gravely thinking. Betty brought him back to the point. You will tell us what you think following means? She said gently. I will tell you, he said, smiling. I'm not supposed to be speaking to Mamma. If you will look at the way Christ went, you will see what following him must be. In the first place, self was nowhere. Yes, said Miss Frere. Who is ready to follow him in that? But, my dear boy, cried Mrs. Dallas, we are human creatures. We cannot help thinking of ourselves. We are meant to think of ourselves. Everybody must think of self, or the world would not hold together. I am speaking to Miss Frere, he said pleasantly. I confess I think so too, Mr. Dallas. Of course we ought not to be selfish. That means, I suppose, to think of self unduly. But where would the world be if everybody, as you say, put self nowhere? I will go on to another point. Christ went about doing good. It was the one business of his life. Whenever and wherever he went among men, he went to heal, to help, to teach, or to warn. Even when he was resting among friends in the little household at Bethany, he was teaching, and one of the household at least sat at his feet to listen. Yes, and left her sister to do all the work, remarked Mrs. Dallas. The Lord said she had done right, Mamma. There ensued a curious silence. The two ladies sat looking at Pitt, each apparently possessed by a kind of troubled dismay, neither ready with an answer. The pause lasted till both of them felt what it implied, and both began to speak at once. But my son! But Mr. Dallas! Miss Frere, Mamma, let her speak. And turning to the young lady with a slight bow, he intimated his willingness to hear her. Miss Frere was nevertheless not very ready. Mr. Dallas, do I understand you? Can it be that you mean... I do not know how to put it. Do you mean that you think that everybody, that all of us, and each of us, ought to devote his life to helping and teaching? It can be of no consequence what I think, he said. The question is simply, what is following Christ? Being his disciple, I should say. What is that? He replied quickly. I have been studying that very point, and do you know it is said here, and it was said then, whosoever he be of you that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple? But what do you mean, Pitt? His mother asked in indignant consternation. What did the Lord mean, mother? He returned very gravely. Are we all heathen then? She went on with heat. For I never saw anybody yet in my life that took such a view of religion as you are taking. Do we know exactly Mr. Pitt's view? Here put in the other lady. I confess I do not. I wish you would say. I have been studying it, said Pitt, with an earnest gravity of manner which gave his mother yet more trouble than his words. I have gone to the Greek for it, and there the word rendered forsake is one that means to take leave of, bid farewell. And if we go to history for the explanation, we do find that that was the attitude of mind which those must needs assume in that day who were disposed to follow Christ. The chances were that they would be called upon to give up all, even life, as the cost of their following. They would begin by secret taking leave, don't you see? But the times are not such now, Miss Frere ventured. Pitt did not answer. He sat looking at the open page of his Bible, evidently at work with the problem suggested there. The two women looked at him, and his mother got rid, as unobtrusively as possible, of a vexed and hot tear that would come. Mr. Dallas, Miss Frere urged again, these are not times of persecution any more. We can be Christians, disciples, and retain all our friends and possessions. Can we not? Can we without taking leave of them? Certainly, I think so. I do not see it, he said, after another pause. Do you think anybody will be content to put self nowhere, as Christ did, giving up his whole life and strength, and means, to the help and service of his fellow men, unless he has come to that mental attitude we were speaking of? No, it seems to me, and the more I think of it, the more it seems to me, that to follow Christ means to give up seeking honor, or riches, or pleasure, except so far as they may be sought and used in his service. I mean, for his service. All I read in the Bible is in harmony with that view. But how comes it then that nobody takes it? Said Miss Frere uneasily. I suppose, said Pitt slowly, for the same reason that has kept me for years from accepting it, because it was so difficult. But religion cannot be a difficult thing, my dear son, said Mrs. Dallas. He looked up at her and smiled, an affectionate, very expressive, wistful smile. Can it not, mother? What mean Christ's words here? Whosoever doth not take up his cross and follow me, he cannot be my disciple. The cross meant shame, torture, and death in those days, and I think in a modified way it means the same thing now. It means something. But, Mr. Pitt, you do not answer my argument, Miss Frere repeated. If this view is correct, how comes it that nobody takes it but you? Your argument is where the dew is after hot sun. Nowhere. Instead of nobody taking this view, it has been held by hundreds of thousands, who, like the first disciples, have forsaken all and followed him. Rather than be false to it, they have endured the loss of all things. They have given up father and mother. They have borne torture and faced lions. In later days, they have been chased and worried from hiding place to hiding place. They have been cut down by the sword, buried alive, thrown from the tops of rocks, and burned at the stake. And in peacefuller times they have left their homes and countries and gone to the ends of the earth to tell the gospel. They have done what was given them to do without regarding the cost of it. Then you think all the people who fill our churches are no Christians? I say nothing about the people who fill our churches. Pitt rose here. But, Mr. Dallas, how can all the world be so mistaken? Our clergymen, our bishops, do not preach such doctrine as you do, if I understand you." "That has been a great puzzle to me," he said. "Is it not enough to make you doubt?" "Can I question the words I have read to you?" "No, but perhaps your interpretation of them. When you have got down to the simplest possible English, there is no room that I see for interpretation. 'Follow me' can mean nothing but 'follow me,' and 'forsaking all' is not a doubtful expression." The discussion would probably have gone on still further, but the elder Dallas's step was heard in the house, and Pitt went away with his book. End of chapter 36. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter number 37 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner. A Stand. Mrs. Dallas was very deeply disturbed. She saw in these strange views of Pitt's all sort of possible dangers to what she had hoped would be his future career in life. Even granting that they were a youthful folly and would pass away, how soon would they pass away? And in the meantime, what chances Pitt might lose, what time might be wasted, what fatal damage his prospects might suffer, and Pitt held a thing so fast when he had once taken it up. Almost her only hope lay in Betty's influence. Betty herself was disturbed much more than she cared to have known. If this fascination got hold of Pitt, she knew very well he would, for the time at least, be open to no other. Her ordinary power would be gone. He would see in her nothing but a talking machine with whom he could discuss things. It was not speculation merely that busied his thoughts now. She could see, not mere philosophy or study of human nature. Pitt was carrying all these Bible words in upon himself, comparing them with himself, and working away at desperancy. Something that he called conscience was engaged and restless. Betty saw that there was but one thing left for her to do. Diversion was not possible. She could not hope to turn Pitt aside from his quest after truth. She must seem to take part in it, and so gain her advantage from what threatened to be her discomfiture. The result of all which was that after this there came to be a great deal of talk between the two upon Bible subjects, intermingled with not a little reading aloud from the Bible itself. This was at Betty's instance rather than Pitt's. When she could, she got him out for a walk or a drive. In the house, and truly often out of the house too, she threw herself with great apparent interest into the study of the questions that had been started, along with others collateral, and desired to learn and desired to discuss all that could be known about them. So there were, as I said, continual Bible readings, mingled occasionally with references to some old commentary, and Betty and Pitt sat very near together, looking over the same page, and remained long in talk, looking eagerly into one another's eyes. Mrs. Dallas was not satisfied. She came upon Betty one day in the veranda, just after Pitt had left her. The young lady was sitting with her hand between the leaves of a Bible, and a disturbed, far-away look in her eyes, which might have been the questioning of a troubled conscience, or of a very different feeling. She roused up as Mrs. Dallas came to her, and put on a somewhat wan smile. "Where is Pitt?" "Going to write somewhere, I believe." "What have you got there? The Bible again?" "I don't believe in all this Bible reading." "Can't you get him off it?" "It's the only thing to do now." "But cannot you get him off it?" "Not immediately. Mr. Dallas takes a fancy hard." "So unlike him," the mother went on. "So unlike all he used to be. He always took things hard, as you say, but then it used to be science and study of history, and collecting of natural curiosities and drawing. Have you seen any of Pitt's drawings? He has a genius for that. Indeed, I think he has genius for everything." Mrs. Dallas said with a sigh. "And he used to be keen for distinguishing himself, and he did distinguish himself everywhere, always, here at school and at college, and then at Oxford. My dear, he distinguished himself at Oxford. He was always a good boy, but not in the least foolish or superstitious or the least inclined to be fanatical. And now, as far as I can make out, he is for giving up everything. He does nothing by halves. No, but it is very hard, now when he's just reading law and getting ready to take his place in the world, and he would take no mean place in the world. Betty, it is hard. Why, he talks as if he would throw everything up. I never would have thought it of Pitt, of all people. It is due, I am convinced, to the influence of those dissenting friends of his. Who are they? Miss Betty asked curiously. You have heard the name, said Mrs. Dallas, lowering her voice, though Pitt was not within hearing. They used to live here. It was a Colonel Gainsborough, English, but of a dissenting persuasion. That kind of thing seemed to be infectious. He must have been a remarkable man if his influence could begin so early and last so long. Well, it was not just that only. There was a daughter and a love affair, asked Miss Betty, with a slight laugh which covered a sudden down-sinking of her heart. Oh dear, no. She was a child. There was no thought of such a thing. But Pitt was fond of her, and used to go roaming about the fields with her after flowers. My son is a botanist. I don't know if you have found it out. And those were the people he went to New York to seek. Yes, and could not find. Most happily. Miss Betty mused. Certainly Pitt was persistent. And now he had got this religious idea in his head. Would there be any managing it, or him? It did not frighten Miss Betty, so far as the religious idea itself was concerned. She reflected sagely that a man might be worse things than philanthropic or even than pious. She had seen wives made unhappy by neglect, and others made miserable by the dissipated habits or the ungoverned tempers of their husbands. A man need not be unendurable because he was true and thoughtful and conscientious or even devout. She could bear that quite easily. The only thing was that in thoughts which possessed Pitt lately he had passed out of her influence, beyond her reach. All she could do was to follow him into this new and very unwonted sphere, and seem to be as earnest as he was. He met her, he reasoned with her, he read to her, but Betty did not feel sure that she got any nearer to him nevertheless. She was shrewd enough to divine the reason. Mr. Pitt, she said frankly to him one day, when the talk had been eager in the same line it had taken that first day on the veranda, and both parties had held the same respective positions with regard to each other. Mr. Pitt, are you fighting me or yourself? He paused and looked at her and half laughed. You are right, said he, and then he went off, and for the present that was all Miss Betty gained by her motion. Nobody saw much of Pitt during the rest of the day. The next morning, after breakfast, he came out to the two ladies, where as usual they were sitting at work. It was another September day of sultry heat, yet the veranda was also in the morning a pleasant place, sweet with honeysuckle fragrance still lingering, and traversed by a faint intermittent breeze. Both ladies raised their heads to look at the young man as he came towards them, and then, struck by something in his face, could not take their eyes away. He came straight to his mother and stood there in front of her, looking down and meeting her looks. Miss Frere could not see how, but evidently it troubled Miss Dallas. "What is it now, Pitt?" she asked. "I have come to tell you, mother, I have come to tell you that I have given up fighting." "Fighting?" "Yes, the battle is won, and I have lost, and gained. I have given up fighting, mother, and I am Christ's free man." "What?" exclaimed Mrs. Dallas bewilderedly. "It is true, mother. I am Christ's servant. The things are the same. How should I not be the servant, the bond-servant, of him who has made a free man of me?" His tone was not excited. It was quiet and sweet, but Mrs. Dallas was excited. "A free man? My boy, what are you saying? Were you not always free?" "No, mother, I was in such bonds that I have been struggling for years to do what was right, what I knew was right, and was unable. To do what was right? My boy, how you talk! You always did what was right. I was never Christ's servant, mamma. What delusion is this? Cried Mrs. Dallas. My son, what do you mean? You were baptized, you were confirmed, you were everything that you ought to be. You cannot be better than you have always been. He smiled, stooped down, and kissed her troubled face. I was never Christ's servant before, he repeated, but I am his servant now, at last, all there is of me. I wanted you to know at once, and Miss Frere, I wanted her to know it. She asked me yesterday whom I was fighting, and I saw directly that I was fighting a won battle, that my reason and conscience were entirely vanquished, and that the only thing that held out was my will. I have given that up, and now I am the Lord's servant. You were his servant before. Never in any true sense. My dear, what difference? Asked Mrs. Dallas helplessly. It was nominal merely. And now? Now it is not nominal. It is real. I have come to know and love my master. I am his for life and death, and now his commands seem the pleasantest thing in the world to me. But you obeyed them always. No, mamma, I did not. I obeyed nothing, in the last resort, but my own supreme will. But, Pitt, you say you have come to know. What time has there been for any such change? Not much time, he replied, and I cannot tell how it is, but it seemed as if, so soon as I had given up the struggle and yielded, scales fell from my eyes. I cannot tell you how it was, but all at once I seemed to see the beauty of Christ, which I never saw before, and, mamma, the sight has filled me with joy. Nothing now to my mind is more reasonable than his demands, or more delightful than yielding obedience to him. Demands? What demands? Said Mrs. Dallas. Her son repeated the words with which the 12th chapter of Romans begins. I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service, and be not conformed to this world. But my dear, that means... It means all. How all? There is nothing more left to give. When this sacrifice is presented, it covers the whole ground. The sacrifice is a living sacrifice, but it gives all to God as entirely as the offering that imaged it went up in smoke and flame. What sacrifice imaged it? The burnt sacrifice of old. That always means consecration. How do you know? You are not a clergyman. Pitt smiled again, less brightly. True, mother, but I have been studying all this for years, in the Bible and in the words of others who were clergymen, and now it is all plain before me. It became so as soon as I was willing to obey it. And what are you going to do? Do? I cannot say yet. I am a soldier, but just enlisted, and do not know where my orders will place me or what work they will give me. Only I have enlisted, and that is what I wanted you to know at once. Mother, it is a great honor to be a soldier of Christ. I should think, if I did not see you and hear your voice, I should certainly think I heard a Methodist talking. I suppose that is the way they do. Did you ever hear one talk, mother? No, and do not want to hear one, even if it were my own son, she answered angrily. But in all that I have been saying, if they say it too, the Methodists are right, mother. A redeemed sinner is one bought with a price, and thenceforth neither his spirit nor his body can be his own, and his happiness is not to be his own. Mrs. Dallas was violently moved, yet she had much self-command and habitual dignity of manner, and would not break down now. More pitiful than tears was the haughty gesture of her head as she turned it aside to hide the quivering lips, and more tender than words was the air with which her son presently stooped and took her hand. "Mother," he said gently and tenderly. "Pitt, I never would have believed this of you," she said with bitter emphasis. "You never could have believed anything so good of me." "What are you going to do?" she repeated vehemently. What does all this amount to, or is it anything but dissenting rant? Anything but that, he answered gravely. Mother, do you remember the words? No man, when he hath lighted a lamp, covereth it with a vessel, or putteth it under a bed, but putteth it on a stand, that they which enter in may see the light. Every Christian is such a lighted lamp, intended for some special place and use. My special use and place I do not know, but this I know plainly, that my work in the world, one way or another, must be the Lord's work. For that I live henceforth. You will go into the church, cried his mother. Not necessarily. You will give up reading law. No, I think not. At present it seems to me I had better finish what I have begun. But if I do, mother, my law will be the only one of the means I have to work with for what that one end. And I suppose your money would be another. Undoubtedly. What has mother to do with teaching people? Miss Frere asked. It was the first word she had spoken. She spoke it seriously, not mockingly. The question brought his eyes around her. Do you ask that? Said he. Every unreasoning, ignorant creature of humanity understands it. The love that would win them for heaven would also help them on earth, and if they do not see the one thing, they do not believe in the other. Then, but what do you propose? It is simple enough, he said. It is too simple for Betty and me, said his mother. I would be obliged to you, Bet, to answer her. The young man's countenance changed. A shadow fell over it, which raised Miss Frere's sympathy. He went into the house, however, for a Bible, and coming back with it, sat down and read quietly and steadfastly the beautiful words in the Isaiah. To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke, to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house, when thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh. It would take a good deal of money, certainly, said Mrs. Frere. To do all that, indeed, I hardly think all the fortunes in the world would be sufficient. Pitt made no answer. He sat looking down at the page from which he had been reading. Nobody is required to do more than his part of the work, said Mrs. Dallas. If Pitt will be contented with that. What is my part of it, mother? Why, your share, what you can do properly and comfortably without any fanaticism of sacrifice. Must I not do all I can? No, not all you can. You could spend your whole fortune in it. I was thinking easily, observed Miss Frere. What is the Bible rule? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, that ye break every yoke, and he that hath 2 coats, let him impart to him that hath none, and he that hath meat, let him do likewise. You can find scripture to quote for everything, said Mrs. Dallas, rising in anger. That is the way Methodists and fanatics always do, as I have heard. But I can tell you one thing, Pitt, which you may not have taken into account. If you persist in this foolishness, your father, I know, will take care that the fortune you have to throw away shall not be large. With these words, she swept into the house. The 2 left behind were for some moment very still. Pitt had drooped his head a little and rested his brow in his hand. Miss Betty watched him. Her dismay and dislike of Pitt's disclosures were scarcely less than his mother's, but different. Disappointed pride was not here in question. That he should give up a splendid and opulent career did not much trouble her. In the first place, he might modify his present views. In the second place, if he did not, if he lived up to his principles, there was something in her which half recognized the beauty and dignity and truth of such a life. But in either case, alas, alas, how far was he drifted away out of her sphere, beyond her reach! For the present, at least, his mind was utterly taken up by this one great subject. There was no room in it left for light things. Love's skirmishes could not be carried on over the ground he now occupied. He was wholly absorbed in his new decisions and experiences, and likely to be engaged with the consequences of them. Betty was sorry for him just now, for she saw that he felt pain, and at the same time she admired him more than ever. His face was more sweet, she thought, and yet more strong than she had ever seen it. His manner to his mother was perfect. So had not been her manner towards him. He had been gentle, steadfast, and true, manly and tender. Happy will be the woman that will share his life, whatever it be, thought Betty, with some constriction of heart. But to bring herself into that favoured place she saw little chance now. She longed to say a word of some sort that might sound like sympathy or intelligence, but she could not find it, and wisely held her peace. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 38. Life Plans. Happily or unhappily, it was as people looked at it. Pitt's free days in America were drawing to a close. There were few still remaining to him before he must leave Seaforth and home, and go back to his reading law in the Temple. In those days there was a little more discussion of his new views and their consequences between him and his mother, but not much, and none at all between him and his father. "Pitt is not a fool," he had said, when Mrs. Dallas, in her distress, confided to him Pitt's declaration. "I can trust him not to make an ass of himself, and so can you, wife. But he is very strong when he takes a thing in his head, always was. This thing will get out of his head again, you will see. I do not believe it. It isn't his way. One thing is certain. I shall never give my money to a fool to make ducks and drakes with, and you may hint as much to him." "It would be very unwise policy," said Mrs. Dallas thoughtfully. "Then let it alone. I have no idea there is any need. You may depend upon it. London and law will scare all this nonsense away, fast enough." Mrs. Dallas felt no comforting assurance of the kind. She watched her son during the remaining days of his presence with them, watched him incessantly. So did Betty Frere, and so, in truth, secretly, did his father. Pitt was rather more quiet than usual. There was not much other change to be observed in him, or so Mrs. Dallas flattered herself. "I see a difference," said Miss Frere, to whom she communicated this opinion. "What is it?" asked the mother hastily, for she had seen it too. "It is not just easy to put it in words, but I see it. Mrs. Dallas, there is a wonderful rest come into his face." "Rest?" said the other. "Pitt was never restless, in a bad sense. There was no keep still to him, but that is not what you mean." "That is not what I mean. I never in my life saw anybody look so happy." "Can't you do something with him?" "He gives me no chance." It may seem strange that a good mother should wish to interfere with the happiness of a good son, but neither she nor Miss Frere adverted to that anomaly. "I should not wonder one bit," said Mrs. Dallas bitterly, "if he were to disinherit himself." "That would be bad," Betty agreed, "deplorable. However, the thought of her own loss busied her most just now, not of what Pitt might lose. 2 days before his departure all these various feelings of the various persons in the little family received a somewhat violent jar. It was evening. Miss Frere and Pitt had had a ride that afternoon, a long and very spirited one. It might be the last they would take together, and she had enjoyed it with the keenness of that consciousness, as a grain of salt intensifies sweetness or as discords throw out the value of harmony. Pitt had been bright and lively as much as ever. The ride had been gay, and the one regret on Betty's mind as they dismounted was that she had not more time before her to try what she could do. Pitt, as yet at least, had not grown a bit precise or sanctimonious. He had not talked nonsense, indeed, but then he never had paid her the very poor compliment of doing that. All the more, she as well as the others was startled by what came out in the evening. At supper time, Pitt was particularly talkative and bright. Mrs. Dallas's face took on a gleam from the brightness, and even Mr. Dallas roused up to bear his part in the conversation. When supper was done, they still sat round the table, lingering in talk. Then, after a slight pause which had set in, Pitt leaned forward a little and spoke, looking alternately at one and the other of his parents. "Mother, Father, I wish you would do one thing before I go away." At the change in his tone, all three present had pricked up their ears, and every eye was now upon him. "What is that, Pitt?" his mother said anxiously. "Have family prayer." If a bombshell had suddenly alighted on the table and there exploded, there would have been, no doubt, more feeling of fright, but not more of shocked surprise. Dumb silence followed. Angry eyes were directed towards the speaker from the top and from the bottom of the table. Miss Frere cast down hers with the inward thought, "Oh, you foolish, foolish fellow! What did you do that for, and spoil everything?" Pitt waited a little. "It is duty," he said. "You yourselves will grant me that." "And you fancy it is your duty to remind us of ours?" said his father, with contained scorn. The mother's agitation was violent, so violent that she had difficulty to command herself. What it was that moved her so painfully she could not have told. Her thoughts were in too much of a whirl. Between anger and fear and something else, she was in the greatest confusion, and not able to utter a syllable. Betty sat internally railing at Pitt's folly. "The only question is it duty? In either case," the son said steadfastly. "Exactly," said his father. "Well, you have done yours, and I will do mine." His wife wondered at his calmness, and guessed that it was studied. Neither of them was prepared for Pitt's next word. "Will you?" he said simply. "And will you let me make a beginning now, because I am going away?" "Do what you like," said the older man, with indescribable expression. Betty interpreted it to be restrained rage. His wife thought it was a moved conscience, or mere policy and curiosity. She could not tell which. The words were enough, however, whatever had moved them. Pitt took a Bible and read, still sitting at the table, the parable of the talents. And then he kneeled down. The elder Dallas never stirred. Betty knelt at once. Mrs. Dallas sat still at first, but then slipped from her chair to the floor and buried her face in her hands, where tears that were exceedingly bitter flowed beyond all her power to hinder them. For Pitt was praying, and to his mother's somewhat shocked astonishment, not in any words from a book, but in words, where did he get them? That broke her heart. They were solemn and sweet, tender and simple. There was neither boldness nor shyness in them, although there was a frankness at which Mrs. Dallas wondered, along with a tenderness that quite subdued her. The third one kneeling there was moved differently. The fountain of her tears was not touched at all, neither had she any share in the passion of displeasure which filled the father and mother. Yet she was in a disturbance almost as complete as theirs. It was a bitter and secret trouble, which as a woman she had to keep to herself, over which her head bowed as she knelt there. Just for that minute she might bow her head and confess to her trouble, while no one could see, and her head, poor girl, went low. She did not in the least approve of Pitt's proceedings. She did not sympathize with his motives. At the same time, they did not make her like him the less. On the contrary, and Betty felt it was on the contrary, she could not help admiring his bravery, and she was almost ready to worship his strength. Somebody brave enough to avow truth that is unwelcome, and strong enough to do what goes against the grain with himself. Such a person is not to be met with every day, and usually excites the profound respect of his fellows, even when they do not like him. But Betty liked this one, and liked him the more for doing the things she disliked, and it drove her to the bounds of desperation to feel that in the engrossment of his new principles he was carried away from her and out of her power. Added to all this was the extreme strangeness of the present experience. Absolutely kneeling round the dinner table? Kneeling to pray? Betty had never known such a thing, nor conceived the possibility of such a thing. In an unconsecrated place, led by unconsecrated lips, in words nowhere set down, what could equal the irregularity of the impropriety? The two women, in their weakness, kneeling, and the master of the house showing by his unmoved posture that he disallowed the whole thing? Incongruous! Unfortunate! I am bound to say that Betty understood little of the words she so disapproved. The sea under a stormy wind is not more uneasy than was her spirit, and towards the end her one special thought and effort was bent upon quieting the commotion, and at least appearing unmoved. She was pretty safe, for the other members of the family had each enough to busy him without taking much note of her. Pitt had but a day or two more to stay, and Miss Frere felt an irresistible impulse to force him into at least one talk more. She hardly knew what she expected, or what she wished from it. Only, to let him go so, without one more word, was unbearable. She wanted to get nearer to him, if she could, if she might not bring him nearer to her, and at any rate she wanted the bittersweet pleasure of arguing with him. Nothing might come of it, but she must have the talk if she could. So she took the first chance that offered. The family atmosphere was a little oppressive the next morning, and after breakfast Mr. and Mrs. Dallas both disappeared. Betty seized her opportunity, and reminded Pitt that he had never showed her his particular room, his old workshop and play place. It was not much to see, he said. However, he took her through the house, and up the open flight of steps, where long ago Esther had been used to go for her lessons. The room looked much as it had done at that time, for during Pitt's stay at home he had pulled out one thing after another from its packing or hiding place, and now mounted birds and animals, coins, shells, minerals, presses, engravings, drawings, and curiosities made a delightful litter. Delightful, for it was not disorderly, only gave one the feeling of a wealth of tastes and pursuits, every one of them pursued to enjoyment. Betty studied the place and the several objects in it with great and serious attention. "And you understand all these things," said she. "So little that I am ashamed to speak of it." "I know," said Betty. "That is what nobody says whose knowledge is small. It takes a good deal of knowing to perceive how much one does not know." "That is true." "And what becomes of all these riches when you are gone away?" "They remain in seclusion. I must pack them up today. It is a job I have reserved to the last, for I like to have them about while I am here." He began as he spoke to put away some little articles, and got out paper to wrap up others. "And how come you by all these tastes? Mr. and Mrs. Dallas do not share them, I think." "No, impossible to say. Inherited from some forgotten ancestor, perhaps." "Were there ever any Independents or Puritans among your ancestors?" "No," said Pitt, with a laughing look at her. "The record is clean, I believe, on both sides of the house. My mother has not that on her conscience." "But you sympathize with such supposititious ancestors?" "Why do you say so?" "Mr. Pitt," said Betty, sitting down and folding her hands seriously in her lap, "I wish you would let me ask you one thing." "Ask it, certainly," said he. "But it is really not my business. Only I am puzzled and interested, and do not know what to think. You will not be displeased?" "I think I can answer for that." "Then do tell me why, when you are just going away and cannot carry it on, you should have done what you did last night." "As I am just going away, don't you see, it was my only chance." "But I do not understand why you did it. You knew it would be something like an earthquake. And what is the use of earthquakes? You remember the Eastern theory, Burmese, is it? Or Siamese? According to which the world rests on the heads of 4 elephants. When one of the elephants shakes his head, there is an earthquake. But must not the elephant therefore move his head? But the world does not rest on your head." "I do not forget that," said Pitt gravely. "Not the world, but a small piece of it does rest on my head, as on that of every other human creature. On the right position and the right movement of every one of us depends more than we know. What we have to do is to keep straight and go straight." "But did you think it was duty to do what you did last night?" "I did it in that faith." "I wish you would explain to me," cried the lady. "I cannot understand. I believe you, of course, but why did you think it duty? It just raised a storm. You know it did. They did not like it, and it would only make them more opposed to your new principles. I do not see how it could do any good." "Yes," said Pitt, who meanwhile was going on with his packing and putting away. "I know all that, but don't you think people ought to show their colors as much as ships at sea?" "Ships at sea do not always show their colors." If they do not, when there is occasion, it is always ground for suspicion. It shows that they are for some reason either afraid or ashamed to announce themselves." "I do not understand," said Miss Frere perplexedly. "Why should you show your colors?" "I said I was moved by duty to propose prayers last night. It was more than that." Pitt stopped in his going about the room and stood opposite his fair opponent, if she can be called so, facing her with steady eyes and a light in them which drew her wonder. "It was more than duty. Since I have come to see the goodness of Christ, and the happiness of belonging to Him, I wish exceedingly that everybody else should see it and know it as I do. And, if I remember, you intimated once that it was to be the business of your life to make them know it? What do you think of that purpose?" "It seems to me extravagant. Otherwise, fanatical." "I would not express it so. But what are clergymen for, if this is your business? To whom was the command given? To the apostles and their successors? No, it was given to the whole band of disciples, the order to go into all the world and make disciples of every creature." "All the disciples?" "And to all the disciples that other command was given. Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. And of all the things that a man can want and desire to have given him, there is nothing comparable for preciousness to the knowledge of Christ." "But, Mr. Dallas, this is not the general way of thinking?" "Among those who," he paused, "who are glad in the love of Christ, I think it must be." "Then what are those who are not glad in that way?" "Greatly to be pitied." There was a little pause. Pitt went on busily with his work. Betty sat and looked at him, and looked at the varieties of things he was putting under shelter or out of the way, one after another, all bearing their witness to the tastes and appetite for knowledge possessed by the person who had gathered them together. Yes, if Pitt was not a scientist, he was very fond of sciences, and if he were not to be called an artist in some kinds, he was full of feeling for art. What an anomaly he was! How very unlike this room looked to the abode of a fanatic! "What is to become of all these things?" she asked, pursuing her thoughts. "They will be safe here till I return." "But I mean, you do not understand me. I was thinking rather, what will become of all the tastes and likings to which they bear evidence? How do they match with your new views of things?" "How do they not match?" said Pitt, stopping short. "You spoke of giving up all things, did you not?" "The Bible does," said Pitt, smiling. "But that is, if need be, for the service or honor of God. Did you think they were to be renounced in all cases?" "Then what did you mean?" "The Bible means, evidently, that we are to be so minded, toward them and towards God, that we are ready to give them up, and do give them up, just so far and so fast as His service calls for it. That is all, and it is enough." Betty watched him a little longer, and then began again. "You say it is to be the business of your life to, well, how shall I put it? To set people right, in short. Why don't you begin at the beginning, and attack me? I don't know how to point my guns." "Why? Do you think me such a hard case?" He hesitated, and said, "Yes." "Why?" she asked again, with a mixture of mortification and curiosity. "Your defenses have withstood all I have been able to bring to bear in the shape of ordnance." "Why do you say that? I have been very much interested in all I have heard you say." "I know that, and not in the least moved." Betty was vexed. Had her tactics failed so utterly? Did Pitt think she was a person quite and irremediably out of his plane, and inaccessible to the interests which he ranked first of all? She had wanted to get nearer to him. Had she so failed? She would not let the tears come into her eyes, but they were ready, if she would have let them. "So you give me up," she said. "I have no alternative." "You have lost all hope of me?" "No, but at present your eyes are so set in another direction that you will not look the way I have been pointing you. Of course, you do not see what I see." "In what direction are my eyes so set?" "I will not presume to tell Miss Frere what she knows so much better than I do." Betty bit her lip. "What is in that cabinet?" she asked suddenly. "Coins." Oh, coins! I never could see the least attractiveness in coins. That was because, like some other things, they were not looked at. Well, what is the interest of them? To find out, I am afraid you must give them your attention. They are like witnesses, stepping out from the darkness of the past and telling the history of it, history in which they moved and had a part, you understand. But the history of the past is not so delightful, is it, that one would care much about hearing the witnesses? What is in the other cabinet, where you are standing? That contains my herbarium. All that? You don't mean that all those drawers are filled with dried flowers? Pretty well filled. There is room for some more. How you must have worked! That was play. Then what do you call work? Well, reading law rather comes into that category. You expect to go on reading law? For the present. I approve of finishing things when they are begun. Mr. Dallas, what are you going to do? In what, after all, are you going to be unlike other men? Your mother seems to apprehend some disastrous and mysterious change in all your prospects. I cannot see the necessity of that. In what are you going to be other than she wishes you to be? Are not her fears mistaken? Pitt smiled a grave smile, again stopped in his work, and stood opposite her. I might say yes and no, he answered. I do not expect to have a red cross embroidered on my sleeve like the old crusaders. But judge yourself. Can those who live to do the will of God be just like those whose one concern is to do their own will? Mr. Dallas, you insinuate, or your words might be taken to insinuate, that all the rest of us are in the latter class. Whose will do you do? He said. There was no answer, for Betty had too much pluck to speak falsely, and too much sense not to know what was truth. She accordingly did not say anything, and after waiting a minute or two, Pitt went on with his preparations, locking up drawers, packing up boxes, taking down and putting away the many objects that filled the room. There was not a little work of this sort to be done, and he went on with it busily, and with an evidently trained and skilled hand. Then, after finishing with law, do you expect to come back here and unpack all these pretty things again? She said finally. Perhaps. I do not know. Perhaps you will settle in England? I do not yet know what is the work that I have to do in the world. I shall know, but I do not know now. It may be to go to India, or to Greenland, or it may be to come here, though I do not now see what I should do in Seaforth that would be worth living for. India or Greenland? For a young man who was heir to no end of money, and would have acres of land? Miss Betty perceived that here was something indeed very different from the general run of rich young men, and that Mrs. Dallas had not been so far wrong in her forebodings. How very absurd, she said to herself as she went away down the open staircase. And what a pity! End of chapter 38. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 39 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 39. Skirmishing. To the great chagrin of his mother, and, indeed, of everybody, Pitt took his departure a few days before the necessary set termination of his visit. He must, he declared, have a few days to run down from London into the country and find out the Gainsborough family. If Colonel Gainsborough and his daughter had really gone home, he must know. What on earth do you want to know for? His father had angrily asked. What concern is it to you, in any way? Pitt, I wish you would take all the time you have and use it to make yourself agreeable to Miss Frere. Where could you do better? I have no time for that now, sir. Time? What is time? Don't you admire her? Everyone must do that. I have an idea she don't dislike you. It would suit your mother and me very well. She has not money, but she has everything else. There has been no girl more admired in Washington these 2 winters past. No girl. You would have a prize, I can tell you. that many a one would like to hinder your getting. I have no time, sir, now, and I must find out my old friends, first of all." "Do you mean you want to marry that girl?" said Mr. Dallas, imprudently flaming out. Pitt was at the moment engaged in mending up a precious old volume, which by reason of age and use had become dangerously dilapidated. He was manipulating skillfully, as one accustomed to the business, with awl and a large needle, surrounded by his glue pot and bits of leather and paper. At the question, he lifted up his head and looked at his father. Mr. Dallas did not like the look. It was too keen and had too much recognition in it. He feared he had unwarily showed his play. But Pitt answered, then quietly, going on with his work again. "I said nothing of that, sir. I do not know anything about that. My old friends may be in distress. Both are one of them. It is not at all unlikely, I think. If things had gone well with them, you would have been almost sure to hear of their whereabouts at least. I made a promise, at any rate, and I am bound to find them, one side or the other of the Atlantic." "Don Quixote," muttered his father. "Colonel Gainsborough, I have no doubt, has gone home to his people, whom he ought never to have left. In that case, I can certainly find them." Mr. Dallas seldom made the mistake of spoiling his cause with words. He let the matter drop, though his mouth was full of things he would have liked to speak. So the time came for Pitt's departure, and he went. And the two women he left behind him hardly dared to look at each other, the one lest she should betray her sorrow, and the other lest she should seem to see it. Betty honestly suffered. She had found Pitt's society delightful. It had all the urbanity without the emptiness of that she was accustomed to. Whether right or wrong, he was undoubtedly a person in earnest, who meant his life to be something more than a dream or a play, and who had higher ends in view than to understand dining, or even to be an acknowledged critic of light literature, or a leader of fashion. Higher ends even than to be at the head of the state or a leader of its armies. There was enough natural nobleness in Betty to understand Pitt, at least in a degree, and to be mildly attracted to all this. And his temper was so fine, his manners so pleasant, his tender deference to his mother so beautiful. Ah, such a man's wife would be well sheltered from some of the harshest winds that blow in the face of human nature. Even if he were a little fanatical, it was a fanaticism which Betty half hoped, half inconsistently feared, would fade away with time. He had stayed just long enough to kindle a fire in her heart, which now she could not with a blow or a breath extinguish. Not long enough for the fire to catch any loose tinder lying about on the outskirts of his. Pitt rode away heart whole, she was obliged to confess to herself, so far, at least, as she was concerned, and Betty had nothing to do now but to feel how that fire bit her, and to stifle the smoke of it. Mrs. Dallas was a woman and a mother, and she saw what they would not have had her see for any money. "I think Pitt was taken with her," she said to her husband, as one seeks to strengthen a faint belief by putting it into words. "He is taken with nothing but his own obstinacy," growled Mr. Dallas. "His obstinacy never troubled you," said the mother. "Pitt was always like that, but never for anything bad. It's for something foolish then, and that will do as well." "Did you sound him?" "Yes." "And what did he say?" "Said he must see Esther Gainsborough first, confound him." "Esther Gainsborough? But he tried and could not find them." "He will try on the other side now. He'll waste his time running all over England to discover the family place, and then he will know that there is more looking to be done in America." "And he talked of coming over next year. Husband, he must not come. We must go over there." "Next summer. Yes, that is the only thing to do. And we will take Betty Frere along with us." Mrs. Dallas said nothing of this scheme at present to the young lady, though it comforted herself. Perhaps it would have comforted Betty, too, whose hopes rested on the very faint possibility of another summer's gathering at Seaforth. That was a very doubtful possibility. The hope built upon it was vaporously unsubstantial. She debated with herself whether the best thing were not to take the first passable offer that should present itself, marry and settle down, and so deprive herself of the power of thinking about Pitt, and him of the fancy that she ever had thought about him. Poor girl, she had verified the truth of the word which speaks about going on hot coals. She had burned her feet. She had never done it before. She had played with a dozen men at different times, allowed them to come near enough to be looked at, dallied with them, discussed and rejected, successfully, without her own heart ever even coming in danger. As to danger to theirs, that indeed had not been taken into consideration, or had not excited any scruple. Now, the fire bit her, and she could not stifle it, and a grave doubt came over her whether even that expedient of marriage might be found able to stifle it. She went away from Seaforth a few days after Pitt's departure, a sadder woman than she had come to it, though I fear scarce a wiser. On her way to Washington she tarried a few days in New York, and there it chanced that she had a meeting which, in the young lady's then state of mind, had a tremendous interest for her. Society in New York at that day was very little like society there now. Even granting that the same principles of human nature underlay its developments, the developments were different. Small companies, even of fashionable people, could come together for an evening. Dancing, although loved and practiced, did not quite exclude conversation. Supper was a far less magnificent affair, and fashion itself was much more necessarily and universally dependent on the accessories of birth, breeding, and education than is the case at present. It was known who everybody was. Parvenus were few, and there was still a flavor left of old-world traditions and colonial antecedents. So, when Miss Frere was invited to one of the best houses in the city to spend the evening, she was not surprised to find only a moderate little company assembled, and dresses and appointments on an easy and unostentatious footing, which now was nearly unheard of. There was elegance enough, however, both in the dresses and persons of many of those present, and Betty was quite in her element, finding herself as usual surrounded by attentive and admiring eyes, and able to indulge her love of conversation, for this young lady liked talking better than dancing. Indeed, there was no dancing in the early part of the evening. It was rather a musical company, and Betty's favorite amusement was often interrupted, for the music was too good, and the people present too well bred, to allow of that jumble of sounds, musical and unmusical, which is so distressing and, alas, not so rare. Several bits of fine, old-fashioned music had been given, from Mozart and Beethoven and Handel, and Betty had got into full swing of conversation again, when a pause around her gave notice that another performer was taking her seat at the piano. Betty checked her speech with a little impulse of vexation, and cast her eyes across the room. "Who is it now?" she asked. There was a little murmur of question and answer, for the gentleman immediately at hand did not know. Then she was told, "It is a Miss Gainsborough." "Gainsborough?" Betty's eyes grew large, and her face took a sudden gravity. "What Gainsborough?" Nobody knew. "English, I believe," somebody said. All desire to talk died out of Betty's lips. She became as silent as the most rigid decorum could have demanded, and applied herself to listen, and of course those around her were becomingly silent also. What was the astonishment of them all, to hear the notes of a hymn, and then the hymn itself, sung by a sweet voice with very clear accent, so that every word was audible! The hymn was not known to Miss Frere. It was fine and striking, and the melody, also unfamiliar, was exceedingly simple. Everybody listened. That was manifest. It was more than the silence of politeness which reigned in the rooms until the last note was ended, and Betty listened more eagerly than anybody, and a strange thrill ran through her. The voice which sang the hymn was not finer, not so fine as many as one she had heard. It was thoroughly sweet and had a very full and rich tone. Its power was only moderate. The peculiarity lay in the manner with which the meaning was breathed into the notes. Betty could not get rid of the fancy that it was a spirit singing, and not a woman. Simpler musical utterance she had never heard, nor any, in her life, that so went to the heart. She listened and wondered as she listened what it was that so moved her. The voice was tender, pleading, joyous, triumphant. How anybody should dare sing such words in a mixed company, Betty could not conceive. Yet she envied the singer, and heard with a strange twinge at her heart the words of the chorus, which was given with the most penetrating ring of truth. Glory, 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 glory be to God on high. Glory, 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 sing his praises through the sky. Glory, 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 glory to the Father give. Glory, 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 sing his praises, all that live. The hymn went on to offer Christ's salvation to all who would have it, and closed with a variation of the chorus, taken from the song of the redeemed in heaven. Worthy is the Lamb that was slain. As sweet and free as the jubilant shout of a bird, the notes rang, with a lift in them, however, which the unthinking creature neither knows nor can express. Betty's eyes roved once or twice round the room during the singing, to see how the song was taken by the rest of the company. All listened, but she could perceive that some were bored and some others shocked. Others looked curiously grave. The music ceased, and the singer rose. Nobody proposed that she should sing again. "What do you think of the good taste of that?" one of Betty's cavaliers asked her softly. "Oh, don't talk about good taste. Who is she?" I don't know. I believe somebody said she was a teacher somewhere. She has tried her hand on us, hasn't she?" "A teacher?" Betty repeated the word, but gave no attention to the question. She was looking across the room at the musician, who was standing by the piano talking with a gentleman. The apartment was not so large but that she could see plainly, while it was large enough to save her from the charge of ill-bred staring. She saw a moderately tall figure, as straight as an Indian, with the head exquisitely set on the shoulders, and the head itself covered with an abundance of pale brown hair, disposed at the back in a manner of careless grace, which reminded Betty of the head of Sappho on an old gem in her possession. The face she could not see quite so well, for it was partly turned from her. Betty's attention centered on the figure and carriage. A pang of jealous rivalry shot through her as she looked. There was not a person in the room that carried her head so nobly, nor whose pose was so stately and graceful. Yet, stately as it was, it had no air of proud self-consciousness, nor of pride at all. It was not that. It was simple, maidenly dignity, not dignity aped. Betty read so much, and rapidly read what else she could see. She saw that the figure she was admiring was dressed but indifferently. The black silk had certainly seen its best days, if it was not exactly shabby. No ornaments whatever were worn with it. The fashion of garments at that day was, as I have remarked, very trying to any but a good figure, while it certainly showed such a one to advantage. Betty knew her own figure could bear comparison with most. The one she was looking at would bear comparison with any. Miss Gainsborough was standing in the most absolute quiet, the arms crossed over one another, with no ornament but their whiteness. "A good deal of aplomb there," whispered one of Betty's attendants, who saw whither her eyes had gone. "Aplomb," repeated Betty. "That is not aplomb." "Isn't it? Why not?" "It is something else," said Betty, eyeing still the figure she was commenting on. "You don't speak of balance, unless, how shall I put it? Don't you know what I mean?" "No," laughed her companion. "You might save me the trouble of telling you, if you were clever. You know you do not speak of balance, except where either the footing or the feet are somehow doubtful. You would not think of balance as belonging to a mountain." "A mountain?" said the other, looking over at Esther, and still laughing. "Yes, I grant you there is not much in common between the two things, only that element of undisturbableness. Do you know Miss Gainsborough?" "I have not the honor. I have never met her before." "I must know her. Who can introduce me?" And finding her hostess at this moment near her, Betty went on. "Dear Mrs. Chatsworth, do take me over and introduce me to Miss Gainsborough. I am filled with admiration and curiosity. But first, who is she?" "I really can tell you little. She is a great favorite of my friend Miss Fairbairn. That is how I came to know her. She teaches in Madame Duval's school. She is English, I believe. Miss Fairbairn says she is very highly accomplished, and I believe it is true." "Well, please introduce me. I am dying to know her." The introduction was made. The gentleman who had been talking to Miss Gainsborough withdrew. The two girls were left face to face. Yes, what a face, thought Betty, as soon as it was turned upon her, and with every minute of their being together the feeling grew. Not like any face she had ever seen in her life, Betty decided. What the difference was, it took longer to determine. Good features, with refinement in every line of them, a fair, delicate skin, matching the pale brown hair, Betty had seen as good repeatedly. What she had not seen was what attracted her. The brow, broad and intellectual, had a most beautiful repose upon it, and from under it looked forth upon Betty two glorious grey eyes, pure, grave, thoughtful, penetrating, sweet. Yet more than all the rest, perhaps, which struck Miss Frere, was an expression, in mouth and eyes both, which is seen on no faces but of those who have gone through discipline and have learned the habit of self-renunciation, endurance, and loving ministry. The two girls sat down together at Betty's instance. "Will you forgive me?" she said. "I am a stranger, but I do want to ask you a question or two. May I? And will you hear me patiently?" "I see you will." The other made a courteous, half-smiling sign of assent, not as if she were surprised. Betty noticed that. "It is very bold for a stranger," she went on, making her observations while she spoke. "But the thing is earnest with me, and I must seize my chance, if it is a chance. It has happened," she lowered her voice somewhat and her words came slower, "it has happened that I have been studying the subject of religion a good deal lately. It interests me, and I want to ask you, why did you sing that hymn?" "That particular hymn?" No. I mean, why did you sing a hymn at all? It is not the usual thing, you know." "May I ask you a counter-question? What should be the motive with which one sings, or does anything of the sort?" "Motive? Why, to please people, I suppose." "And you think my choice was not happy?" "What does she ask me that for?" thought Betty. "She knows, just as well as I do, what people thought of it. What is she up to?" But aloud she answered, "I think it was very happy as regarded the choice of the hymn. It was peculiar, but very effective. My question meant, why did you sing a hymn at all?" "I will tell you," said the other. "I do not know if you will understand me. I sang that because I have given myself to Christ, and my voice must be used only as His servant." Quick as thought it flashed upon Betty the words she had heard Pitt Dallas quote so lately, quote and descant upon, about giving his body a living sacrifice. "How you two think alike," was her instant reflection, "and how you would fit if you could come together, which you never shall, if I can prevent it." But her face showed only serious attention and interest. "I do not quite understand," she said. "Your words are so unusual. I cannot put my meaning in simpler words." "Then do you think it wrong to sing common songs? Those everybody sings?" "I cannot sing them," said Esther simply. "My voice is Christ's servant." But the smile with which these, to Betty, severe words were spoken was entirely charming. There was not severity, but gladness upon every line of the curving lips, along with a trait of tenderness which touched Betty's heart. In all her life she had never had such a feeling of inferiority. She had given due reverence to persons older than herself. It was the fashion in those days. She had acknowledged a certain social precedence in ladies who were leaders of society and heads of families. She had never had such a feeling of being set down as before this young, pure, stately creature. Mentally, Betty, as it were, stepped down from the dais and stood with her arms folded over her breast, in the Eastern attitude of reverence, during the rest of the interview. "Then you do not do anything," said Betty incredulously, "if you cannot do it so?" "Not if I know it," the other said, smiling more broadly and with such archness. "But still, may I speak frankly? That does not tell me all. You know, you must know, that not everybody would like your choice of music?" "I suppose very few." Would it do any good in any way to displease them? That is not the first question. The first question, in any case, is, how may I best do this thing for God, for His honor and His kingdom? I do not see what His honor and His kingdom have to do with it. It is for His honor that His servants should obey Him, is it not? Said Esther with another smile. And is it not for His kingdom that His invitations should be given? But here? Why not here? It is unusual. I have no business to be anywhere where I cannot do it. That sounds dreadful, said Betty honestly. Why? Oh, it sounds strict, narrow, like a sort of slavery, as if one could never be free. Free for what? Whatever one likes. I should be miserable if I felt I could not do what I liked. Can you do it now? Said Esther. Well, not always, but I am free to try, said Betty frankly. Is that your definition of happiness? To try for that which you cannot attain? I do attain it, sometimes. And keep it? Keep it? You cannot keep anything in this world. I do not think anything is happiness that you cannot keep. But if you come to that, what can you keep? Said Betty. Esther bent forward a little and said, with an intense gleam in her gray eyes, which seemed to dance and sparkle, Jesus Christ, the same yesterday, and today, and forever. I do not know Him, Betty breathed out, after staring at her companion. I saw that. Esther rose, and Betty felt constrained to rise too. Oh, are you going? She cried. I have not done talking. How can I know Him? Do you wish me to tell you? Indeed, yes. If you are in dead earnest and seek Him, He will reveal Himself to you. But then you must be willing to obey every word He says. Good night. She offered her hand. Before Miss Frere, however, could take it, up came the lady of the house. You are not going, Miss Gainsborough? My father would be uneasy if I stayed out late. Oh, well, for once, what have you two been talking about? I saw several gentlemen casting longing looks in this direction, but they did not venture to interrupt. What were you discussing? Life in general, said Betty. Life? Echoed the older woman, and her brow was instantly clouded. What is the use of talking about that? Can either of you say that her life is not a failure? Miss Gainsborough will say that, replied Betty. As for me, my life is a problem that I have not solved. What do you mean by a failure, Mrs. Chatsworth? The other girl asked. Oh, just a failure. Turning out nothing. Coming to nothing. Nothing, I mean, that is satisfying. Tout laissé, tout cassé, tout passé. A true record. But isn't it sorrowful? I do not think it need be true, said Esther. Is it not true with you? No, certainly not. Your smile says more than your words. What a smile! My dear, I envy you. And yet I do not. You have got to wake up from all of that. You are 17, 18, 19, is it? And you have not found out yet that the world is hollow and your doll stuffed with sawdust. But the world is not all. Isn't it? What is? The Lord said, He that believeth in me hath everlasting life. Everlasting life? In the next world? Oh, yes, my dear, but I was speaking of life now. Does not everlasting life begin now? Said Esther, with another of those rare smiles. They were so rare and so beautiful that Betty had come to watch for them. Arch, bright, above all happy, and full of a kind of loving power. The Lord said, hath, He did not say will have. Miss Gainsborough, you talk riddles. I am sorry, said Esther. I do not mean to do that. I am speaking the simplest truth. We were made to be happy in the love of God, and as we were made for that, nothing less will do." "Are you happy?" "My dear, I need not ask. Your face speaks for you." I believe that pricked me on to ask the question with which we began, in pure envy. "I see you are happy. But confess honestly now, honestly, and quite between ourselves, confess there is some delightful lover somewhere who provokes those smiles with which no doubt you reward him?" Esther's gray eyes opened unmistakably at her hostess while she was speaking, and then a light color rose on her cheek, and then she laughed. "I neither have nor ever expect to have anything of the kind," she said, and then she was no longer to be detained, but took leave and went away. "She is a little too certain about the lover," remarked Miss Frere. "That looks as if there were already one in petto." "She is poor," said Mrs. Chatsworth. "She has not much chance. I believe she supports herself and her father, he is old or invalid or something, by teaching. Perhaps they have a little something to help her out. But I fancy she sees very little society. I never meet her anywhere. The lady in whose house she was educated is a very warm friend of hers, and she introduced her to me. So I get her to come here sometimes for a little change." Betty went home with a great many thoughts in her mind which kept her half the night awake. Jealousy perhaps pricked her the most. Not that Pitt loved this girl. About that Betty was not sure. But how he would love her if he could see her! How anybody would, especially a man of refined nature and truth of character, who requires the same in those connected with him. What a pure creature this was! And then she was not only tender, but strong. The look on her face, the lines of her lips, told surely of self-control, self-denial, and habitual patience. People do not look so who have all they need of this world's goods, and have always dipped their hands into full money bags. No, Esther had something to bear, and something to do, both of which called for and called out that strength and sweetness. And yet she was so happy, happy after Pitt's fashion. And this was the girl he had been looking to find. Betty could deserve well of him by letting him know where to find her. But then all would be lost, and Betty's life a failure indeed. She could not face it. And besides, as things were, they were quite safe for the other two. The childish friendship had faded out, would start up again, no doubt, if it had a chance, but there was no need that it should. Pitt was at least heart-whole, if not memory-free, and as for Esther, she had just declared a lover to be a possibility nowhere within the range of her horizon. Esther would not lose anything by not seeing Pitt any more. But then, would she lose nothing? The girl teaching to support herself and her father, alone and poor, what would it be to her life if Pitt suddenly came into it, with his strong hand and genial temper and plenty of means? What would it be to Betty's life if he went out of it? She turned and tossed, she battled and struggled with thoughts. But the end was, she went on to Washington without ever paying Esther a visit, or letting her know that her old friend was looking for her. End of chapter 39. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 40 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 40. London. The winter passed. In the spring Betty received a letter from Mrs. Dallas, part of which ran as follows. My husband and I have a new plan on foot. We have been meditating it all winter, so it ought to be ripe now. We are going over to spend the summer in England. My son talked of making us a visit again this year, and we decided it was better we should go to him. Time is nothing to us, and to him it is something, for although he will have no need to practice in any profession, I agree with him and Mr. Dallas in thinking that it is good a young man should have a profession, and, at any rate, what has been begun had better be finished. So, sometime in May we think to leave Seaforth on our way to London. Dear Betty, will you take pity on an old woman and go with us, to give us the brightness of your youth? Don't you want to see London? and I presume by this time Pitt has qualified himself to be a good cicerone. Besides, we shall not be fixed in London. We will go to see whatever you would most like to see in the kingdom. Perhaps run up to Scotland. Of course, what I want to see is my boy, but other things would naturally have an attraction for you. Do not say no. It would be a great disappointment to me. Meet us in New York about the middle of May. Mr. Dallas wishes to go as soon as the spring storms are over. I have another reason for making this journey. I wish to keep Pitt from coming over to America." Betty's heart made a bound as she read this letter, and went on with faster beats than usual after she had folded it up. A voyage, and London, and Pitt Dallas for a showman! What could be more alluring in its temptation and promise? Going about in London with him to guide and explain things. Could opportunity be more favorable to finish the work which last summer left undone? Betty's heart jumped at it. She knew she would say yes to Mrs. Dallas. She could say nothing but yes. And yet, questions did come up to her. Would it not be putting herself unduly forward? Would it not look as though she went on purpose to see, not London, but somebody in London? That would be the very truth, Betty confessed to herself, with a pang of shame and humiliation. The pang was keen, yet it did not change her resolution. What if? Nobody knew, she argued, and nobody would have cause to suspect. There was reason enough, ostensible, why she should go to England with Mrs. Dallas. If she refused to visit all the old ladies who had sons, her social limits would be restricted indeed. But Mrs. Dallas herself, would not she understand? Mrs. Dallas understood enough already, Betty said to herself defiantly. They were allies in this cause. It was very miserable that it should be so. However, not now to be undone or set aside. Lightly she had gone into Mrs. Dallas's proposition last summer. If it had grown to be life and death earnest with her, there was no need that Mrs. Dallas should know that. It was life and death earnest, and she must go to London. It was a capital plan. To have met Pitt Dallas again at Seaforth, and again spent weeks in his mother's house while he was there, would have been too obvious. This was better every way. Of course she could not refuse such an invitation, such a chance of seeing something of the world, she who had always been too poor to travel. Pitt could not find any matter of surprise nor any ground for criticism in her doing that, and it would give her all the opportunity she wished for. Here, most inopportunely, came before her the image of Esther. How those two would suit each other! How infallibly Pitt would be devoted to her if he could see her! But Betty said to herself that she had a better right. They did not know each other. He was nothing to Esther. Esther was nothing to him. She set her teeth and wrote to Mrs. Dallas that she would be delighted to go. And then, having made her choice, she put away thought. All through the voyage she was the most delightful companion. A little stifled excitement, like forcing heat in a greenhouse, made all her social qualities blossom out in unwonted brilliancy. She was entertaining, bright, gay, witty, graceful. She was the admiration and delight of the whole company on board, and Mrs. Dallas thought to herself with proud satisfaction that Pitt could find nothing better than that, nor more attractive, and that she need wish nothing better than that at the head of her son's household, and by his side. That Pitt could withstand such enchantment was impossible. She was doing the very best thing she could do in coming to England and in bringing Betty with her. Having meditated this journey for months, Mr. Dallas had made all his preparations. Rooms had been engaged in a pleasant part of the city, and there, very soon after landing, the little party found themselves comfortably established and quite at home. "Nothing like England," Mr. Dallas grumbled with satisfaction. "You couldn't do this in New York. They understand nothing about it, and they are too stupid to learn. I believe there isn't a lodging house in all the little Dutch city over there. You could not find a single house where they let lodgings in the English fashion." "Mr. Dallas, it is not a Dutch city." "Half Dutch, and that's enough. Have you let Pitt know we are here, wife?" Mrs. Dallas had done that, but the evening passed away, nevertheless, without any news of him. They made themselves very comfortable, had an excellent dinner, and went to rest in rooms pleasant and well appointed. But Betty was in a state of feverish excitement, which would not let her be a moment at ease. Now she was here, she almost was ready to wish herself back again. How would Pitt look at her? How would he receive her? And yet, what affair was it of his, if his mother brought a young friend with her, to enjoy the journey and make it agreeable? It was nothing to Pitt. And yet, if it were nothing to him, Betty would want to take passage in the next packet ship sailing for New York or Boston. She drew her breath short until she could see him. He came about the middle of the next morning. Mr. Dallas had gone out, and the two ladies were alone, in a high state of expectancy, joyous on one part, most anxious and painful on the other. The first sight of him calmed Betty's heart beating. At the same time it gave her a great thrill of pain. Pitt was himself so frank and so quiet, she said to herself, there was no occasion for her to fear anything in his thoughts. His greeting of her was entirely cordial and friendly. He was neither surprised nor displeased to see her. At the same time, while this was certainly comforting, Pitt looked too composedly happy for Betty's peace of mind. Apparently he needed neither her nor anybody. Do men ever? Said Betty to herself bitterly. And besides, there was in his face and manner a nobleness and a pureness which at one blow drove home, as it were, the impression of the last year. Such a look she had never seen on any face in her life, except, yes, there was one exception, and the thought sent another pang of pain through her. But women do not show what they feel. And Pitt, if he noticed Miss Frere at all, saw nothing but the well-bred quiet which always belonged to Betty's demeanor. He was busy with his mother. "This is a pleasure to have you here," he was saying heartily. "I thought we should have seen you last night. My letter was in time. Didn't you get it?" "It went to my chambers in the temple, and I was not there." "Where were you?" "At Kensington." "At Kensington? With Mr. Strahan?" "Not with Mr. Strahan," said Pitt gravely. "I have been with him a great deal these last weeks. You got my letter in which I told you he was ill?" "Yes, and that you were nursing him." "Then you did not get my letter telling of the end of his illness? You left home before it arrived." "You do not mean that Uncle Strahan is dead?" "It is a month ago or more. But there is nothing to regret, Mother. He died perfectly happy." Mrs. Dallas passed over this sentence, which she did not like, and asked abruptly, "Then what were you doing at Kensington?" "There was business. I have been obliged to give some time to it. You will be as much surprised as I was to learn that my old uncle has left all he had in the world to me." "To you?" Mrs. Dallas did not utter a scream of delight or embrace her son, or do anything that many women would have done in honor of the occasion. But her head took a little loftier set upon her shoulders, and in her cheeks rose a very pretty rosy flush. "I am not surprised in the least," she said. "I do not see how he could have done anything else. But I did not know the old gentleman had so much sense for all that. Is the property large?" "Rather large." "My dear, I am very glad. That makes you independent at once. I do not know whether I ought to be glad of that. But you would never be let off from any line of conduct you thought fit to enter, by either having or wanting money." "I hope not. It is not high praise to say that I am not mercenary. Who was thinking to bribe me? And to what?" "Never mind," said Mrs. Dallas hastily. "Was not the house at Kensington part of the property?" "Certainly." "And has that come to you too?" "Yes, of course, just as it stood. I was going to ask if you would not move in and take possession?" "Take possession? We?" "Yes, Mother. It is all ready. The old servants are there, and will take very passably good care of you. Mrs. Bunce can cook a chop, and boil an egg, and make a piece of toast. Let me see, what else can she do? Everything that my old uncle liked, I know. Beyond that, I cannot say how far her power extends, but I think she can make you comfortable." "My dear, aren't you going to let the house?" "No, Mother." "Why not? You cannot live in chambers in there too." "I can never let the house. In the first place, it is too full of things which have all of them more or less value, many of them more. In the second place, the old servants have their home there, and will always have it." "You are bound by the will?" "Not at all. The will binds me to nothing." "Then, my dear boy, it may be a long time before you would want to set up housekeeping there yourself. You might never wish it. And in the meantime, all this expense going on?" "I know what Uncle Strahan would have liked, Mamma, but apart from that, I could never turn adrift his old servants. They are devoted to me now. And, besides, I wish to have the house taken care of. When you have seen it, you will not talk any more about having it let. You will come at once, will you not? It is better than this. I told Mrs. Bunce she might make ready for you, and there is a special room for Miss Frere, where she may study several things." He gave a pleasant glance at the young lady as he spoke, which certainly assured her of a welcome, but Betty felt painfully embarrassed. "This is something we never contemplated," she said, turning to Mrs. Dallas. "What will you do with me? I have no right to Mr. Pitt's hospitality, generous as it is." "You will come with us, of course," said Mrs. Dallas. "You are one of us, as much as anybody could be. And you would be very sorry afterwards if you did not, I can tell you," said Pitt frankly. "My old house is quite something to see, and I promise myself some pleasure in the enjoyment you all will have in it. I hope we are so much old friends that you would not refuse me such an honor?" There was no more to say, after the manner in which this was spoken, and from embarrassment Betty went over to great exultation. What could be better than this? And did even her dreams offer her such a bewildering prospect of pleasure? She heard with but half an ear what Pitt and his mother were saying, yet she did hear it, and lost not a word, braiding in her own reflections diligently with the thoughts thus suggested. They talked of Mr. Strahan, of his illness, through which Pitt had nursed him, of the studies thus interrupted, of the property thus suddenly come into Pitt's hands. "I do not see why you should go on with your law reading," Mrs. Dallas broke out at last. "Really, why should you? You are perfectly independent already, without any help from your father. House and servants and all, and money enough. Your father would say, 'Too much.' Haven't you thought of giving up your chambers in the Temple?" "No, Mother." "Any other young man would. Why not you? What do you want to study law for any more? One must do something, you know." "Something? But I never heard that law was an amusing study. Is it not the driest of the dry?" "Rather dry, in spots." "What is your notion, then, Pitt, if you do not like it?" "I do like it, and I am thinking of the use it may be." "The use?" said Mrs. Dallas, bewilderedly. "It is a grand profession," he went on. "A grand profession when used for its legitimate purposes. I want to have the command of it. If the study is sometimes dry, the practice is often, or it often may be, in the highest degree interesting." "Purposes? What purposes?" Mrs. Dallas pursued, fastening on that one word in Pitt's speech. "Righting the wrong, Mother, and lifting up the oppressed. A knowledge of law is necessary often for that, and the practice too." "Pitt," said his mother, "I don't understand you." Betty thought she did, and she was glad that Mr. Dallas's entrance broke off the conversation. Then it was all gone over again. Mr. Strahan's illness, Pitt's ministrations, the will, the property, the house, concluding with the plan of removing thither. Betty, saying nothing herself, watched the other members of the party. The gleam in Mr. Dallas's money-loving eyes, the contained satisfaction of Mrs. Dallas's motherly pride, and the extremely different look on the younger man's face. With all the brightness and life of his talk to them, with all the interest and pleasure he showed in the things talked about, there was a quiet apartness on his brow and in his eyes, a lift above trifles, a sweetness and a gravity that certainly found their ailment neither in the sudden advent of a fortune nor in any of the accessories of money. Betty saw and read while the others were talking. and her outward calm and careless demeanor was no true indication of how she felt. The very things which drew her to Pitt, alas, made her feel set away at a distance from him. What had her restless soul in common with that happy repose that was about him? And yet, how restlessness is attracted by rest! Of all things it seemed to Betty one of the most delightful and desirable, not to be fretted, not to be anxious, to be never out of sorts, never seemingly discontented with anything or afraid of anything, while these terms were the very reverse of all which must describe her and everyone else whom she knew. Where did that high calm come from? No face that Betty had ever seen had that look upon it, except— oh, she wished she had never seen that other, or that she could forget it. Those two fitted together. But I should make him just as good a wife, said Betty to herself. Perhaps better. And she does not care, and I do. Oh, what a fool I was ever to go into this thing. End of chapter 40. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 41 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 41. An Old House. Arrangements were soon made. The landlady of the house was contented with a handsome bonus. Baggage was sent off. A carriage was ordered, and the party set forth. It was a very strange experience to Betty. If her position was felt to be a little awkward, at the same time it was most deliciously adventurous and novel. She sat demurely enough by Mrs. Dallas's side, eyeing the strange streets through which they passed, hearing every word that was spoken by anybody, and keeping the while herself an extremely smooth and careless exterior. She was full of interest for all she saw, and yet the girls saw it as in a dream, or only as a background upon which she saw Pitt. She saw him always, without often seeming to look at him. The content of Mr. and Mrs. Dallas was inexpressible. "Where will you find anything like that now?" said Mr. Dallas, as they were passing Hyde Park. "Ah, Miss Betty, wait. You will never want to see Washington again. The capital? Pooh, pooh! It may do for a little beginning of a colony, but wait till you have seen a few things here. What will you show her first, Pitt?" "Kensington." "Kensington? Ah, to be sure. Well, I suppose your new house takes precedence of all other things for the present." "Not my new house," said Pitt. "It is anything but that. There is nothing new about it but the master. I thought I should bring you back with me, Mother, so I told Mrs. Bunce to have luncheon ready. As I said, she can cook a chop." By degrees the houses became thinner as they drove on. Grass and trees were again prominent, and it was in a region that looked at least half country that the carriage at last stopped. Indeed, more than half country, for the city was certainly left behind. Everything was in fresh green. The air was mild and delicious, the place quiet. The carriage turned from the road and passed through an iron gateway and up a gravel sweep to the door of an old house, shaded by old trees and surrounded by a spread of velvety turf. The impression, as Betty descended from the carriage, was that here had been ages of dignified order and grave tranquillity. The green sward was even and soft and of vivid freshness. The old trees were stately with their length of limb and great solid trunks. And the house? The house, towards which she turned, as if to ask questions of it, was of moderate size, built of stone, and so massively built as if it had been meant to stand forever. That was seen at once in the thickness of the walls, the strong oaken doorway, and the heavy window frames. But as soon as Betty set foot within the door, she could almost have screamed with delight. "Upon my word, very good, very well," said Mr. Dallas, standing in the hall and reviewing it. And then, perceiving the presence of the servants, he checked himself and reviewed them. "These are my uncle's faithful old friends, Mother," Pitt was saying. "Mrs. Bunce and Stephen Hill. Have you got something ready for travelers, Mrs. Bunce?" Dignified order and grave tranquillity was the impression on Betty's mind again, as they were ushered into the dining room. It was late, and the party sat down at once to table. But Betty could hardly eat for feasting her eyes, and when they went upstairs to their rooms, that feast still continued. The house was irregular, with rather small rooms and low ceilings, which itself was pleasant after the more commonplace regularity to which Miss Frere had been accustomed. And then it was full. All the rooms were full of quaintness and beauty. Oak wainscotings, dark with time, oaken doorways with singular carvings, chimney pieces, before which Betty stood in speechless delight and admiration, small pane windows set in deep window niches. In one or two rooms dark draperies, but the late Mr. Strahan had not favored anything that shut out the light, and in most of the house there were no curtains put up. And then, on the walls, in cupboards and presses, on tables and shelves, and in cabinets, there was an endless variety and wealth of treasures and curiosities, pictures, bronzes, coins, old armor, old weapons, curiosities of historical value, others of natural production, others still of art. Some of all these were very valuable and precious. To examine them must be the work of many days. It was merely the fact of their being there which Betty took in now, with a sense of the great riches of the new mental pasture ground in which she found herself. She changed her dress in a kind of breathless mood, noticing as she did so the old-fashioned and aged furniture of her room. Aged, not infirm. The manufacture solid and strong as ever. The wood darkened by time, the patterns quaint, but to Betty's eye the more picturesque. Her apartment was a corner room, with one deep window on each of two sides. The lookout over a sunny landscape of grass, trees, and scattered buildings. On another side was a deep chimney place, with curious wrought iron fire dogs. What a delightful adventure, or what a terrible adventure, was it which had brought her to this house? She would not think of that. She dressed and went down. The rest of the party were gathered in the library, and this room finished Betty's enchantment. It was a well-sized room, the largest in the house, on the second floor, and all the properties that made the house generally interesting were gathered and culminated here. Dark wainscoting, dark bookcases, and dark books gave it an aspect that might have been gloomy, yet was not so, perhaps because of the many other objects in the room, which gave points of light or bits of color. What they were, Betty could only find out by degrees. She saw at once, in general, that this must have been a favorite place of the late owner, and that here he had collected a special assemblage of the things that pleased him best. A table at one side must have been made, she thought, about the same time with her chamber furniture, and by the same hand. The floor was dark and polished, and on it lay here and there bits of soft carpeting, which were well worn. Betty advanced slowly to the corner where the party were sitting, taking in the effect of all this, then almost started as Pitt gave her a chair, to see in the corner just beyond the group a stuffed bear showing his teeth at her. The father and mother had been talking about various matters at home, and the talk went on. Betty presently left them and began to examine the sides of the room. She studied the bear, which was in an upright position, resting one paw on a stick, while the other supported a lamp. From the bear her eyes passed on to a fire screen, which stood before the empty chimney, and then she went to look at it near by. It was a most exquisite thing. 2 great panes of plate glass were so set in a frame that a space of some 3 or 4 inches separated them. In this space, in every variety of position, were suspended on invisible wires some 20 hummingbirds of different kinds, and whether the light fell upon the screen in front or came through it from behind, the display was in either case most beautiful and novel. Betty at last wandered to the chimney piece, and went no further for a good while, studying the rich carving and the coat of arms which was both sculptured and painted in the midst of it. By and by she found that Pitt was beside her. "Mr. Strahan's?" she asked. "No, they belong to a former possessor of the house. It came into my uncle's family by the marriage of his father." "It is very old?" "Pretty old. That is, what in America we would call so. It reaches back to the time of the Stuarts. Really, that is not so long ago as it seems." It is worth while to be old if it gives one such a chimney-piece as that. But I should not like another man's arms in it if I were you." "Why not?" "I don't know. I believe it diminishes the sense of possession." "A good thing, then," said Pitt. "Do you remember that they that have are told to be as though they possessed not?" "How can they?" answered Betty, looking at him. "You know the words?" "I seem to have read them. I suppose I have." "Then there must be some way of making them true." "What is this concerned, Pitt?" inquired his father, who had followed them and was looking at a sort of cabinet which was framed into the wall. "I was going to invite Miss Frere's attentions to it, yet, on reflection, I believe she is not enthusiastic for that sort of thing. That is valuable, father. It is a collection of early Greek coins. Uncle Strahan was very fond of that collection and very proud of it. He had brought it together with a great deal of pains." "Rubbish, I should say," observed the elder man, and he moved on, while Betty took his place. "Now, I do not understand them," she said. "You can see the beauty of some of them. Look at this head of Apollo." "That is beautiful, exquisite. Was that a common coin of trade?" "Doubtful, in this case. It is not certain that this was not rather a medal struck for the members of the Amphictyonic Council. But see this coin of Syracuse. This was a common coin of trade, only of a size not the most common. All I can say is, their coinage was far handsomer than ours, if it was like that. The reverse is as fine as the obverse, a chariot with 4 horses, done with infinite spirit." "How can you remember what is on the other side? I suppose this side is what you mean by the obverse of this particular coin? Are you sure?" Pitt produced a key from his pocket, unlocked the glass door of the cabinet, and took the coin from its bed. On the other side was what he had stated to be there. Betty took the piece in her hands to look and admire. "That is certainly very fine," she said, but her attention was not entirely bent on the coin. "Is this lovely head meant for Apollo too?" "No, don't you see it is feminine? Ceres, it is thought, but Mr. Strahan held that it was Arethusa, in honor of the nymph that presided over the fine fountain of sweet water near Syracuse. The coinage of that city was extremely beautiful and diversified, yielding to hardly any other in design and workmanship. Here is an earlier one. You see the very different stage art had attained to." "A regular Greek face," remarked Betty, going back to the coin she held in her hand. "See the straight line of the nose and the very short upper lip. Do you hold that the Greek type is the only true beauty?" "Not I. The only true beauty, I think, is that of the soul, or at least that which the soul shines through. What are these little fish swimming about the head? They would seem to indicate a marine deity." "The dolphin, the Syracusan emblem." "I wish I had been born in those times," said Betty, and the wish had a meaning in the speaker's mind which the hearer could not divine. "Why do you wish that?" asked Pitt, smiling. "I suppose the principal reason is that then I should not have been born in this. Everything is dreadfully prosy in our age. Oh, not here, at this moment, but this is a fairy tale we are living through. I know how the plain world will look when I go back to it." "At present," said Pitt, taking the Syracusan coin and restoring it to its place, "you are not an enthusiastic numismatist." "No. How should I? Coins are not a thing to excite enthusiasm. They are beautiful and curious, but not exactly stirring." "I had a scholar once," remarked Pitt, as he locked the glass door of a cabinet, "whose eyes would have opened very wide at sight of this collection. Have you heard anything of the Gainsboroughs, mother?" Betty started, inwardly, and was seized with an unreasoning fear lest the question might next be put to herself. Quietly, as soon as she could, she moved away from the coin cabinet, and seemed to be examining something else, but she was listening all the while. "Nothing whatever," Mrs. Dallas had answered. "They have not come back to England. I have made out so much. I looked up the family after I came home last fall. Their headquarters are at a nice old place down in Devonshire. I introduced myself and got acquainted with them. They are pleasant people, but they knew nothing of the colonel. He has not come home, and he has not written. Thus much I have found out." "It is not certain, however," grumbled Mr. Dallas. "I believe he has come home, that is, to England. He was on bad terms with his people, you know." "When are you going to show Miss Frere and me London?" asked Mrs. Dallas. She was as willing to lead off from the other subject as Betty herself. "Show you London, mamma? Show you a bit of it, you mean. It would take something like a lifetime to show you London. What bit will you begin with?" "What first, Betty?" said Mrs. Dallas. Betty turned and slowly came back to the others. "Take her to see the lions in the tower," suggested Mr. Dallas, "and the waxwork." "Do you think I have never seen a lion, Mr. Dallas?" said the young lady. "Well, small ones," said the gentleman, stroking his chin. "But the tower is a big lion itself. I believe I should like to go to the tower. I have never been there yet, old as I am." "I do not want to go to the tower," said Mrs. Dallas. "I do not care for that kind of thing. I should like to see the temple, and Pitt's chambers." "So should I," said the younger lady. "You might do worse," said Pitt. "Then tomorrow we will go to the temple and to St. Paul's." "St. Paul's? That will not hold us long, will it?" said Betty. "Is it so much to see?" "A good deal if you go through and study the monuments." "Well," said Betty, "I suppose it will be all delightful." But when she had retired to her room at night, her mood was not just so. She sat down before her glass and ruminated. That case of coins, and Pitt's old scholar, and the Gainsboroughs, who had not come home. He would find them yet. Yes, and Esther would one day be standing before those coins, and Pitt would be showing them to her, and she would enter into his talk about them, and would understand and have sympathy, and there would be sympathy on other points too. If Esther ever stood there, in that beautiful old library, it would be as mistress and at home. Betty had a premonition of it. She put her hands before her eyes to shut out the picture. Suppose she earned well of the two and gained their lasting friendship by saying the words that would bring them to each other? That was one way out of her difficulty. But then, why should she? What right had Esther Gainsborough to be happy more than Betty Frere? The other way out of her difficulty, namely, to win Pitt's liking, would be much better, and then they both of them might be Esther's friends. For of one thing Betty was certain. If she could win Pitt, he would be won. No halfway work was possible with him. He would never woo a woman he did not entirely love, and any woman so loved by him would not need to fear any other woman. It would be once for all. Betty had never, as it happened, met thoroughgoing truth before. She recognized it and trusted it perfectly in Pitt. And it was one of the things, she confessed to herself, that drew her most mightily to him. A person whom she could absolutely believe and always be sure of. Whom else in the world could she trust so? Not her own brothers, not her own father. Mother she had none. How did she know so securely that Pitt was an exception to the universal rule? The question might be asked, and she asked it. She had not seen him tested in any great thing, but she had seen him tried in little bits of everyday things, in which most people think it is no harm to dodge the truth a little, and Betty recognized the soundness of the axiom, "He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much." End of chapter 41. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 42 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner. Chapter 42. The Tower. The next morning they went to inspect the temple, Pitt and the two ladies. Mr. Dallas preferred some other occupation, but the interest brought to the inspection was not altogether legitimate. Mrs. Dallas cared principally to see how comfortable her son's chambers were, and to refresh herself with the tokens of antiquity and importance which attached to the place and the institution to which he belonged. Betty was no antiquarian in the best of times, and at present had all her faculties concentrated on one subject and one question which was not of the past. Nevertheless, it is of the nature of things that a high strain of the mind renders it intensely receptive and sensitive for outward impressions, even though they may not be welcomed, like a taut string, which answers to a breath breathed upon it. Betty did not care for the temple, had no interest in the old Templars' arms on the sides of the gateways, and thought its medley of dull courts and lanes a very undesirable place. What was it to her where Dr. Johnson had lived? She did not care for Dr. Johnson at all, and as little for Oliver Goldsmith. Pitt, she saw, cared. How odd it was! It was some comfort that Mrs. Dallas shared her indifference. "My dear," she said, "I do not care about anybody's lodgings but yours. Dr. Johnson is not there now, I suppose. Where are your rooms?" But Pitt laughed and took them first to the Temple Church. Here Betty could not refuse to look and be interested a little. How little, she did not show. The beauty of the old church, its venerable age, and the strange relics of the past in its monuments did command some attention. Yet Betty grudged it, and went over the halls and the courts afterward with a half-reluctant foot, hearing as if against her will all that Pitt was telling her and his mother about them. Oh, what did it matter that one of Shakespeare's plays had been performed in the Middle Temple Hall during its author's lifetime? And what did it signify whether a given piece of architecture were early English or Perpendicular Gothic? What did interest her was to see how lively and warm was Pitt's knowledge and liking of all these things. Evidently he delighted in them and was full of information concerning them, and his interest did move Betty a little. It moved her to speculation also. Could this man be so earnest in his enjoyment of Norman arches and polished shafts and the effigies of old knights, and still hold the views and principles he had avowed and advocated last year? Could he, who took such pleasure in the doings and recordings of the past, really mean to attach himself to another sort of life, which with the honors and dignities and delights of this common world have nothing to do? The question recurred again afresh on their return home. As Betty entered the house, she was struck by the beauty of the carved oak staircase, and exclaimed upon it. "Yes," said Pitt, "this is the prettiest part of the house. It is said to be by Inigo Jones, but perhaps that cannot be proved." "Does it matter?" said Betty, laughing. "No, not to any real lover of it, but to the rest. You know, the name is the thing." "Lover of it?" said Betty. "Can you love a staircase?" Pitt laughed out. Then he answered seriously, "Don't you know that all is good and true, in a way bound up together? It is one whole, and I take it to be certain that in proportion to anyone's love for spiritual and moral beauty will be cateris paribus, his appreciation of all expression of it, in nature or art." "But," said Betty, "spiritual and moral beauty? You do not mean that this oak staircase is an expression of either?" "Of course, perhaps. At any rate, the things are very closely connected." "You are an enigma," said Betty. "I hope not always to remain so," he answered. Betty went up the beautiful staircase, noting as she went its beauties, from story to story. She had not noticed it before, although it really took up more room than was proportionate to the size of the house. What did Pitt mean by those last words, she was querying? And could it be possible that the owner of a house like this, with a property corresponding, would not be of the world and live in the world like other men? He must, Betty thought. It is all very well for people who have not the means to make a figure in society to talk of isolating themselves from society. A man may give up a little, but when he has much, he holds on to it. But how was it with Pitt? She must try and find out. She accordingly made an attempt that same evening, beginning with the staircase again. "I admired Inigo Jones all the way upstairs," she said, when she had an opportunity to talk to Pitt alone. Mr. Dallas had gone to sleep after dinner, and his wife was knitting at a sufficient distance. The quaint fancies and delicate work are really such as I never imagined before in wood carving. But your words about it remain a puzzle to me. My words? About art being an expression of truth? Surely that is not new. It may be very old, but I do not understand it. You understand that so far as art is genuine, it is a setter forth of truth? Well, I suppose so, of some truth. Roses must be roses, and trees must be trees, and of course must look as like the reality as possible. That is the very lowest thing art can do, and in some cases is not true art at all. Her business is to tell truth, never to deceive. What sort of truth, then? What I said, spiritual and moral. Ah, there it is. Now you have got back to it. Now you are talking mystery, or forgive me, transcendentalism. No, nothing but simple and very plain fact. It is this first, that all truth is one, and this next, that in the world of creation, things material are the expression of things spiritual. So all real beauty in form or color has back of it a greater beauty of higher degree. You are talking pure mystery. No, surely, said Pitt eagerly. You certainly recognize the truth of what I'm saying in some things. For instance, you cannot look up steadily into the blue infinity of one of our American skies on a clear day, at least I cannot, without presently getting the impression of truth, pure, unfailing, incorruptible truth in its creator. The rose, everywhere in the world, so as far as I know, is the accepted emblem of love. And of another very familiar instance. Christ is called in the Bible the Son of Righteousness, the light that is the life of man. Do you know how close to fact that is? What this earth would be if deprived of the sun for a few days is but a true image of the condition of any soul finally forsaken by the Son of Righteousness. In one word, death. And that is what the Bible means by death, of which the death we commonly speak of is again but a faint image. Betty fidgeted a little. This was not what she wished to speak of. It was getting away from her point. Your staircase set me wondering about you, she said boldly, not answering his speech at all. In yet another connection, said Pitt, smiling. In another connection. You remember you used to talk to me pretty freely last summer about your new views and plans of life. I remember. But my staircase. Yes, your staircase. You know, it is rich and stately, as well as beautiful, whatever it signifies to you. To my lower vision, it means a position in the world, and the means to maintain it. And I debated with myself as I went up the stairs, whether the owner of all this would still think it his duty to live altogether for others, and not for himself, like common people. She looked at him, and Pitt met her inquiring eyes with a steady, penetrating, grave look, which half made her wish she had let the question alone. He delayed his answer a little, and then he said, Will you let me meet that doubt in my own way? Certainly, said Betty, surprised. If you will forgive me, its arising. Is one responsible for doubts? One may be responsible for the state of mind from which they spring. Then if you will allow me, I will say no more on the subject for a day or two. But I will not leave you unanswered. That is, unless you refuse to submit to my guidance, and will not let me take you my own way. You are mysterious. Will you go with me when I ask you? Yes. Then that is sufficient. Betty thought she had not gained much by her move. The next day was given to the Tower. Mrs. Dallas did not go. Her husband was of the party instead. The inspection of the place was thorough, and occupied some hours. Pitt, being able, through an old friend of Mr. Strahan's, was now also his friend, to obtain an order from the constable for seeing the whole. At dinner Betty delivered herself of her opinion. "Were you busy all day with nothing but the Tower?" asked Mrs. Dallas. "Stopped for luncheon," said her husband. "And we did our work thoroughly, mamma," added Pitt. "You must take time if you want to see anything." "Well," said Betty, I must say, if this is what it means to live in an old country, I am thankful I live in a new one." "What now?" asked Mr. Dallas. "What's the matter?" "Mrs. Dallas was wiser that she did not go," Betty went on. "I have supped full of horrors. Really, I have read history, but that gives it to one deluded. I had no notion that the English people were so savage." "Come, no worse than other people," Mr. Dallas put in. "I do not know how it is with the other people. I am thankful we have no such monument in America. I shouldn't think snow would lie on the tower." "Doesn't often," said Pitt. "Think, Mrs. Dallas, I stood in that little chapel there, the prisoner's chapel, and beneath the pavement lay between 30 and 40 people, the remains of them, who lay there with their heads separated from their bodies, and some of them with no heads at all. The heads had been set up on London Bridge or on Temple Bar or some other dreadful place. And then as we went round, I was told that here was the spot where Lady Jane Grey was beheaded, and there was the window from which she saw the headless body of her husband carried away, and there stood the rack on which Anne Askew was tortured, and there was the prison where Arabella Stuart died insane, and here was the axe which was used to be carried before the lieutenant when he took a prisoner to his trial, and was carried before the prisoner when he returned, mostly with the sharp edge turned towards him. I do not see how people used to live in those times. There are Anne Boleyn and her brother, Lady Jane Grey and her husband, and other Dudleys innumerable." "My dear, do stop. I cannot eat my dinner, and you cannot." "Eat dinner? Did anybody used to eat dinner in those times? Did the world go on as usual, with such horrors on the throne and in the dungeon?" "It's a great national monument," said Mr. Dallas, "that any people might be proud of." "Proud? Well, I am glad, as I said, that the sky is blue over America." "The blue looks down on nothing so fine as our old tower, and it isn't so blue, either, if you could know all." "Where are you going to take us next, Pitt?" Mrs. Dallas asked, to give things a pleasanter turn. "How did you like St. Paul's, Miss Betty?" her husband went on, before Pitt could speak. "It's very black." "That is one of its beauties," remarked Pitt. "Is it? But I am accustomed to pure air. I do not like so much smoke." "You were interested in the monuments?" said Mrs. Dallas. "Honestly, I am not fond of monuments. Besides, there really is a reminiscence of the tower and the axe there very often. I had no conception London was such a place. Let us take her to Hyde Park and show her something cheerful, Pitt. I should love above all things to go to the House of Commons and hear a debate, if it could be managed." Pitt said it could be managed, and it was managed, and they went to the park, and they drove out to see some of the beauties near London, Richmond, Hampton Court, and Windsor, and several days passed away in great enjoyment for the whole party. Betty forgot the tower and grew gay. The strangeness of her position was forgotten. The house came to be familiar. The alternation of sightseeing with the quiet household was delightful. Nothing could be better. Might it last? Could it not last? Nay, Betty would have relinquished the sightseeing and bargained for only the household life, if she could have retained that. End of chapter 42. Recording by Yvonne Theodor. Chapter 43 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner. Chapter 43, Martin's Court. What is for today, Pitt? There had been a succession of rather gay days, visiting of galleries and palaces. Mrs. Dallas put the question at breakfast. "I am going to show Miss Freer something, if she will allow me." "She will allow you, of course. You have done it pretty often lately. Where is it now?" "Nowhere for you, mamma. My show today is for Miss Freer alone." "Alone? Why may I not go?" "You would not enjoy it." "Then perhaps she will not enjoy it." "Perhaps not." "But, Pitt, what do you mean? And what is this you want to show her which she does not want to see?" She can tell you about it afterwards if she chooses. Perhaps she will not choose to go with you on such a doubtful invitation." Betty, however, declared herself ready for anything, so she was, under such guidance. They took a cab for a certain distance, then Pitt dismissed it, and they went forward on foot. It was a dull, hot day, clouds hanging low and threatening rain, but no rain falling as yet. Rain, if decided to a good degree, keeps down exhalations in the streets of a city, and so far is a help to the wayfarer who is at all particular about the air he breathes. No such beneficent influence was abroad today, and Betty's impressions were not altogether agreeable. "What part of the city is this?" she asked. "Not a bad part at all. In fact, we are near a very fashionable quarter. This particular street is a business thoroughfare, as you see." Betty was silent, and they went on for a while, then turned sharp out of this thoroughfare into a narrow alley. It was hot and close, and dank enough here to make Miss Brier shrink, though she would not betray it. But dead cats and decaying cabbage leaves in a not very clean alley, where the sun rarely shines, and briefly then, with the thermometer well up on a summer day, altogether make an atmosphere not suited to delicate senses. Pitt picked the way along the narrow passage, which at the end opened into a little court. This was somewhat cleaner than the alley. Also, it lay so that the sun sometimes visited it, though here too his visits could be but brief. For on the opposite side the court was shut in and overshadowed by the tall backs of great houses. They seemed to Betty's fancy to cast as much moral as physical shadow over the place. The houses in this court were small and dingy. If one looked straight up, there was a space of grey cloud visible. Some days it would no doubt be a space of blue sky. No other thing even dimly suggesting refreshment or purity was within the range of vision. Pitt slowly paced along the row of houses. "Who lives here?" Betty asked, partly to relieve the oppression that was creeping upon her. "No householders that I know of. People who live in one room, or perhaps in 2 rooms. Therefore in every house there are a number of families. This is Martin's court, and here—" He stopped before one of the doors. "In this house, in a room on the 3rd floor, let me suppose a case." "3rd floor? Why, there are only 2 stories." "In the garret, then, there lives an old woman, over 70 years old, all alone. She has been ill for a long time and suffers a great deal of pain." "Who takes care of her?" Betty asked, wondering at the same time why Pitt was telling her all this. "She has no means to pay anybody to take care of her." "How does she live, if she cannot do anything for herself?" "She can do nothing at all for herself. She has been dependent on the kindness of her neighbors. They are poor too, and they have their hands full. Still, from time to time, one and another would look in upon her, light a fire for her, and give her something to eat, that is, when they did not forget it." "And what if they did forget?" "Then she must wait till somebody remembered, wait perhaps days to get her bed made, lie alone in her pain all day, except for those rare visits, and even have to hire a boy with a penny to bring her a pitcher of water, lie alone all night, and wait in the morning till somebody could give her her breakfast." "Why do you tell me all this, Mr. Pitt?" said Betty, facing round on him. "Ask me that by and by. Come a little farther. Here, in this next house but one, there is a man sick with rheumatism, in a fever. When I first saw him he was lying there shivering and in great pain, with no fire, and his daughter, a girl of perhaps a dozen years old, was trying to light a fire with a few splinters of sticks that she had picked up. That was this last winter, in cold weather. They were poverty-stricken, since the man had been some time out of work." "Well," said Betty, "I must not repeat my question, but what is this all to me? I have no power to help them. Do you know these people yourself?" "Yes, I know them. In the last house of the row there is another old woman I want to tell you of, and then we will go. She is not ill nor disabled. She is only very old and quite alone. She is not unhappy either, for she is a true old Christian. But think of this. In the room which she occupies, which is half underground, there is just 1 hour in the day when a sunbeam can find entrance. For that hour she watches, and when the sky is not clouded, and it comes, she takes her Bible and holds it in the sunshine to read for that blessed hour. It is all she has in the 24. The rest of the time she must only think of what she has read. The place is too dark for any more. "Do let us go," said Betty, and she turned and almost fled back to the alley, and through the alley back to the street. There they walked more moderately a space of some rods before she found breath and words. She faced round on her conductor again. "Why do you take me to such a place and tell me such things?" "Will you let that question still rest a little while?" Almost as he spoke, Pitt called another cab, and Betty and he were presently speeding on again, whither she knew not. It was a good time to talk, and she repeated her question. "Instead of answering you, I would like to put a question on my side," he returned. "What do you think is duty, on the part of a servant of Christ, towards such cases? Pray tell me, is there not some system of poor relief in this place? Yes, there is the parish help, and sorrowful help it is. The parishes are often very large, the sufferers very many, the cases of fraud and trickery almost, perhaps quite, as numerous as those at least which come to the notice of the parish authorities. The parish authorities are but average men. Is it wonderful if they are hard administrators? I can tell you, justice is bitterly hard, as she walks the streets here, and Mercy's hand has grown rough with friction." Betty looked at the speaker, whose brow was knit, and his eye darkened and flashing, and she half laughed. "You are eloquent," she said. "You ought to be representing the case on the floor of the House of Commons." "Well," he said, coming down to an easier tone, "the parish authorities are but men, as I said, and they grow suspicious, naturally, and in any case the relief they give is utterly insufficient. A shilling a week, or 2 shillings a week, what would they do for the people I have been telling you of? And it is hard dealing with the parish authorities. I know it, for here and there at least I have followed Job's example. The cause I knew not, I searched out. One must do that, or one runs the risk of being taken in, and thrown money away upon rogues which ought to go to help honest people." "But that takes time." "Yes, a great deal of time, if it is to be done often. Yes, Mr. Pitt, if you follow that sort of business, it would leave you time for nothing else." "What better can I do with my time?" "Just suppose everybody did the like." "Suppose they did. What would be the state of things?" "I should say the world would be in a better state of health, and the elephant we once spoke of would not shake his head quite so often." "But you are not the elephant, as I pointed out. If I remember, the world does not rest on your head." "Part of it does. Go on and answer my question. What ought I do for these people of whom I have told you?" "But you cannot reach everybody. You can reach only a few." "Yes, for those few, what ought I to do?" "I dare say you know of other cases that you have not said anything about. Equally miserable?" "More miserable, I assure you," said Pitt, looking at her. "What then? Answer my question like a good woman." "I am not a good woman." "Answer it like a good woman anyhow," said Pitt, smiling. "What should I do properly for such people as those I have brought to your notice? Apply the golden rule, the only one that can give the measure of things, in their place, and what would you wish, and have a right to wish, that someone would do for you? What may those who have nothing demand from those who have everything?" "Why, they could demand all you have got." "Not justly. Can you not set your imagination to work and answer me? I am not talking for nothing. Take my old Christian, near 80, who sees a sunbeam for 1 hour in the 24, when the sun rises, and uses it to read her Bible. The rest of the 24 hours without even the company of a sunbeam. Imagine, what would you, in her place, wish for?" "I should wish to die, I think." "It would be welcome to Mrs. Gregory. I do not doubt, though perhaps for a different reason. Still, you would not counsel suicide or manslaughter. While you continued in life, what would you like?" "Oh," said Betty with emphatic utterance, "I would like a place where I could breathe." "Better lodgings?" "Fresh air. I would beg for air. Of all the horrors of such places, the worst seems to me the want of air fit to breathe." "Then you think she ought to have a better lodging, in a better quarter. She cannot pay for it. I can. Ought I to give it to her?" Betty fidgeted inwardly. The conditions of the cab did not allow of much external fidgeting. "I do not know why you ask me this," she said. "No, but indulge me. I do not ask you without a purpose." "I am afraid of your purpose. Yes, if I must tell you, I should say, oh, and take me out of this. Let me see the sun, whenever he can be seen in this rainy London. And let me have sweet air outside my windows. Then I would like somebody to look after me, to open my window in summer and make my fire in winter, and prepare nice meals for me. I would like good bread, and a cup of drinkable tea, and a little bit of butter on my bread, and clothes enough to keep clean. And then I would like to live to thank you." Betty had worked herself up to a point where she was very near a great burst of tears. She stopped with a choked sob in her heart and looked out of the cab window. Pitt's voice changed when he spoke. "This is just what I thought." "And you have done it?" "No, I am doing it. I could not at once find what I wanted. Now I have got it, I believe. Go on now, please, and tell me what ought to be done with the man in rheumatic fever." "The doctor would know better than I." "He cannot pay for a doctor." "But he ought to have one." "Yes, I thought so." "I see what you're coming to," said Betty. "But, Mr. Pitt, I cannot see that it is your duty to pay physician's bills for everybody that cannot afford it." "I am not talking of everybody. I am talking of this Mr. Hutchins. But there are plenty more as badly off. As badly and worse. You cannot take care of them all. Therefore, what is your deduction from that fact?" "Where are you going to stop?" "Where ought I to stop? Put yourself, in imagination, in that condition I have described, the chill of a rheumatic fever, and a room without fire, in the depth of winter. What would your sense of justice demand from the well and strong and comfortable and able? Honestly." "Why," said Betty, again surveying Pitt from one side, "with my notions, I should want a doctor and an attendant and a comfortable room." "I do not doubt his notions would agree with yours, if his fancy could get so far. But who ought to furnish those things for him is another question. Another, but not more hard to answer. The Bible rule is, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it. Will you, ought you, to do all that you find to do?" But Pitt went on, in a quiet business tone. "In that same court I found, some time ago, a man who had been injured by an accident. A heavy piece of iron had fallen on his foot. He worked in a machine shop. For months he was obliged to stay at home under the doctor's care. He used up all his earnings, and strength and health were alike gone. The man of 50 looked like 70. The doctor said he could hardly grow strong again without change of air." "Mr. Pitt," said Betty, and stopped. "He has a wife and 9 children. What did you do?" "What would you have done?" "I don't know. I never thought it was my business to supplement all the world's failures." "Suppose for a moment it were Christ the Lord himself in either of these situations we have been looking at." "I cannot suppose it." "How would you feel about ministry then?" Betty was silent, choked with discomfort now. "Would you think you could do enough?" "But, Miss Frere, he says it is himself in every case of his servants, and what is done to them he counts as done to himself. And so it is." Looking again keenly at the speaker, Betty was sure that the eyes which did not meet hers were soft with moisture. "What did you do for that man?" "I sent him to the seaside for 3 weeks. He came back perfectly well. but then his employers would not take him on again. They said they wanted younger men, so I had to find new work for him. There was another old woman you told me of in that dreadful court. What did you do for her?" "Put her in clover," said Pitt, smiling. "I moved Hutchins and his family into a better lodging, where they could have a room to spare, and then I paid Mrs. Hutchins to take care of her. You might go on for all I see and spend your whole life and all you have in this sort of work. Do you think it would be a disagreeable disposition to make of both?" "Why, yes," said Betty. "Would you give up all your tastes and pursuits, literary and artistic and antiquarian, and I don't know what all, and be a mere walking benevolent society?" "No need to give them up, any further than as they would interfere with something more important and more enjoyable." "More enjoyable?" "Yes. I think, Miss Betty, the pleasure of doing something for Christ is the greatest pleasure I know." Betty could have cried with vexation, in which, however, there was a distracting mingling of other feelings: admiration of Pitt, envy of his evident happiness, regret that she herself was so different, but above all, dismay that she was so far off. She was silent the rest of the drive. End of chapter 43. Recording by Yvonne Theodor.
Chapter 44 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 44. The Duke of Trefoil. They drove a long distance, much of the way through uninteresting regions. Pitt stopped the cab at last, took Betty out, and led her through one and another street and round corner after corner, till at last he turned into an alley again. "Where are you taking me now, Mr. Pitt?" she asked, in some trepidation. "Not another Martin's Court. I want you to look well at this place." "I see it. What for?" asked Betty, casting her eyes about her. It was a very narrow alley, leading again, as might be seen by the gleam of light at the farther end, into a somewhat more open space, another court. Here the word open had no application. The sides of the alley were very near together and very high, leaving a strange gap between walls of brick, at least strange when considered with reference to human habitation. All of freedom or expanse there was indicated anywhere being a long and very distant strip of blue sky overhead when the weather was clear. Not even that today. The heavy clouds hung low, seeming to rest upon the housetops, and shutting up all below under their breathless envelope. Hot, sultry, stifling, the air felt to Betty, well nigh unendurable, but Pitt seemed to be of intent that she should endure it for a while, and with some difficulty she submitted. Happily the place was cleaner than Martin's Court, and no dead cats nor decaying vegetables poisoned what air there was. But surely someone else poisoned it. The doors of dwellings on the one side and on the other stood open, and here and there a woman or two had pressed to the opening with her work, both to get light and to get some freshness, if there were any to be had. Halfway down the alley, Pitt paused before one of these open doors. A woman had placed herself as close to it as she could, having apparently some fine work in hand for which she could not get light enough. Betty could without much difficulty see past her into the space behind. It was a tiny apartment, smaller than anything Miss Frere had ever seen used as a living room, yet a living room it was. She saw that a very minute stove was in it, a small table, and another chair, and on some shelves against the wall there was apparently the inmate's store of what stood to her for china and plate. 2 cups, Betty thought she could perceive. What else might be there the light did not serve to show. The woman was respectable looking, because her dress was whole and tolerably clean, but it showed great poverty nevertheless, being frequently mended and patched, and of that indeterminate dull gray to which all colors come with overmuch wear. She seemed to be middle-aged, but as she raised her head to see who had stopped in front of her, Betty was so struck by the expression and tale-telling of it that she forgot the question of age. Age? She might have been 150 years old, to judge by the life-weary set of her features. A complexion that told of confinement, eyes dim with overstraining, lines of face that spoke weariness and disgust. And further, what to Betty's surprise seemed a hostile look of defiance. The face cleared, however, as she saw who stood before her. A great softening and a little light came into it. She rose and dropped a curtsy, which was evidently not a mere matter of form. "How do you do, Mrs. Mills?" said Pitt, and his voice was very gentle as he spoke, and, half to Betty's indignation, he lifted his hat also. "This is rather a warm day." "Well, it be, sir," said the woman, resuming her seat. "It nigh stifles the heart in one, it do. I am afraid you cannot see to work very well, the clouds are so thick." "I thank you, sir. The clouds is always thick these days. Had you business with me, Mr. Dallas?" "Not today, Mrs. Mills. I am showing this lady a bit of London." "And would the lady be your wife, sir?" "Oh, no," said Pitt, laughing a little. "You honor me too much. This is an American lady, from over the sea ever so far, and I want her to know what sort of a place London is." "It's a bitter poor place for the likes of us," said the woman. "You should show her where the grand folk lives, that built these houses for the poor to be stowed in." "Yes, I have showed her some of those, and now I have brought her to see your part of the world." "It's not to call a part of the world," said the woman. "Do you call this a part of the world, Mr. Dallas? I mind when I lived where trees grow, and there was primroses in the grass. Them's happier that hasn't known it. If you asked me sometimes, I would tell you that this is hell. Yet it ain't so bad as most. It's what folk call very decent." "Oh, yes, it's decent, it is, no doubt. I'll be carried out of it some day, and bless the day." "How is your boy?" "He's fairly, sir, thank you." "No better?" said Pitt gently. "He won't never be no better," the woman said, with a doggedness which Betty gasped was assumed to hide the tenderer feeling beneath. "He's done for. There ain't nothing but ill luck comes upon folk as lives in such a hole, and couldn't other." "I'll come and see you about Tim," said Pitt. "Keep up a good heart in the meanwhile. Good-bye. I'll see you soon." He went no farther in that alley. He turned and brought Betty out, called another cab, and ordered the man to drive to Kensington Gardens. Till they arrived there he would not talk, bade Betty wait with her questions. The way was long enough to let her think them all over several times. At last the cab stopped. Pitt handed her out, and led her into the gardens. Here was a change. Trees of noble age and growth shadowed the ground. Greensward stretched away in peaceful smoothness. The dust and the noise of the great city seemed to be escaped. It was fresh and shady, and even sweet. They could hear each other speak without unduly raising their voices. Pitt went on till he found a place that suited him, and they sat down in a refreshing greenness and quiet. "Now," said Betty, "I suppose I may ask, what did you take me to that last place for?" "That will appear in due time. What did you think of it?" "It is difficult to tell you what I think of it. Is much of London like that?" "Much of it is far worse." "Well, there is nothing like that in New York or Washington." "Do not be too sure. There is something like that wherever rich men are congregated in large numbers to live." "Rich men?" cried Betty. "Yes. So far as I know, this sort of thing is to be found nowhere else but where rich men dwell. It is the growth of their desire for large incomes. That woman we visited, what did you think of her?" "She impressed me very much, and oddly. I could not quite read her look. She seemed to be in a manner hostile, not to you, but I thought to all the world beside. A disagreeable look." "She is a lace mender." "A lace mender?" broke in Betty. "Down in that den of darkness? And she pays— Did you see where she lived?" "I saw a room not bigger than a good-sized box. Is that all?" "There is an inner room, or box, without windows, where she and her child sleep. For that lodging that woman pays £half-a-crown a week, that is, about 5 shillings American money, to one of the richest noblemen in England." "A nobleman!" cried Betty. "The Duke of Trefoil." A nobleman, Betty repeated. A duke and a lace mender, and 5 shillings a week. The glass roofs of his hothouses and greenhouses would cover an acre of ground. His wife sits in a boudoir opening into a conservatory where it is summer all year round. Roses bloom, and violets, and geraniums wreath the walls, and palm trees are grouped around fountains. She eats ripe strawberries every day in the year if she chooses, and might, like Judah, wash her feet in the blood of the grape. The fruit is so plenty, the while my lace mender strains her eyes to get 1/2 crown a week for his grace. All that alley and its poor crowded lodgings belong to him. I don't wonder she looks bitter, poor thing. Do you suppose she knows how her landlord lives? I doubt if she does. She perhaps never heard of the house and gardens at Trefoil Park, but in her youth she was a servant in a good house in the country. Not so great a house, and she knows something of the difference between the way the rich live and the poor. She is very bitter over the contrast, and I cannot much blame her. Yet it is not just. Which? Said Pitt, smiling. That feeling of the poor towards the rich. Is it not? It has some justice. I was coming home one night last winter, late, and found my way obstructed by the crowd of arrivals to an entertainment given at a certain great house. The house stood a little back from the street, and carpeting was laid down for the softly shod feet to pass over. Of course there were gathered a small crowd of lookers-on, pressing as near as they were allowed to come, trying to catch, if they might, a gleam or a glitter from the glories they could not approach. I don't know if the contrast struck them, but it struck me. The contrast between those satin slippers treading the carpet and the bare feet standing on the muddy stones, feet that had never known the touch of a carpet anywhere, nor of anything else, either clean or soft. But those contrasts must be, Mr. Dallas. Must they? Is not something wrong, do you think, when the Duke of Trefoil eats strawberries all the year long, and my lace mender, in the height of the season, perhaps never sees one? When the Duchess sits in her bower of beauty, with the violets under her feet and the palms over her head, and the poor in her husband's houses cannot get a flower to remind them that all the world is not like a London alley? Does not something within you say that the scales of the social balance might be a little more evenly adjusted? How are you going to do it? If you do not feel that, Pitt went on, I am afraid that some of the lower classes do. I said I did not know whether the contrast struck the people that night, but I do know it did. I heard words and saw looks that betrayed it. And when the day comes that the poor will know more and begin to think about these things, I am afraid there will be trouble. But what can you do? That is exactly what I was going to ask you, said Pitt, changing his tone and with a genial smile. Take my lace mender for an example. These things must be handled in detail, if at all. She is bitter in the feeling of wrong done her somewhere, bitter to hatred. What can, not you, but I, do for her, to help her out of it? I should say that is the Duke of Trefoil's business. I leave his business to him. What is mine? You have done something already, I can see, for she makes an exception of you. I have not done much, said Pitt gravely. What do you think it was? Her boy was ill. He had met with an accident, and was a thin, pale, wasted-looking child when I first saw them. I took him a rose bush in full flower. Were they so glad of it? Pitt was silent for a minute. It was about as much as I could stand to see it. Then I got the child some things that he could eat. He is well now, as well as he ever will be. I did not see the rose bush. Ah, it did not live. Nothing could there. Well, Mr. Pitt, haven't you done your part, as far as this case is concerned? Have I? Would you stop with that? Betty sat very quiet, but internally fidgeted. What did Pitt ask her these questions for? Why had he taken her on this expedition? She wished she had not gone. She wished she had not come to England. And yet she would not be anywhere else at this moment but where she was, for any possible consideration. She wished Pitt would be different, and not fill his head with lace menders in London alleys. And yet, even so, things might be worse. Suppose Pitt had devoted his energies to gambling and absorbed all his interests in hunters and racers. Betty had known that sort of thing, and now summarily concluded that men must make themselves troublesome in one way or another. But this particular turn this man had taken did seem to set him so far off from her. "What would you do, Mr. Pitt?" she said, with a somewhat weary cadence in her voice which he could not interpret. "Look at it and tell me, from your standpoint. If you took that woman out of those lodgings, there would come somebody else into them, and you might begin the whole thing over again. In that way the Duke of Trefoil might give you enough to do for a lifetime." "Well, the conclusion?" "How can you ask? Some things are self-evident." "What do you think that means? He that hath two coats, let him impart to him that hath none?" "I don't think it means that," said Betty, "that you are to give away all you have, till you haven't left yourself an overcoat." "Are you sure? Not if somebody else needed it more?" "That is the question. We come back to the whatsoever ye would that men should do unto you. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. How, do you think, can I best do that in the case of Mrs. Mills and her boy? One thing at a time. Never mind what the Duke of Trefoil may complicate in the future." "Raise the dead?" Betty echoed. "Aye," he said. "There are worse deaths than that of the body." Betty paused, but Pitt waited. "If they are to be kept alive in any sense," she said at last, "they must be taken out of that hole where they are now. And, as you truly suggest that the number of persons wanting such relief is unlimited, the first thing to be done is to build proper houses for the poor. That is what I have set about." "You have?" cried Betty. "I cannot do much, true, but that is nothing whatever to the question. I have begun to put up a few houses, which shall be comfortable, easy to keep clean, and rentable for what the industrious poor can afford to pay. That will give sufficient interest for the capital expended, and even allow me, without further outlay, to go on extending my accommodations. Mrs. Mills will move into the first of my new houses, I hope, next month." "What have you taken me all this day's expedition for, Mr. Dallas?" Betty asked suddenly. The pain of the thing was pressing her. "You remember, you asked a question of me, to wit, whether I were minded still as I seemed to be minded last year. I have showed you a fraction of the reasons why I should not have changed, and you have approved them." Betty found nothing to answer. It was difficult not to approve them, and yet she hated the conclusion. The conversation was not resumed immediately. All the quiet beauty of the scene round them spoke, to Betty, for a life of ease and luxury. It seemed to say, keep at a distance from disagreeable things. If want and squalor are in the world, you belong to a different part of the world. Let London be London. You stay in Kensington Gardens. Take the good of your advantages and enjoy them. That this was the noblest view or the justest conclusion, she would not say to herself, but it was the view in which she had been brought up, and the leopard spots, we know, are persistent. Pitt had been brought up so too. What a tangent he had taken from the even round of society in general! Not to be brought back? "I see," she began after a while. "From my window at your house I see at some distance what looks like a large and fine mansion amongst trees and pleasure grounds. Whose is it?" "That is Holland House." "Holland House? It looks very handsome outside." "It is one of the finest houses about London, and it is better inside than outside." "You have been inside?" "A number of times. I am sorry I cannot take you in, but it is not open to strangers." "How did you get in?" "With my uncle." "Holland House. I have heard that the society there is very fine." "It has the best society of any house in London, and that is the same, I suppose, as to say any house in the world." Do you happen to know that by experience? Yes. It's positive, not its relative character, he said, smiling. But however, I suppose you pass for an Englishman. Yes, but I have seen Americans there. My late uncle, Mr. Strahan, was a very uncommon man, full of rare knowledge, and very highly regarded by those who knew him. Lord Holland was a great friend of his, and he was always welcomed at Holland House. I slipped in under his wing. Then, since Mr. Strahan's death, you do not go there any more? Yes, I have been there. Lord Holland is one of the most kindly men in the kingdom, and he has not withdrawn the kindness he showed me as Mr. Strahan's nephew and favourite. If you go there, you must go into a great deal of London society, said Betty, wondering. I am afraid you have been staying at home for our sakes. Mrs. Dallas would not like that. No, said Pitt, the case is not such. Once in a while I have gone to Holland House, but I have not time for general society. Not time? No, said Pitt, smiling at her expression. Not time for society. That is it possibly because of Martin's Court, and the Duke of Trefoil's alley, and the like? What do you think? Said Pitt, his eyes sparkling with amusement. There is society and society, you know. Can you drink from two opposite sides of a cup at the same time? But one has duties to society, objected Betty, bewildered somewhat by the argument and the smile together. So I think, and I am trying to meet them. Do not mistake me. I do not mean to undervalue real society. I will take gladly all I can that will give me mental stimulus and refreshment. But the round of fashion is somewhat more vapid than ever, I grant you, after a visit to my lace mender. Those two things cannot go together. Shall we walk home? It is not very far from here. I am afraid I have tired you. Betty denied that, but she walked home very silently. End of chapter 44, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 45 of A Red Wallflower. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. A Red Wallflower by Susan Warner, Chapter 45. The Abbey. This interruption of the pleasure sights was alone in its kind. Pitt let the subject that day so thoroughly handled thenceforth drift out of sight. He referred to it no more, and continually, day after day, he gave himself up to the care of providing new entertainment for his guests. Drives into the country, parties on the river, visits to grand places, to picture galleries, to curiosities, to the British Museum, alternated with and succeeded each other. Pitt seemed untirable. Mrs. Dallas was in a high state of contentment, trusting that all things were going well for her hopes concerning her son and Miss Frere. But Betty herself was going through an experience of infinite pain. It was impossible not to enjoy at the moment these enjoyable things. The life at Pitt's old Kensington house was like a fairy tale for strangeness and prettiness. But Betty was living now under a clear impression of the fact that it was a fairy tale, and that she must presently walk out of it. And gradually the desire grew uppermost with her to walk out of it soon, while she could do so with grace and of her own accord. The pretty house which she had so delighted in began to oppress her. She would presently be away and have no more to do with it, and somebody else would be brought there to reign and enjoy as mistress. It tormented Betty, that thought. Somebody else would come there, would have a right there, would be cherished and cared for and honored, and have the privilege of standing by Pitt in his works and plans, helping him and sympathizing with him. A floating image of a fair, stately woman with speaking gray eyes and a wonderful pure face would come before her when she thought of these things, though she told herself it was little likely that she would be the one. Yet Betty could think of no other, and almost felt superstitiously sure at last that Esther it would be, in spite of everything. Esther it would be, she was almost sure. If she, Betty, spoke one little word of information, would she have done well to speak it? Now it was too late. "I think, Mrs. Dallas," she began one day, "I cannot stay much longer with you. Probably you and Mr. Dallas may make up your minds to remain here all the winter. I should think you would. If I can hear of somebody going home that I know, I will go while the season is good." Mrs. Dallas roused up and objected vehemently. Betty persisted. "I am in a false position here," she said. "It was all very well at first, things came about naturally, and it could not be helped, and I am sure I have enjoyed it exceedingly. But, dear Mrs. Dallas, I cannot stay here always, you know. I am ashamed to remember how long it is already." "My dear, I am sure my son is delighted to have you," said Mrs. Dallas, looking at her. "He is not delighted at all," said Betty, half laughing. Poor girl, she was not in the least light-hearted. Bitterness can laugh as easily as pleasure sometimes. "He is a very kind friend, and a perfect host, but there is no reason why he should care about my coming or going, you know." "Everybody must care to have you come, and be sorry to have you go, Betty." "Everybody is a general term, ma'am, and always leaves room for important exceptions. I shall have his respect, and my own too, better if I go now." "My dear, I cannot have you," said Mrs. Dallas uneasily, but afraid to ask a question. "No, we shall not stay here for the winter. Wait a little longer, Betty, and we will take you down into the country and make the tour of England. It is more beautiful than you can conceive. Wait till we have seen Westminster Abbey, and then we will go. You can grant me that, my dear?" Betty did not know how to refuse. "Has Pitt got over his extravagances of last year?" the elder lady ventured after a pause. "I do not think he gets over anything," said Betty, with inward bitter assurance. The day came that had been fixed for a visit to the Abbey. Pitt had not been eager to take them there, had rather put it off. He told his mother that one visit to Westminster Abbey was nothing, that 2 visits were nothing, that a long time and many hours spent in study and enjoyment of the place were necessary before one could so much as begin to know Westminster Abbey. But Mrs. Dallas had declared that she did not want to know it, she only desired to see it and see the monuments. And what could be answered to that? So the visit was agreed upon and fixed for this day. "You did not want to bring us here because you thought we would not appreciate it?" Betty said to Pitt, in an aside, as they were about entering. "Nobody can appreciate it who takes it lightly," he answered. That day remained fixed in Betty's memory forever, with all its details sharp cut in. The moment they entered the building, the greatness and beauty of the place seemed to overshadow her, and roused up all the higher part of her nature. With that, it stirred into keen life the feeling of being shut out from the life she wanted. The Abbey, with the rest of all the wonders and antiquities and rich beauties of the city, belonged to the accessories of Pitt's position and home, belonged so in a sort to him, and the sense of the beauty which she could not but feel met in the girl's heart with the pain which she could not bid away, and the one heightened the other after the strange fashion that pain and pleasure have of sharpening each other's powers. Betty took in with an intensity of perception all the riches of the Abbey that she was capable of understanding, and her capacity in that way was far beyond the common. She never in her life had been quicker of appreciation. The taste of beauty and the delight of curiosity were at times exquisite, never failing to meet and heighten that underlying pain which had so moved her whole nature to sentient life. For the commonplace and the indifferent she had today no toleration at all. They were regarded with impatient loathing. Accordingly, the progress round the Poet's Corner, which Mrs. Dallas would make slowly, was to Betty almost intolerable. She must go as the rest went, but she went making silent protest. "You do not care for the poets, Miss Betty?" remarked Mr. Dallas jocosely. "I see here very few names of poets that I care about," she responded. "To judge by the rest, I should say it was about as much of an honor to be left out of Westminster Abbey as to be put in." "Fie, fie, Miss Betty! What heresy is here? Westminster Abbey? Why, it is the last desire of ambition." "I am beginning to think ambition is rather an empty thing, sir." See, here is Butler. Don't you read Hudibras? No, sir. You should. It's very clever. Then here is Spencer, next to him. You're devoted to the Fairy Queen, of course. I never read it. You might do worse, remarked Pitt, who was just before them with his mother. Does anybody read Spencer now? It is a poor sign for the world if they do not. One cannot read everything, said Betty. I read Shakespeare. I am glad to see his monument. It was a relief to pass on at last from the crowd of literary folk into the nobler parts of the Abbey, and yet, as the impression of its wonderful beauty and solemn majesty first fully came upon Miss Frere, it was oddly accompanied by an instant jealous pang. He will bring somebody else here some day, who will come as often as she likes, be at home here, and enjoy the Abbey as if it were her own property. And Betty wished she had never come, and in the same inconsistent breath was exceedingly rejoiced that she had come. Yes, she would take all of the beauty in that she could, take it and keep it in her memory forever, taste it while she had it, and live on the aftertaste for the rest of her life. But the taste of it was, at the moment, sharp with pain. Pitt had procured for one of the canons, who had been his uncle's friend, an order which permitted them to go their own way and take their own time, unaccompanied and untrammeled by vergers. No showman was necessary in Pitt's presence. He could tell them all, and much more than they cared about knowing. Mrs. Dallas, indeed, cared for little beyond the tokens of England's antiquity and glory. Her interest was mostly expended on the royal tombs and those connected with them. For was not Pitt now, virtually, one of the favored nation, by habit and connection as well as in blood? And did not England's greatness send down a reflected light on all her sons? Only poetical justice, as it was earlier sons who had made the greatness. But of that Mrs. Dallas did not think. England was an abstract idea of majesty and power, embodied in a land and a government, and Westminster Abbey was in a sort the record and visible token of the same, and testimony of it in the face of all the world. So Mrs. Dallas enjoyed Westminster Abbey, and her heart swelled in contemplation of its glories. But its real glories she saw not. Lights and shadows, coloring, forms of beauty, associations of tenderness, majesties of age, had all no existence for her. The one feeling in exercise, which took its nourishment from all she looked upon, was pride. But pride is a dull kind of gratification, and the good lady's progress through the Abbey could not be called satisfactory to one who knew the place. Mr. Dallas was neither proud nor pleased. He was, however, an Englishman, and Westminster Abbey was intensely English, and to go through and look at it was the right thing to do. So he went, doing his duty. And beside these two went another bit of humanity, all alive and quivering, intensely sensitive to every impression, which must needs be more or less an impression of suffering. Her folly, she told herself, it was which had so stripped her of her natural defenses, and exposed her to suffering. The one only comfort left was, that nobody knew it, and nobody should know it. The practice of society had given her command over herself, and she exerted it that day, all she had. They were making the tour of St. Edmund's Chapel. "Look here, Betty," cried Mrs. Dallas, who was still a little apart from the others with her son. "Come here and see this. Look here, the tomb of two little children of Edward III. After going over some of the other records, ma'am, I can but call them happy to have died little. But isn't it interesting? Pitt tells me there were 6 of the little princess's brothers and sisters that stood here at her funeral, the Black Prince among them. Just think of it, around this tomb. Why should it be more interesting to us than any similar gathering of common people? There is many a spot in country graveyards at home where more than 6 members of a family have stood together." "But, my dear, these were Edward III's children." "Yes, he was something when he was alive, but what is he to us now? And why should we care, Betty hastily went on to generalities, seeing the astonishment in Mrs. Dallas's face. Why should we be more interested in the monuments and deaths of the great than in those of lesser people? In death and bereavement all come down to a common humanity. Not a common humanity, said Mrs. Dallas, rather staring at Betty. All are alike on the other side, Mother, observed Pitt. The king's daughter and the little village girl stand on the same footing when once they have left this state of things. There is only one nobility that can make any difference then. One nobility? Repeated Mrs. Dallas, bewildered. You remember the words, Whosoever shall do the will of my Father, which is in heaven, the same is my mother and my sister and brother. The village girl will often turn out to be the daughter of the king then. But you do not think, do you, said Betty, that all that one has gained in this life will be lost, or go for nothing? Education, knowledge, refinement, all that makes one man or woman really greater and nobler and richer than another, will that be all as though it had not been? No advantage? What we know of the human mind forbids us to think so. Also, the analogy of God's dealings forbids it. The child and the fully developed philosopher do not enter the other world on an intellectual level. We cannot suppose it. But all the gain on the one side will go to heighten his glory or to deepen his shame, according to the fact of his having been a servant of God or no. I don't know where you are getting to, said Mrs. Dallas, a little vexedly. If we are to proceed at this rate, suggested her husband, we may as well get leave to spend all the working days of a month in the Abbey. It will take us all that. After all, said Betty, as they moved, you did not explain why we should be so much more interested in this tomb of Edward III's children than in that of any farmer's family? My dear, said Mrs. Dallas, I am astonished to hear you speak so. Are not you interested? Yes, ma'am, but why should I be? For really, often the farmer's family is the more respectable of the two. Are you such a Republican, Betty? I did not know it. There is a reason, though, said Pitt, repressing a smile, which even a Republican may allow. The contrast here is greater. The glory and pomp of earthly power is here brought into sharp contact with the nothingness of it. So much yesterday, so little today. Those uplifted hands in prayer are exceedingly touching when one remembers that all their mightiness has come down to that. It is not every fool that thinks so, remarked Mr. Dallas ambiguously. No, said Betty with a sudden impulse of championship. Fools do not think at all. Here is a tablet to Lady Knollys, said Pitt, moving on. She was a niece of Anne Boleyn, and waited upon her to the scaffold. But that is only a tablet, said Mrs. Dallas. Who is this, Pitt? She was standing before an effigy that bore a coronet, Betty beside her. That is the Duchess of Suffolk, the mother of Lady Jane Grey. I see, said Betty, that the Abbey is a complement of the Tower. Her daughter and her husband lie there, under the pavement of the chapel. How comes she to be here? Her funeral was after Elizabeth came to the throne, but she had been in miserable circumstances, poor woman, before that. I wonder she lived at all, said Betty, after losing husband and daughter in that fashion. But people do bear a great deal and live through it. Which words had an application quite private to the speaker, and which no one suspected. And while the party were studying the details of the tomb of John of Eltham, Pitt explaining and the others trying to take it in, Betty stood by with passionate thoughts. They do not care, she said to herself, but he will bring someone else here, some day, who will care, and they will come to the Abbey, and delight themselves in its glories and in each other, alternately. What do I hear? And what is the English Abbey to me? She showed no want of interest, however, and no wandering thought. On the contrary, an intelligent, thoughtful, gracious attention to everything she saw and everything she heard. Her words, she knew, though she could not help it, were now and then flavored with bitterness. In the next chapel, Mrs. Dallas heard with much sympathy and wonder the account of Catherine of Valois and her remains. "I don't think she ought to lie in the vault of Sir George Villiers, if he was father of the Duke of Buckingham," she exclaimed. "That Duke of Buckingham had more honor than belonged to him in life and in death," said Betty. "It does not much make difference now," said Pitt. They went on to the chapel of Henry VII, and here, and on the way thither, Betty almost for a while forgot her troubles in the exceeding majesty and beauty of the place. The power of very exquisite beauty, which always and in all forms testifies to another world where its source and its realization are, came down upon her spirit, and hushed it as with a breath of balm, and the littleness of this life, of any one individual's life, in the midst of the efforts here made to deny it, stood forth in most impressive iteration. Betty was awed and quieted for a minute. Mr. and Mrs. Dallas were moved differently. "And this was Henry VII's work!" exclaimed Mr. Dallas, making an effort to see all round him at once. "Well, I didn't know they could build so well in those old times. Let us see, when was he buried? 1509? That is pretty long ago. This is a beautiful building. And that is his tomb, eh? I should say this is better than anything he had in his lifetime. Being King of England was not just so easy to him as his son found it. Crowns are heavy in the best of times, and his was specially. It is a strange ambition, though, to be glorified so in one's funeral monument," said Betty. "A very common ambition," remarked Pitt. "But this chapel was to be much more than a monument. It was a chantry. The king ordered 10,000 masses to be said here for the repose of his soul, and intended that the monkish establishment should remain forever to attend to them. Here around his tomb you see the king's particular patron saints, 9 of them, to whom he looked for help in time of need. All over the chapel you will find the 4 national saints, if I may so call them, of the kingdom. And at the end there is the Virgin Mary, with Peter and Paul, and other saints and angels innumerable. The whole chapel is like those touching folded hands of stone we were speaking of, a continual appeal, through human and angelic mediation, fixed in stone, though at the beginning also living in the chants of the monks." "Well, I am sure that is being religious," said Mrs. Dallas. "If such a place as this does not honor religion, I don't know what does." "Mother, Christ said, 'I am the door.'" "Yes, my dear, but is not all this an appeal to him?" "Mother, he said, 'He that believeth on me hath everlasting life.' What have saints and angels to do with it? He that believeth." "Surely the builder of all this must have believed," said Mrs. Dallas, "or he would never have spent so much money and taken so much pains about it." "If he had believed on Christ, Mother, he would have known he had no need. Think of those 10,000 masses to be said for him, that his sins might be forgiven and his soul received into heaven. You see how miserably uncertain the poor king felt of ever getting there." "Well," said Mrs. Dallas, "everyone must feel uncertain. He cannot know. How can he know?" "How can he live and not know?" Pitt answered in a lowered tone. "Uncertainty on that point would be enough to drive a thinking man mad. Henry VII, you see, could not bear it, and so he arranged to have 10,000 masses said for him, and filled his chapel with intercessory saints." "But I do not see how anyone is to have certainty, Mr. Pitt," Betty said. "One cannot see into the future." "It is only necessary to believe in the present." "Believe what?" "The word of the king, who promised, 'Whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.' The love that came down here to die for us will never let slip any poor creature that trusts it." "Yes, but suppose one cannot trust so," objected Betty. "Then there is probably a reason for it. Disobedience, even partial disobedience, cannot perfectly trust. How can sinful creatures do anything perfectly, Pitt? His mother asked, almost angrily. Mamma, said he gravely, you trust me so. Mrs. Dallas made no reply to that, and they moved on, surveying the chapels. The good lady bowed her head in solemn approbation when shown the place whence the bodies of Cromwell and others of his family and friends were cast out after the Restoration. They had no business to be there, she assented. Where were they removed to? Betty asked. Some of them were hanged as they deserved, said Mr. Dallas. Cromwell, Ireton, and Bradshaw at Tyburn, it added. The others were buried, not honorably, not far off. One of Cromwell's daughters, who was a churchwoman and also a royalist, they allowed to remain in the Abbey. She lies in one of the other chapels, over yonder. Noble revenge, said Betty quietly. Very proper, said Mrs. Dallas. It seems hard, but it is proper. People who rise up against their kings should be treated with dishonor, both before and after death. How about the kings who rise up against their people? Asked Betty. She could not help the question, but she was glad that Mrs. Dallas did not seem to hear it. They passed on, from one chapel to another, going more rapidly, came to a pause again at the tomb of Mary, Queen of Scots. I am beginning to think, said Betty, that the history of England is one of the sorrowfulest things in the world. I wonder if all other countries are as bad? Think of this woman's troublesome, miserable life. And now, after Fotheringay, the honor in which she lies in this temple is such a mockery. I suppose Elizabeth is here somewhere? Over there, in the other aisle. And below, the two Tudor queens, Elizabeth and Mary, lie in a vault together, alone. Personal rivalries, personal jealousies, political hatred and religious enmity, they are all composed now, and all interests fade away before the one supreme, eternal. They are gone where the honor that cometh from God is the only honor left. Well for them if they have that. Here is the Countess of Richmond, the mother of Henry VII. She was of kin, or somehow connected, it is said, with 30 royal personages. The granddaughter of Catherine of Valois, grandmother of Henry VIII, Elizabeth's great-grandmother. She was, by all accounts, a noble old lady. Now all that is left is these pitiful folded hands. Mrs. Dallas passed on, and they went from chapel to chapel, and from tomb to tomb, with unflagging though transient interest. But for Betty, by and by the brain and sense seemed to be oppressed and confused by the multitude of objects, of names and stories and sympathies. The novelty wore off, and a feeling of some weariness supervened, and therewith the fortunes and fates of the great past fell more and more into the background, and her own one little life venture absorbed her attention. Even when going round the chapel of Edward the Confessor, and viewing the grand old tombs of the magnates of history who are remembered there, Betty was mostly concerned with her own history, and a dull, bitter feeling filled her. It was safe to indulge it, for everybody else had enough beside to think of, and she grew silent. You are tired, said Pitt kindly, as they were leaving the confessor's chapel, and his mother and father had gone on before. Of course, said Betty, there is no going through the ages without some fatigue for a common mortal. We are doing too much, said Pitt. The Abbey cannot be properly seen in this way. One should take part at a time, and come many times. No chance for me, said Betty. This is my first and my last. She looked back as she spoke towards the tombs they were leaving, and wished, almost, that she were as still as they. She felt her eyes suffusing, and hastily went on. I shall be going home, I expect, in a few days, as soon as I find an opportunity. I have stayed too long now, but Mrs. Dallas has over-persuaded me. I am glad I have had this, at any rate. She was capable of no more words just then, and was about to move forward, when Pitt, by a motion of his hand, detained her. "One moment," said he. "Do you say that you are thinking of returning to America?" "Yes, it is time." "I would beg you, if I might, to reconsider that," he said. "If you could stay with my mother a while longer, it would be, I am sure, a great boon to her. For I am going away. I must take a run over to America. I have business in New York. Must be gone several weeks at least. Cannot you stay and go down into Westmoreland with her?" It seemed to Betty that she became suddenly cold, all over. Yet she was sure there was no outward manifestation in face or manner of what she felt. She answered mechanically, indifferently, that she would see, and they went forward to rejoin their companions. But of the rest of the objects that were shown them in the Abbey she simply saw nothing. The image of Esther was before her, in New York, found by Pitt, in Westminster Abbey, brought thither by him, and lingering where her own feet now lingered, in the house at Kensington, going up the beautiful staircase, and standing before the cabinet of coins in the library. Above all, found by Pitt in New York, for he would find her. Perhaps even now he had news of her. She would be coming with hope and gladness and honor over the sea, while she herself would be returning, crossing the same sea the other way, in every sense the other way, in mortification and despair and dishonor. Not outward dishonor, and yet the worst possible. Dishonor in her own eyes. What a fool she had been to meddle in this business at all! She had done it with her eyes open, trusting that she could exercise her power upon anybody and yet remain in her own power. Just the reverse of that had come to pass, and she had nobody to blame but herself. If Pitt was leaving his father and mother in England to go to New York, it could be on only one business. The game, for her, was up. There were weeks of torture before her, she knew. Slow torture, during which she must show as little of what she felt as an Indian at the stake. She must be with Mrs. Dallas, and hear the whole matter talked of, and from point to point as the history went on, and must help talk of it. For if Pitt was going to New York now, Betty was not. That was a fixed thing. She must stay for the present where she was. She was a little pale and tired, they said, on the drive home, and that was all anybody ever knew. End of chapter 45, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.